out of control, sort of rudderless and desperate, with running out of military capability. Which,
Yeah.
by the way, they're rebuilding somewhat during the ceasefire, so that's going to have to be addressed again.
Actually, it's not true. They're not 100% behind Israel and the US. They have recognized that even though they had Israel and the US with them, it has not led to a full protection. Instead, they have gotten more harmed and most of their industries destroyed because of their relationship with the US and Israel. So they are evaluating how do they operate in the region, but they're recognizing that fighting Iran is not a positive for them. It's not sustainable long term. Therefore, they don't want to continue. The only country still trying to stand with, just boasting itself is Emirates, but the other ones aren't.
Well, they all have American bases there. That's not going to change. And it's the base. Look, they were fighting with the
No,
Persians.
normal. I'm just
before
telling you this ain't fake, El Normal. This is exactly
Right.
what they're doing. The China has, they're trying to move. You really don't see this shit. Like, China is the GCC's biggest customer, bro.
Yeah,
We put oil in the
U.S. and Israel are the biggest protectors, and as we all know, you can't.
Yeah, but we haven't been able to protect them the way that they assumed we were able to protect them.
This war showed it.
And they're seeing how China has
This
been
war
able to.
definitively. They haven't been losing in this.
You're right.
The missiles have been falling for the most part uselessly. I mean, that's important.
Are you basing this on something you've seen that we haven't seen?
Yes, the daily reports of the military assessment.
What military assessment?
I don't know if you've seen it or not. American and GCC.
Something that you see online.
Contacts in the region.
So,
I mean, if you go deeply, all of this stuff is available to you as well. I think, except for my personal relationships, you count for something. Like I'm on the phone with them while they're crossing the bridge, the King 5 causeway, while it's being missiled. While the sirens are going off.
I don't know where you're getting your reports from.
Which
because the GCC has reported damages to their facilities and their ports. That's not minor. When part of your pipeline is blown up and it's halting trade, when all the products you have sent are stuck at a blockade and can't move, meaning you are losing billions of dollars in trade.
Yeah.
When your economy, your country, your country is moving to a space where it's going to essentially be back to a desert land, because all the high-tech programs, all the high-tech technology businesses you're working on requires you having great relations with the rest of the world. Now you are getting to a place where you are seen as a risk.
Because of Iran, which is
the positive.
Let her finish, Normal, because I think you're doing this because it's personal. I'm telling you from where it's not personal for me. Miriam telling you where it's not personal for her. We're talking about what is actually going on in the region. We're talking about the fucking summits that they're trying to set up, the shit that China is doing behind the scenes with Iran, and how fucking Israel and the United States are being pushed out. You don't understand.
Oh, it's the opposite. This just puts us closer together.
Let me quickly
Sorry.
Prior to this conflict, prior to this war, the Gulf countries were operating, were trading with the world. The Strait of Hormuz was open. They were expanding in their green energy businesses, crypto, you name it. It was booming. Business was booming. Sectors were booming. Latest technology, engineering, agriculture. Hold on. All of that was happening. The conflicts that were existing with Iran, they were more diplomatic. The other part of the conflicts that were existing with Iran were more from their other entities like Houthis who went silent for over a year. In fact, since last year, the Houthis have just decided to relax. They're not even moving anymore. The other part, it is the position Saudi and Emirates has on Sudan, which of course, again, Saudi and Emirates do not agree on what's happening in Sudan. They are at each other, okay? The other diplomatic issues, it was diplomatic issues. A lot of it was diplomatic. Iran wasn't shooting missiles at Saudi Arabia, at Qatar,
Of course not.
Emirates,
Yeah.
any of those countries. It wasn't.
It couldn't.
Business was flowing. A lot of it was more diplomatic. Now they're in a situation where they have had to shut down airlines, where they are losing their position as the hub of the region in Africa, where their products and businesses are not moving. Things are on standstill, where they have moved to a higher risk level.
100%.
There
That's
is
because of
no.
the Islamic regime.
This was not there prior to them to Iran getting attacked. This happened after Iran was attacked by
Yes.
Israel and the US.
Because the
prior
Islamic
to the
regime is
attack.
a threat to the
The
region.
GCC was actually at a peaceful period. Now they are not. And they learned about their future, and they recognize that America can't offer that defense, nor can Israel. That's needed.
Oh, that's the opposite.
And they want to continue to exist long term. Their long term viability relies on continuing good diplomatic relations with their neighbors, and that includes Iran.
Yeah,
because they need that
with a
strategic
different
role.
regime, though.
So now we're back to it being about regime change war. Japanese.
Well, they're not trustworthy, obviously. They're out of their minds.
Hey, help Miriam build her karma. If you agree with her, give her a thumbs up. Yada yada yada. Cause she does give a lot into these rooms, and I don't even know why she doesn't have her badge. She puts out a lot of great information. And if you want to, at least give her 5 coins. If you have it, don't. If nobody's telling you to go buy them, because I think it's a waste of fucking money. But coins ain't worth a shit. But
Thank you, Patty. Patty, is there something I need to do for it to appear? Because I don't even know. I see things on my.
you need to update Miriam.
Okay.
But y'all support Miriam because she supports us a lot. She comes up here, she chimes in on shit. Whether it's
One thing that helps people get a badge is being made a moderator. So if you want to start making her a moderator, it will help her get there a lot quicker.
Moro, how is it going in the Americans? Who has the permission to speak?
yeah, but Miriam contributes a lot.
And she is at 2% karma, so I do want to say she's very close to a badge, actually.
So everybody support, support, support. If you don't agree with her, don't put no thumbs down. Just keep your damn heart to your thumbs down to yourself.
Amos is a beautiful Israeli man. He's anti-Bibi. He's a wonderful kibbutznik from way back. So if you want to hear from him, it would be interesting, I'm sure. That's Amos. Yeah.
No, it's the first time I speak in a so big room, so I'm a little bit, nervous, but I hope I pass it. Since when, I want to ask somebody in the room can give me an answer. Since when Israel, United States, or any other country can change a regime in any other country, doesn't matter if it is Iran, Egypt, Syria. Since I don't know in the history of the world that come a country and change the regime, change the people, change. Israel did not succeed to do it in Lebanon. Israel did not succeed to do it in Gaza. Israel, little country, want to see, we have atomic bomb.
Okay, wait, babe. Can you let's ask the question. We don't need the history. Just ask the question that you're trying to ask because all the extra is, I can't hear out of one of my ears. So I need you to ask this question. Just make it clear. Okay.
Don't silence that black man.
I'm not silencing a black man. I am telling him to ask.
He's not black. It was a joke.
Go ahead. I just wanted you to ask the question because when you start going into all this other shit, the question gets lost. shit, I start thinking about cookies and ice cream. So go ahead and ask the question again.
Do not accept opinion, sir.
I'm not saying I don't accept your opinion. I am ask that question that you were asking. Oh shit, and you start talking about extra shit. You got people like me that start another fucking universe. So ask that question.
Regime change. That's what he said.
No, we did it in Iraq, where we put civilians in charge of the country. We've done it.
What did in Iraq? You think you did something good in Iraq? Answer by yourself.
Never mind, Amos. Thank you.
You're against the Amos. Like you. Amos, as in famous Amos cookies. It's Amos.
It's almost.
By the way, Iran is not Iraq, not other countries. And,
Iran still has. Iran still has.
just listen to me, okay? Iran and now Israel and America, they don't want to regime change. They just helping the Iranian people. They do before the war, 2 months war, the Iranian people they came out the street, okay, for the revolution, and the regime killed 5,000 innocent people. But we was about
You took bit of bullshit, bro. Come on.
what they're talking about.
He's Iranian.
I'm Iranian.
You know, fuck his Iranian. Zach the boy, not the person. The guy, Zach the boy, not the person. I'm gonna tell you what, I'm gonna actually fucking on.
Come on, just finish. We know the story about the 45,000 people. People say it all the time. Just so you know. Go ahead, keep going.
You don't know. You didn't see the
We
picture.
do know about it. We've known about it for months.
Don't
It's a newsroom.
Just a second. I wanted to say that the American and Israel, they don't want the regime change. We Iranian people, we will do that. They just help us.
Hurry up and start
attack the
doing it.
regime. They just helped us to attack the regime. After that, we're gonna go out of the street again, and we will do regime change in Iran.
You're launching your attack from California? From California?
I'm supporting Israel and America because they don't kill my people. They just killing the fucking regime members. You don't know that. You didn't live that day.
You had
Show
Please
money
don't
to
go, sir.
people.
We have petty
Give me some facts. Give me some facts. Show me some facts.
People. The school kids that were killed, are they not your people?
The school kids, it was the IRGC fault. It was the IRGC fault. You're all of
How was
few years
the
ago.
IRGC? Wait. You have a question. You want to go the hallway, Norm? School, the IRGC's fault. The U.S. accepted responsibility.
They didn't accept. They didn't accept.
did.
Show me. Well,
It did. It's all over. We have senators of Congress.
They said we're working.
Hold me. I'm just do a countdown. 3,
P-Tech says
2,
we are working on it.
1.
And see,
That's it. Take your ass back to Tel Aviv. Nobody wants to hear the propaganda.
He's Iranian. He's not Tel Avivian.
I don't give a fuck what he is. The United States accepted responsibility. We have senators on camera apologizing for it.
Can I ask where are you from, brother? Where are you from?
I'm from your mom.
You're from Yemen. So you lived in the Middle East.
I got a girl.
Yep.
I actually lived in the Middle East, Hugo. I lived in Bahrain. I lived in Jordan. And I lived in Kuwait. So what's next?
So I just
My daughter went to school in Bahrain. She went to school in Jordan. You got something extra you want to add to it?
Wait, am I the only one you said? Man said, I came from your mom.
He said
You
you
know
from
what I'm
the
saying? Oh, so you come from the Middle East too, huh?
Yemen. Everyone got Yemen.
breaking news, y'all. Breaking news. It's not really breaking news, but it's something that's important to black people. Have you guys talked about Emancipation Day today?
Not yet.
Yeah. Well, today is the day that Lincoln signed into law the the federal law that freed the enslaved people in the District of D.C. of Columbia. So, about 8 months before the Emancipation Proclamation, roughly 3,000 enslaved Africans were set free in D.C. today, 1862, April 16th. So, this is an important day. The bill wasn't perfect. It compensated slave owners for their lost property, but at least in the District of Columbia, the black people were freed who had been enslaved before that day. That's it.
We observe every year, and it's a great time to do introspection. Because when you go back to your dictionary,
You can find bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich, one pork chop.
I know you fucking lying.
I want to add maybe.
You supposed to be giving us work. You see how well I'm sorry, you see how when he free.
Some nasty.
Ain't no nigga can lie to you. Told me these types of
it won't be long, whatever it is.
What are you guys doing today?
You just cutting me off right now. So, but anyhow, Emancipation Day, this is an overall gist of it is pretty good. And but to take our land back, that's the problem. When you define it, we say mega, make America great again, that's going back to my land. And that mega is when the Coppertone people, when you go to Webster and define what an American is the Coppertone people. They massacred far too many of us, and I haven't gotten over that yet. So, so the emancipation from what to what? We should be celebrating the taking of our land back. And the only agreement was for him to get a little corn, red, white, and blue corn, and a few head of buffalo. And he said, well, I'm going to bring some guns and weapons and cannons and take the goddamn land. That's the thing what the other caller alluded to. That you take us to bully on the playground. It does not work. Ask Vladimir, George W. Bush, go into George Prescott Bush, Clinton,
Let's talk about DC emancipation.
and this guy Trump is on my land, and right now he's a squatter. That's what emancipation means. Emancipation from serfdom on my land, and he's now a squatter, and we are against him being on our land. And use to say we're not in favor of him using weapons to be on my land and command on others. Arms and guns to be used on others. So he has no authority.
Let's talk about Emancipation Day.
A couple days before they actually was gonna do the Emancipation Proclamation, right? Whether it was like a test run or from my understanding.
Emancipation Proclamation.
Ambassador!
So from earlier than the actual, it was supposed to be like a test run to see like a quote unquote type of management to see what freedom looks like for them wanted. It was a policy experiment. No, yeah. I'm talking about
Who
something.
knows more on this?
Yeah.
Was it a policy experiment? Let's talk to somebody that might know.
Right, I'm just getting the record straight. They assassinated Lincoln
Mute him or mute him.
and they vetoed the entire.
We love you. We don't want to hear this.
We don't.
Asking a question. Ambassador. The question I asked, if anybody has the answer. It was
How close do you think those 2 dates were?
remember. Somebody taught me. Oh,
And that's the one thing. I just want to be clear. Hey, you particular, unfortunately, are those people. And then those people could not answer because you kept interrupting. So I just want to keep everything respectful. So she asked Hurricane, she asked, and you interrupted both. And your mic is really loud. So we can't hear anybody else.
Before April 16, 1862, many enslaved Africans fought to end slavery in the District of Columbia. There were rebellions and so on, and black people flocked to the Columbia because they believed that in the early years of the Civil War, they would experience more freedom there. All of that pressure forced to take a step. And with the help of a few other people who were federal legislators, he issued the bill.
Well, okay, my question is, was it...
I'm getting there, Patty. The question in like 2 sentences. I can't. So 8 months before the Emancipation Proclamation, he issued that bill, and it was passed. Do it because it was a test run, maybe, but that's not a remarkable thing to do. In America, people do test runs in locations so that they can see how it's going to work. But it's not if there wasn't this slavery. He did what he could. And in D.C., he did it 8 months before the Emancipation Proclamation. 8 months before. Emancipation Proclamation, I believe, was what? Shut up, BT. Shut up. Y'all call yourselves Ideologians and you guys don't even have reference for your history. But yeah, but Patty, that's all I know.
Yeah, I was just wondering, because these are...
Look, I'm in this daily because I know you ain't talking to me.
Calm down!
Bitch! Got this. Shut up!
So the reason why, like, I don't know, was the rules the same? Like, if you chose DC, like right now, we know DC is under federal control, right? So for them to choose DC, it's easier because they can do that, like, immediately if they were going to use it as a test case.
Well,
Yeah.
sure.
So it would have been the easiest place to say, yeah, we can make this happen because it's not like it's a state. They're run by Congress. So it's easier to say, yeah, make it happen, and this is what's going to happen.
I mean, perhaps. But that's where it happens.
Now, I know this fraud-faced faggot did not just come at me on some bullshit talking about.
Yeah, no, yeah, I came at you.
When your ass ain't even worried about the. You need to worry about the history of Lagos, motherfucker.
You're such a joke, bitch, because you don't even know the history of your own country.
For your family,
You don't even know the history of your own country. You don't even know the history of your own people.
I know way more history than damn near
You don't even know about my people, which is why you keep on going out to Tether. You always date Tether. You come here as if you hate that.
Go eat it down.
When in fact you hate yourself.
You hate your homeland. That's why you never go back.
You
You
hate
over
yourself.
here.
Okay, it's not that serious. Hurricane was trying to bring new information to the day.
When I got fucking documentary.
Where's your homeland?
Okay, thank you
If
for
I had a
listening.
green thing in the hallway, bitch, that's what would happen to you.
He know more about our shit than his own shit. You need to worry about Nigeria, nigga, and Tinubu.
I was an American citizen.
American citizen, so you need to worry about what's going on. You need to calm in the United States right now. I can't see you.
Black Americans, you need to be trying to teach them Nigerian kids, nigga.
BT.
Don't try to educate us on our shit. We know what the fuck going on.
No, you don't.
It's apparent.
No, you don't. Because he came on stage to talk about bacon and
Yes,
cheese.
Tiana.
of hurricane speaking. Were you aware of that?
Y'all are too kind. I'm
No,
sorry.
I had my phone in my pocket.
Like, this hardly
Right,
doesn't even
so
work.
that's why
it
hurricane
continues to be
reacted.
about food.
Well, hurricane, give me just 1 second. I'm sorry. That's why hurricane reacted, because we literally heard your breakfast order with extra mayo and tomato.
Yeah, it was not extra, it was regular.
And jelly.
Regular.
And jelly.
Yes. So
Oh yeah, that is part of it.
Strawberry jelly. Strawberry jelly.
Yes.
So that's why. So that's why hurricane is reacting the way, because we don't know if it's intentional or unintentional. Now, because we've had this conversation, we know that it was unintentional. But your mic is very loud always, so you literally interrupted what he was saying. So
Oh, I
that's his
didn't know. I
reaction.
apologize, Tiana. Thank you for telling me.
Well,
You gotta apologize to Hurricane, hold on, Hurricane. So you need to apologize to Hurricane because he was trying to speak on it.
No,
He
you
brought up the
me
masculinity.
about me not caring about no reverence for my damn people and the history.
No, but he went there because you started
That is no excuse.
But
And this called me the B word.
BT, can you
Don't
understand?
That did not give me the right to call me the B word because I came off of you by accident. That's crazy.
But
So
if you
y'all don't
don't
think
feel
I
bad
need to
about somebody
apologize
supposed to call
for
you
this
home.
or that? And come on.
No. Say okay. So all you have to say is, hey, it was all action and I came off from you. And that's it.
God, it's okay. I don't need an apology from this idiot. I don't. It's fine. You don't have to apologize.
If you're not an idiot, then you need to use your intelligence to help your people and stop worrying about what the fuck America got going on. Use that big ass brain you have.
Americans are my people. Americans are my people.
And I'm talking about
Americans are my people.
That's your issue.
The same document that binds
You need to be trying to fix that so we all can go over there. Did you ever think about that?
You don't have more of a right to this country than I do.
Okay, so I'm gonna continue
You
with.
gonna fix your shit. You got 2 million acres of land over there, and y'all are wasting and letting it wither away because you want to be in the way instead of making your land the best.
Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and continue with the Meet the Press. And if anybody talks during Meet the Press, you get dropped to the goo. You're getting dropped to the goo. So let me go ahead and play Meet the Press where I'm at. Okay.
The corruption in your fucking life.
Welcome back. The White House is escalating its feud with Pope Leo. President Trump once again criticizing the Pope's opposition to the war with Iran on social media late last night and posting this image, which appears to show him with Jesus this morning. Meanwhile, Vice President Vance speaking at a Turning Point USA event in Georgia last night, issuing a warning to the Pope and rebuking him for saying that Jesus is never on the side of those who wield swords and drop bombs. How can you say that God is never on the side of those who wield the sword? Was God on the side of the Americans who liberated France from the Nazis? Was God on the side of the Americans who liberated Holocaust camps and liberated those innocent people from those who had survived the Holocaust? I certainly think the answer is yes. We can, of course, have disagreements about whether this or that conflict is just, but I think that it's important. In the same way that it's important for the Vice President of the United States to be careful when I talk about matters of public policy, I think it's very, very important for the Pope to be careful when he talks about matters of theology. NBC senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins me now. So, Gabe, does the Trump administration see this ongoing feud with the Pope as a political winner? Because they seem to keep wanting to talk about it. Well, actually, Ryan, I think it's the president that really keeps wanting to talk about it. Posting that image this morning. What we've seen from the vice president and other Republican leaders over the last several days is they're responding to what a feud that the president really has started. Now, the president uses not so much from just a political frame, but more of a personal frame, a personal affront to his policies. We saw it earlier this week when the president was asked about this. He said he was only responding to Pope Leo because Pope Leo brought it up, although Pope Leo has been very careful not to really call out President Trump by name, just voice his general opposition to the war and to make this call for peace, although he has spoken about this more often in the last several days. But earlier today, we heard from as you mentioned, a turning point event coming to the president's defense. The comments, though, from Vice President Vance, particularly striking, given that he is a Catholic, and he was seen by critics as lecturing the Pope on what the Pope should be talking about when it comes to theology. Yeah, it's such a great point, dude, because so much of the president's base comes from the religious right in this country. He was very successful in winning that vote. Is there any concern in the White House that that could alienate some of those voters that they've come to rely on? Well, I will tell you, Ryan, when you speak with White House officials about this, they don't want to talk about it. And all they refer back to is whatever President Trump posts on social media. And, you know, they want to leave any of the senior officials that they want to leave this to either the president or the vice president to wade into these controversial waters, so to speak. But look, the Trump administration will repeatedly say, and the president has said, that, you know, he has done more for evangelical voters than any other president before him in his view, from the appointment of Supreme Court justices that led to the downfall of Roe v. Wade to other policies that they see as being beneficial for the religious right. So I don't think the president is thinking about this too much in political terms. He's really viewing this in personal terms, and he has said he's a counterpuncher. If he perceives someone to be a threat to his policies, he will punch back, even if that's Pope Leo. Maybe the president's not thinking about it, but if I'm a Republican running in the midterm, I'm probably thinking about it a lot. All right, Leah Gutierrez, live from the White House, Thanksgiving. After the break, speaking out with nothing to lose, more from NBC's exclusive interview with outgoing Republican Senator Tom Tillis, as he opens up about his views on the president's inner circle war. You're going to want to miss this. Stay with us on Geek and Press now.
Any comments on the last interview?
You know, I just, the audacity, we said this earlier, I want to stamp this again, of him telling the Pope, like, that baffles me, and he's only been practicing Catholicism for 5 years. It's just like, and you gonna tell the Pope the only one we got? That's crazy. And then, I think this just goes to show the ego, because can't nobody tell you nothing.
Wait a minute.
Can you wait a minute? King, can you wait a minute? I didn't interrupt you, brother, with the 12 dreads you got in your head. And
It's like 300 or something, but you were.
right, and the fact that you sat there and took that picture, okay, that close to your fucking roots.
I'm richer than you.
And then that tight ass chain around your neck makes me feel like that's why you're having
10 grand.
because you're lacking oxygen. So I'm gonna tuck you in the goo, so that way you can have your Tourette's moment down there. And we do respect and give grace to all of those with Tourette's. Like the way he just stuffed himself in that PTR, that's why he's popping it out the side of his fucking neck, and I can't complete my thought. If I may finish. Thank you so much. Because he look like he ain't never been to a Catholic church, never, much less walk past one. I know he has high blood pressure. I'm gonna finish my fucking thought though. I am baffled at the audacity. I am baffled at the ego. I was gonna limit this to the white man, but the way this man came in here built like a slug, talking to me, lets me know I just need to spread this across to all men. Now I'm done. King.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen.
That's it. Okay. Let me go back to legal press.
Alright, can I speak now?
No, there's a question that needs to be asked before you speak, King. BT, is that your sandwich in your PTR?
Yes, it is. It's a.
What's wrong with your
Oh my
fingernail?
What does that mean? What do you mean? What's wrong?
It looks like it looks bitten. It doesn't look cut and
It's
fine.
not a gay fingernail. That's
fried chicken. It's a big ass piece of fried chicken between.
Wait, is this something that I know? Hold on, man, that's a big ass busted fingernail, nigga.
It does look dry. I will say
It's not. It's dry. That's the outside. The crust.
It looks just as dry as your busted fingernail.
The crust is crispy on the exterior, sir.
Yeah, I can tell that's a crispy ass piece.
Yeah, it's not just dry on the inside.
it'll crunch when you bite into it. That's for sure.
But
You know what? I actually grew up.
Y'all don't know how to do that properly.
You know, like the bento boxes, how the food is separated. My mom, since I've been a kid, she's always separated my food into the little areas. That shit.
What do you mean? It's like,
Man, yeah, you ain't.
That soggy bread thing.
oh, okay.
Yeah. But it does look like a big ass juicy piece of greasy ass chicken, and I was like,
Can I respond?
This is why I work out.
That chicken looks like your cholesterol levels are like 220.
no, I ain't gonna lie. Now, that's not even a diss. What he's saying is the truth. That looks like you got some high cholesterol, bro.
But I don't, so, I mean, that's like, you know, it's why, because I work out 5 hours and I drink natural juices and waters and don't eat sugar.
See, BT, I can believe you when you got this one.
That doesn't work. You have your opinions of Black Americans.
BT, if it is your cheat day, go ahead and enjoy that big ass, greasy, high cholesterol piece of chicken. All that oil fucking into your sandwich.
What the fuck?
What's American cheese? That's disgusting.
But BT, you gotta tell the people that's a pork chop.
Oh, that's a
And
pork
you got
chop?
a side. That's a side, and you got a side pork chop too.
Wait. Let me see this. I don't.
That's a pork chop. It's flat patty. It doesn't have any like meat to it. Like that's how he's giving me 100. That is a pork chop.
Yeah, I thought you said you was giving up pork.
That was how many months ago?
And then,
You abandoned me. I needed
No.
motivation.
first of all, and then it wasn't the pork chop. Remember, he ordered a whole bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit too. This only half his order. Remember?
This is for the
That
day.
man loves
This is for the
No,
whole day.
BT, we
This
tell
is for
the
the
truth.
whole day.
We
Okay.
heard it. Cause at first I was like, damn, he got a bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit. He said he wouldn't eat pork. Then you said in a pork chop. I said, God damn.
You know what, Janet, didn't he just say, Miss Jackson, if you nasty. Didn't he just say he don't eat sugar? I heard him say
Yes.
about jelly.
Patty,
I don't eat or drink too.
No, I gotta blast you, BT. I remember I went to pick up some mini chicken sliders. You know the buffalo chicken sliders? And BT ran me for filth because I was eating bread. And this nigga PTR a Flintstone dino-sized pork chop with Texas goddamn toast. And that thin ass piece of lettuce. And that fucking tomato supposed to cancel out all that goddamn greasy. I appreciate Hurricane making space for this. We're gonna dissect this. That pork chop is twice the size of that fucking Texas toast right there. Huh? Look at that. What the? Are you feeding the whole construction crew?
It was the time you were eating it after. It was after
God
10.
damn.
You was eating it after 10, so it was gonna digest.
So now you're lying because it was lunch.
It was like not. Oh yeah, it was lunch.
Now you're lying.
Hold on.
It was
No,
time.
No, but bread period is not good for us. I live week, and that's okay.
BT.
I do wraps any other
Ain't
week.
no way that's
Okay?
1 day a week. You eat that once a day.
No, heck no, don't play
This
that.
goddamn.
I'm only in the area that make these once a week.
Brooklyn said then you
on my
eat
meeting
cheese on
days.
top of the fried
That
pork
was like a
chop.
whole chicken, BT. That I only have.
God damn.
This Pacific deli is all you go buy.
No, that's a butcher shop. That's not
I
filthy.
That's not meal shame, BT. That's a black man. He knows how to, manage his health.
literally do. And
Let's
Janet
not try to
knows that.
second guess it. We gotta normalize respecting black men. I
we can't hear you. It's really bad. You have to leave and then come back.
Oh, sorry, I'm in that area. Well, we gotta normalize respect.
Or not come back.
Oh, here go this word though. Am I still in the mixture?
Yeah.
What about now?
All I'm going to say is that BT was gonna let you all think that that was a chicken sandwich when it was a pork chop.
That's a pork chop?
And I had to correct the
Patty was the only one who thought it was a chicken sandwich.
Oh, no, look at pork chop.
It's a chicken fried pork chop.
I have chicken pie.
I just eat fried. I always think about fried chicken. That's the only thing that I eat that's fried. I don't eat fried pork chop, bro.
But it's a Black American thing, so.
And so what?
But people
My grandma's Black American. What that mean?
But people
You are not one of us, Patty. Stop playing.
My grandma is Black American.
Oh, y'all, not a goddamn thing on Patty. Now,
That don't mean she's one of us. Look at her trying to be like Drake. You are Drake.
Concrete, you
Hey,
say
hey, can I say something real quick, please?
You know I love you. Stay out of this.
Go ahead,
No,
King.
no.
I just wanted to say the person who was the person that said I know nothing about Catholicism? Who said that?
Yeah, nobody said that. I said you had 12.
They did. Hold on, please. Somebody said that I knew nothing about Catholicism. Who said that?
And nobody.
Yes, nobody said that. I said you had 12 dreads in your head. And particularly, after Sister Patty said, what are your thoughts on the clip she just played? Nobody was even talking to you with this alien versus predator fucking hairstyle you got.
Wait a minute.
So bad. You want to be relevant so fucking bad. Nobody was talking to you. We didn't even know you existed until you keep hitting this fucking unmute button with this hot ass goddamn breath. I was talking about J.D. Vance and the fact that he's only been practicing Catholicism for 5 years and he's critiquing the Pope, telling the Pope what he should or shouldn't say. Dumb fuck. I'll say it for the third time since you're slow. If you go get them dreads retightened every now and again, it would keep them screws from getting so fucking loose. Now, I was kind to you. How we got here was because you kept cutting me the fuck off. I hope you understand now. Slowpoke, fuck nigga, dumb. God.
No! She's so sexy when she pack you lame ass niggas up.
Do not encourage it, BT. Come on, bro.
I can't help it.
Because I love when she packed people up. That should be funny.
Because Patty, it'd be so unnecessary. It's like if you woke up wanting to fight, just say that. Nobody was even addressing this man.
She's talking about JD, bro. She didn't even know you was probably on the stage, to be honest. Because I didn't. Alright, we're going to go back to Meet the Press.
Welcome back. This afternoon, the Senate once again rejected a war powers resolution that would have blocked U.S. military operations in Iran until Congress explicitly approves it. But some Republican senators have signaled they are becoming frustrated with the lack of details from the White House on the war's objectives. Yesterday, my colleague Julie Sturkin sat down for a wide-ranging interview with one of those lawmakers, retiring North Carolina Senator Tom Tillis. Here's a bit of their conversation on Iran. We're coming up on the 45-day mark. 60 days is important with respect to the war powers resolution. And I'm not quite clear what the strategic objectives are. And so as we get closer to the 60-day mark, they may request a 30-day extension as long as that's accompanied with a lot of details that I haven't seen to this point and intentionally did not get into. It's going to be difficult to get my support.
If the president or the White House can't articulate to U.S. senators what the goals of their war is 45 days in, how do you expect your constituents to know why we're currently in Iran and why their gas prices are jumping 38%?
Well, they would have to be psychics, right? I mean, they would have to possess information that hasn't been shared publicly, and I think that we have to have that information to sustain it going forward. Joining me now on set is NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Julie Sturkin. Julie, with his pending retirement until this has really become one of the most outspoken people, outspoken Republicans, we should say, against Trump administration policy. We pressed him on that. I want to play a little bit of your interview, and then we'll get your reaction on the other side. Take a listen.
I want to ask you about the bad advice thing, because you've been getting a lot of credit for being outspoken, for telling it like it is. Obviously, you've been doing this during the president's first term. I covered you then. But you start to think that's a little bit more free now. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, it's like people say you're really speaking, a lot more openly, and I say the same thing. I'm going to say it again here. No shit, Sherlock. I don't have to think about words that I use anymore, right? If I were running for re-election, I'd probably use a few different words, try to communicate the same thing like I did in Trump 1. But I just don't have to deal with that filter. And I hate overhead. I'm a low overhead kind of guy. I've just taken that overhead off the table. People shouldn't view me as being critical and circular firing squad. That they should view me as somebody that's trying to optimize our chances in November and in the future, because I have a vested interest in that.
Is it difficult to be an elected statewide Republican in the era of Trump?
Well, it depends on the state. I mean, if you're in a purple state, yeah, because you always have to build a coalition. If you cast an extreme tone, or if you're running as an extreme candidate, you're likely not going to win an election statewide in North Carolina, regardless of which party you are.
Can I just run through a few people around the president, and you can tell me if they've been giving him bad or good advice? Stephen Miller.
Bad advice.
Tulsi Gabbard, good advice, bad advice?
Gabbard is kind of like no advice. I mean, I've seen her around.
What about Vice President J.D. Vance? Good advice, bad advice?
I don't know. It's harder for me to judge exactly what role JD's playing in advising the president.
Pete Hegseth.
Trimming bad advice. The United States is not a warmonger. We go in and try and end wars. We try not to start them, right? And I thought that's just an example of where he gets caught up on the war thing and him being the top warrior.
What was your reaction when you saw the president's post, multiple of them calling for the annihilation of Iranians?
Actually, I didn't even get a chance to react. I got a flood of text from people that were very concerned. And
constituents?
I immediately, everything from constituents to friends to family members, just people going, what's going on? Because, it was pretty profound.
He doesn't regret it because it got the Iranians to the table.
Well, that's what I mean. But that actually proves the point that I don't think that he had any intention of destroying civilization. I think there are a variety of reasons why that would never happen of Iran. But I think if I were coaching him, I said, Mr. President, people believe literally every word that comes out of your mouth.
The president yesterday told us that he did post the Jesus AI photo, that he thought he was a doctor. He then took it down, which they don't do very often, so you could take that as a sign of apology. Most Catholics, I know you are included in that group, voted for the president in 2024. Do you worry that the president, with his post, his comments against the Pope, could erode that support of Republicans?
I worry less about the post. I think he took it down. I think that's an acknowledgement that it was probably something that should have never been posted. I'll take it at face value, his confusion with it being a doctor.
You believe it?
Like I said, I'll take it at face value. I think that you don't engage the Pope as a head of state, particularly the most powerful head of state in the world.
Do you think the president should apologize?
I'll leave it to the president to decide to apologize. I, for one, think apology is an underused art in politics. I think it's actually something that's very, very invigorating when you get used to it. When you're wrong, you're wrong, or if you made a mistake, or maybe it was just a misconception, just get past it. Move on. This president has done so many positive things that I want to focus on. We have a very tight lane to swim in between now and November. We have to be pitch perfect. We have to execute. We have to think only, in my opinion, about the priorities of the members of the U.S. Senate who are up for re-election and the priorities that will get them re-elected. Everything else is noise, and everything else is a threat to good execution.
Will you ever return to politics?
No.
Why?
Well, I've decided in the U.S. Senate there's really not much else to go, and whether it's governor or president, it requires a security detail detail, and I never want a job that requires a security detail.
Because you're low maintenance.
I like my privacy.
He doesn't like overhead. Julie, it is interesting, and we've all witnessed this kind of unshackled by Tom Tillis, and I give him credit for admitting that there has been a change. But even despite being unshackled to a certain degree, he still stops short of direct criticism of President Trump. Blames it on his advisors, which you artfully got him to do there. Did you view that as a theme of the interview? Was there always a way for him to kind of swirl around the idea of ever saying, well, actually, Donald Trump screwed this up?
Yeah, it was absolutely a theme of the interview. We sat down for 15 minutes and we talked about pretty much every topic you can think of, and you heard so much of it there in that cut of the interview. But every opportunity that he had to blame the chief executive, who is the president, who, by the way, is the head of this populist movement that Tillis was talking about, makes it so hard to be a Republican in nowadays, who is, of course, in charge of picking the people around him, right? It is the president who nominates, who gives him advice, and so far, it's just Chris Ambani that he decided to cut loose. So absolutely was the theme of the interview. I even asked about something that Tillis continuously says is a red line when it comes to the president's nominees, and that is their stance on January 6th. Take a listen to what he told me. You've told me that your red line essentially for whoever replaces Pam Bondi is that they've never expressed support for January 6th rioters, have never expressed support for the people who were jailed. Why is that your red line?
Because I was here on January the 6th, so I think it's really rich for everybody who watched it on TV to tell me what happened on January the 6th.
President Trump calls them peaceful protesters, so how come it's not disqualifying for him?
Because President Trump got elected by a majority of the American people.
Did you vote for him?
I voted for him.
But that's your red line. How do you square that?
Because he's not actually seeking confirmation in my capacity as a U.S. Senator.
So that's
That simple.
that simple. I don't know if it's that simple, but you know what Tillis did admit to me, Ryan, which I found a little bit surprising. He still says he has a dialogue with the president, so that's why he wasn't willing to throw him under the bus just yet.
Okay. Julie Circuit, terrific work, and you can see more of Julie's interview on our website, NBCNews.com. Julie, thanks so much. Still to come, the White House looks to use today's tax filing deadline to shift the public's focus from its fight against Iran to its fight over affordability. Our panel is next. You're watching Meet the President.
Any comments? Okay.
I have some, but I'm eating, so just give me a second.
I'm eating pork. Fried pork. No. How you doing, Prince? You have something to say? Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and move you to the audience. Anybody else? So I can go ahead and play the panel. Alright. Well, for me, I think Tom Tillis, isn't he like considered traditional Republican or whatever? And Trump has been kicking his ass because he ain't been on the 18.
I mean, he votes with them usually. I mean, I don't know. It's hard to get it. I don't know.
So the only reason why I really paid attention to him because it had to do when it came to immigration or even Ukraine. So like the immigration thing, he broke away from it. When it came to Ukraine, he broke away. So I don't know if Trump said "fuck you" and him being able to compromise with some of these. I think they're looking at him as the what is it? What do y'all call them? Not establishment Republicans. What do they call them?
They call them rhinos,
Yeah, rhinos.
which is Republican in name only. I think it's rich for people to be called rhinos who've been Republicans for 60 years. And people just started voting for Trump, and then they're the real Republicans. It's silly, but that's also why they lose when Donald Trump's not on the ballot. So, I mean, the dude's been Tom Tillis. I don't know how old is Tom Tillis. Tom Tillis is probably 60 something.
He look old as shit. And then he's from North Carolina.
Tom Tillis is 65. He's been a Republican probably, I don't know, almost 50 years, but he's a fucking rhino. which that's why they lose.
Yeah.
So it's great.
And then he's North Carolina. So North Carolina is like one of those iffy states, right?
Nah, they usually vote Republican. For federal offices.
But their governor
Yeah.
is a back and forth thing.
Yeah, the last 3 in a row been Democrat, yeah.
So I think, like, for him, he has to bow down to, like, he has to work for his constituents. And then also, like what you said with the rhino thing, he's old school. And I only paid attention to him because of immigration and then Ukraine. And that was my interest, right?
I don't know if he's old school. I think he voted for the big beautiful bill. See, sometimes the release people is different than than what they actually vote on and do. You know, it's gotta stay woke.
But North Carolina is like deep red. I thought they were like.
It's a lighter red. Like Trump wins it, but he only wins it by a couple of points. There's every reason to believe that the Democrat, depending on who it is, will be the nominee. Who will win the state in 28.
Yeah, that dude, the old school dude, the old dude, he's supposed to win. What's his name? I can't
No,
remember.
I mean for president.
Oh, for president.
No, but he will win for the senator for sure. That's not even that race is done. That's Roy Cooper.
Roy Cooper.
He's been governor. Yeah, he was governor 2 times, and he ran in 16 and 20, and he got more votes than Trump did. So he was on the same ballot as Trump and got more votes than Trump did. So that means there were Republicans who were crossing over and voting for. You had a bunch of Trump Tillis voters, and those people will be the people who won't vote for J.D. Vance or what's his name? Marco Rubio. R. Kelly. Oh my God.
We might as well vote for our Kelly. Shit, they vote Jackson.
I know, what's the difference, right?
We don't vote for one. Let's vote for the black man.
The fuck?
Any other comments, y'all, other than this crazy that y'all been current out here with this bullshit? Like, y'all let us at least have 1 o'clock and y'all can act crazy.
The Senate is an important independent body, and it's good to see legislators holding the line and not sort of just getting on code with President Trump. It's unfortunate that often they can only do it when they're retiring.
But don't you want everybody on code with Trump, Normal? Because somebody played a recording of you saying I love Trump. I don't know.
I never said I love Trump.
No, saying that you voted for Trump. But shouldn't you be on that I love Trump bandwagon?
Fuck no, I'm not.
No.
The fuck is this?
Yeah. I'm just wondering why.
I think the government often governs best when it's divided, so there are checks and balances on the various members of the government, or the different branches. You know, it was good that the Supreme Court gave Trump a brush back with they're going to with birthright, for example.
Checks and balances. What is checks and balances? Wait, I thought you were talking about partisanship.
No, we were talking about relations between the branches and the Senate pushing back on Trump's attempt to control them and keep them on code.
No, I know, but I'm saying the checks. Usually when I think of checks and balances, doesn't matter what party they are. They check each other. I didn't understand the point of check of the party part. That's all.
The Senate is an independent body, and they want to protect that.
I mean, that doesn't matter what party they are. They have their own. I know that the thing about it's good when they're divided government. You have checks and balances when the government's not divided politically. The government currently is not divided politically. One party controls all 3 branches if you look at the appointments in the Supreme Court. And there's still checks and balances. I just didn't understand the point of labor. I get what you're saying now. Yeah, it's really silly. I get it.
It's silly to have checks and balances.
No, it's silly to suggest that you have to have partisan difference in order to have checks and balances. Checks and balances is the kind. Why are you speaking over me? Go ahead, Norm.
Because you're misrepresenting my position.
I'm not. I understand what you're saying now. You said I'm happy when the government is divided so we can have checks and balances. And I did not understand that because you have checks and balances even when it's not divided politically. That's all. I got it. It's fine.
Right. But when it's one party, they, and especially within the case of Trump, a given political party will try to keep its colleagues of the same party in another branch on code or in line. Democrats do it too.
But that's not. But that doesn't mean there's not checks and balances.
Well, it decreases the independence of the branch.
How so?
How does voting Democratic instead of voting what you think is best in in Congress when you have when you have somebody leading your party in Congress? How does that decrease checks and balances? Because you no longer feel free to push back against the president if you're just doing what he says because of the party, whether you're Republican or Democrat.
Okay. I don't think so. I don't think the government governs best, which is your original claim. When there's partisan differences between the executive and.
Well, there's more diversity in power. That's the whole idea.
Can I just finish my sentence like you got to finish yours? Is that okay, man? I don't think that the government governs best when you had divided government between Republican and Democrat from Article 1 and Article 2 branches. That's the only point I wanted to make. In fact, what we see is, especially in our time, massive gridlock and things don't get done at all. And they end up relinquishing governing. That's what I've seen. I have not seen, except under Biden, for a time, for the first year, I have not seen bipartisan governance. Maybe you have, and you can tell us what partisan governance has been. So I'll wait for you to tell me. I'm done.
I worry that concentrating power concentrates corruption.
Okay.
And when there's pushback, I think we get a better result. More people are represented.
Okay. So do you have any examples of that in the last 25 years?
Well, when an executive, as often happens, loses the House in the midterms, you then get more discussion and more compromise, right? The executive is not free to sort of impose his will without a pushback from the other branch of government.
Do you have any examples of that?
Legislative.
Do you have any examples?
Yeah, we can think back over it. I'm sure there's many examples.
I can't think of any examples of the U.S. government governing better in Biden in the second half of Biden's terms than the first term. Think of any?
Well, I'd have to go look, right? I'm just sitting drinking coffee. I'd want to go look in detail and study it a bit.
Well, it's very easy. What were the major bills that were good for the American people that we got through bipartisan legislation, bipartisan, bicameral work in the second half of Biden's administration?
Yeah,
you can have that with coffee. I'm just asking.
I'm just going to ask you. I'm never up for these weird, ego-driven Q&A gotchas.
It's not about asking because in the first 2 years you got the shut the fuck up, Norm. Because in the first 2 years you got the bipartisan infrastructure bill. You got the Science and Chips Act. Those are sort of two major. Those have been like the last major. But it's not ego. It's just a conversation. I know if you don't have the answer, you just say that as opposed to deflecting and saying and not saying it. And I don't remember any major. Stop from speaking. I don't remember any major bills that Mike Johnson's House passed that the Democrats Senate passed, and that Biden's signed. And then in Trump's, from the Republican perspective, they would say the one big beautiful bill was a good bill, which was all Republicans and no Democrats. And when the Democrats take the House, they're probably not going to pass anything Trump wants. Now, the example I thought you might have given I don't think the Republican Senate passed stuff when Obama or the Republican House passed stuff under Obama. All you had to just say was you didn't know. We could have moved on. It's not ego. We're having a conversation. I'm done with the conversation. All right, we're done.
Yeah, you have a particular style when you lose an argument of trying to hyper focus.
Why are you interrupting? Because you're done. We're done with the conversation.
I wasn't done.
Well, I'm done for you. I'm arguing with you.
Well, as the best example I can come up with now, if I thought about it for 1 minute, is the healthcare bill.
Which one?
Of President Obama's. Well, that's the problem. I think if it had been bipartisan, if he'd been able to do some wheeling and dealing, if the Senate had been a little bit more diverse, then he might have been compelled to get Republican buy-in.
It would have never passed.
You're interrupting all the time for somebody who's so cranky when I speak.
Shut your old ass up, bitch.
Yeah, see, you do the same thing over and over.
Go find your teeth.
It's a bitch. I agree that Ono was a bitch.
I agree too.
Arguments don't the pathetic level of disrespect.
You blocked out of the room again.
Call yourself an intellectual.
Don't call myself an intellectual. You call yourself a journalist. Go publish a fucking article. Shut the fuck up.
Call Norma Vulture.
You're supposed to be a motherfucking journalist. You haven't published it since you worked under William Randolph Hearst in 1905. I don't call myself an intellectual.
He doesn't call himself intellectual, even when y'all be trying to
I asked him specifically for when the when the
you cut me off.
What are you doing? I asked him specifically for when the bipartisan thing happened. And it was better. So I'm asking when that happened. The Obamacare, which no world would have been passed. Obama reached out to Republicans for ideas and input consistently. It went through committee. Some Republicans voted for things in committee and didn't vote for things on the floor because they said they were going to use it against him. I'm not talking about straight party line bills. I'm specifically asking for bipartisan bills. That's what I was asking for. If you don't have any, we can just mute up. But all of that, you lost the argument. 1 second. You lost the argument. You call yourself an intellectual. I never call myself any of those things. I don't call myself anything except the BAN and a MAGA bro. That's all I call myself. I'm all of that stuff. If you didn't have an answer, it was fine. I'm just saying I have not seen bipartisanship, divided government working in the last 20, 25 years. If other people have examples, we can have an example. It's really that simple.
That could be
I think I made my point really clearly, and I'm quite satisfied.
All right, cool. Then enjoy your coffee. All right, then shut the fuck up.
Wasn't there bipartisanship with Dick Cheney and Bernie Sanders?
And when you start calling people
Under what?
I think for gun laws. Let me.
that's when I know I've won.
Dick Cheney, and well, that's just how black people speak. It's like when you call blacks monkeys.
Oh, which I've never done.
Wait, I'm going to check.
Just find your tooth.
We have to
When did Bernie be quiet? Bernie Sanders and Dick Cheney. That doesn't even make sense.
Let me go check for her.
But there's nothing to check. Dick Cheney? He was never president. What is that?
He doesn't understand the conversation.
No. No, I'm sorry. I was just looking for bipartisanship. I didn't realize you said our president. All right, fair enough.
But how was Dick Cheney even? What's going on?
I was thinking about bipartisanship between the two political parties, not.
Child.
But he still isn't a decision maker.
When you lose it, that's when I know I've made a good point.
Oh my God.
If you don't shut the fuck up.
Right.
God, you have said that through them missing teeth in that bottom row 4 times. We heard you.
Yes, I haven't seen it in your photograph.
We don't care. See, another thing we
If you don't care, don't bring it up.
Okay. Oh no, I'm definitely gonna bring it up because you keep spitting on us through this fucking phone. You keep spitting on us through this phone to tell us how you won. We don't care. We hope you have a successful procedure. That's the extent of what you're gonna get from us. We'd rather you're bad.
Wait, and it's so you really toothless?
Yes, you can tell.
I lost a tooth in this teeth.
You can tell when he talks.
Wait, I'm sorry, man. It was Bernie Sanders and Mitt Romney. That was the right
Rest, girl, rest.
Why? I wanted to make sure.
Take a lozenge or something.
Odie, my African brother.
Hey, Odie, what's up?
So I've been reaching to see when people are now fabricating Bible passages.
Oh, you have to do that one over, brother. We ain't understand any of that.
He said he was on a stage where they were fabricating Bible passages.
I've been
Oh yeah, we saw that.
American Christianity bores the hell out of me. That's why I don't profess to be a Christian in America. I'm the devil.
But you been beating up Islam last year.
Yeah, I still beat it up.
Oh, not I beat it out.
He beat it up, but he's alright with taking Patty to meet me in Lagos, right?
I beat it out. That's what Odie said. He said he see Islam. He beat it out.
You hear this?
That's
dude?
crazy. That's crazy, Odie. What's going on?
What the fuck? Odie don't hate Islam. He just hates what's going on in his country, that's all.
I wish all of you good luck. Just tired.
I wish you good luck.
He's an American citizen too, man.
I wish you good luck, Jonathan.
Your perennial beef with Jonathan is not going to solve the world's problem. The man has left office since 2015. Leave the man alone. Damn.
No. Never. Never.
Alright, y'all. Do y'all want to hear the rest of Meet the Press? It's nothing but, it's like a 2-minute damn round table, which I don't know what. They don't even get enough out of that.
I mean, I thought if the other person hadn't been disingenuous like he normally has, I think it's actually an interesting combo because, again, outside of crisis time, in our lifetime, I guess one could say in the Clinton years, you had the bipartisanship on some of the stuff. Although one could look at the what do you call it, the outcomes and maybe argue differently. Crime bill, telecommunications act, welfare reform, etc. But I'm really hard pressed to find examples of bipartisanship producing really good results. I mean, the other bipartisan thing we had was the Iraq War. That was a disaster. So, there we go.
Wasn't the infrastructure bill bypassed them?
It is. I mean, I mentioned that as the outline. I said except for during Biden with the bipartisan infrastructure bill and chips. Those might be the only ones in our lifetime. Not in the last 20 years, but generally, when the other side, at least since Obama gets the the last 1, 2, 3, count Trump twice, 4 presidencies, having diversity, at least partisan diversity, has not accrued to the benefit of good legislation. Unless people have other examples outside of crisis time. That's what I'm saying. All right, Patty, you can go back to it. of the Civil War. Well, maybe some of you did.
Just found out that one of my cousins, my junior cousin, my mom's last brother's daughter, very bright lady, has been out of work for 6 months over this H1B stuff. A senior developer, she has 2 master degrees. She went to Oral Roberts.
Well, that was the first problem. She should have seen something was going to happen long term. That's their discussion.
All right, I'm gonna go back to Meet the Press.
Welcome back. As we've noted, President Trump is now backtracking on how long Americans will face high fuel prices due to the Iran war. Today, saying he believes prices could be lower by this year's midterm elections, despite suggesting the exact opposite just days prior.
Somehow they misquoted me. I think oil will be down to the levels it was. You know, they said I expect oil to be high at the midterms. I don't expect that. I think that we will be somewhere around where we were, maybe even lower.
Do you believe the price of oil and gas will be lower before the midterm elections?
I hope so. I think so. It could be the same or maybe a little bit higher, but it should be around the same. I think this won't be that longer.
Let's go ahead and interview with the same exact person. Okay, joining me now on our panel, Kate Santalese, Amisha Cross, a Democratic strategist and former Obama campaign advisor, and former Republican Congressman Carlos Curbelo. He's also an NBC News contributor. So, Kate, let's start with you. We see the president backtracking on this suggestion about gas prices be higher around the midterms. I mean, you're talking to these House Republicans every day. The president doesn't seem to be all that concerned about future elections, but affordability continues to be one of the biggest issues that voters talk about. How nervous are House Republicans in particular about this message that they've got to sell to their voters?
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly right. For Republicans who are running the economy in 2026, dealing with high gas prices is not a good message going into their elections. And I do think that over the last couple of weeks, we've seen the political calculus change here a bit for Republicans. That comes from some of Trump's rhetoric and then also the economic costs of this war. Again, we've seen that all Republicans are still essentially behind Trump here. They haven't really wavered on that. There was a few that criticized him last week, but again, they're all publicly remaining behind him right now. And a good example of that is the Senate failing to pass this war powers resolution today. None of the votes have changed there. But in the House tomorrow, we're going to see Democrats force that war powers resolution. We do expect some things to shift there. We know that the 4 Democrats who had voted to oppose this resolution last time, they're going to support it this time. And then we've heard that Democrats have been working behind the scenes to rally a few more Republicans. Representative Nancy Mace, for example, she's signaled openness to supporting this, which is notable. But again, the longer that this drags on, closer to the midterms that we're dealing with high gas prices, it's going to be difficult for Republicans to continue to maintain this position of 100%.
Yeah, it brings up a good point, Carlos. You understand this. You've been in front of voters. It's one thing to talk about all these machinations behind the scenes about a will powers resolution, what you're doing to stand up to the president or support the president. At the end of the day, if I pull up to the gas pump and it's $4.50 a gallon, I need to take that out on somebody, right? And it might be my sitting member of Congress.
That's right, Ryan. I think the Biden administration is that voters,
If they're feeling a financial squeeze,
they don't really care why. They just want to express that frustration. And the only opportunity to do so politically is in November of this year, maybe in some primaries too. So, you know, back to Kate's point, what some of these Republicans are doing is that they're doing the high wire act that is required of them in the area of Trump. Some of them have primaries coming up, so they do need to stay close to the president because any distance from the president means increased primary risk. They could face serious challenges and maybe lose. We've seen that happen to some people. And then after the primaries is when you're probably going to see some of those House Republicans pivoting as they try to save their seats and distance themselves a little bit from the president if his numbers. The economic environment is very difficult despite the fact that Wall Street seems to think that everything's wonderful. So there's that big disconnection right now. So, Anisha, what do Democrats do then? I don't know if you saw the poll we showed earlier in the broadcast, but I think 1% of Americans think that the war has put them in a better financial position. Can they tie those two things together? Can they point to the war as hurting their pocketbook and make it an affordability issue?
Absolutely, and they can do it because we've seen them do it before. The Iraq and Afghanistan wars, we watched them do it then as well. What we know is that war costs money. In this case, war costs billions of dollars a day. What we also know is that for the American public, they're asking for lower cost of health care. They're asking for, a lesser cost. They're asking for child care. They're asking for so many things that should come to the richest nation on earth that we are not seeing happening. And they're saying we just want to afford basic life. We're not asking for grandiose things, just basic life to be easier. The president ran on that. Many of the same people who are riding his coattails right now, in terms of conservatives who are also on the ballot in November, ran on some of the same things. This is falling apart, and there is no end in sight. What we know is that as the Strait of Hormuz continues to be blocked, more and more of these prices are going to go up. We saw the airlines; they were the first one out the gate talking about how get your tickets early because in the next 2 or 3 months you're going to see double the cost of flights. We know that people are thinking about vacations. All of that is going to be upended because of what's going on with this White House, and it's not just the war; it's also his stance on tariffs. Even though the Supreme Court shot it down, he won't let it go. Everything this president has done has increased the cost of everyday life for Americans.
Carlos, I want to get back to a point you made earlier about the Biden administration. And part of the reason they were penalized in 2024, Democrats writ large, was this idea that things aren't better than we think they are. And if you sell the American people a bill of goods and they look at their grocery bill, they are not going to take that lightly. And I want to play a little bit of what Scott Bessent said today in terms of the impact of the One Big Beautiful Bill and kind of the very specific promise he made to voters. Take a listen.
You're talking about the One Big Beautiful Bill. Is that going to offset the consternation from Americans, for lack of a better term, over the $4 gallon gas?
Well, again, as I said, no one's ever objected to more money in their pocket. So the Americans have more money; they can decide how they want to spend it.
This administration's message to American voters with high gas prices that's ahead of the midterms to see that it's worth the economic pain.
Well, the message is the short-term volatility for long-term gain.
Isn't that eerily similar to the message the Biden administration was trying to sell that just didn't work?
Yeah, Ryan, and look, to be fair, the Republican tax cut bill does have some real benefit there for some American families, but at the end of the day, what's happening right now is that Republicans are in a position of having to explain to voters that things aren't that bad, that Wall Street's doing well, so even though they feel a squeeze at the gas pump, maybe still at the grocery store, depending on where you live, that things are okay. This is the strategy that the Biden administration, that Kamala Harris and others tried to use in 2024, and it failed. So Republicans really need to find another way to talk about the economy, and I also think they need to find a way to maybe get 1 or 2 other big things done in Congress, whether it's a transportation, a highway bill, or permitting. What do you think they can get that? Well, I mean, it will be tough, but if they're willing to work with the Democrats, yeah, they might be able to get 1 of those 2.
But Kate, let me bring you into this conversation too, because the Republicans worked so hard to pass that reconciliation package, the One Big Beautiful Bill, and then it feels like the White House didn't even talk about it. Today's the first time they've done any sort of significant rollout around it. Are House Republicans frustrated by that? Because they're the ones that need people to know about these benefits, right?
Yeah, and that's exactly right. I mean, House Republicans have been begging Trump to talk about the One Big Beautiful Bill that they rebranded the Working Families Tax Cut for months. There's been this huge push from GOP leadership to run on that bill, to run on the economy, but there is a lot of anxiety among House Republicans that it's really not enough. They need to do a little bit more on the affordability front, which is why there's this push to do another reconciliation bill. And like we just said, it was so difficult to get the One Big Beautiful Bill passed in the first place, and they're working on a tight timeline for November. So it's not exactly clear how that's going to get done. And then at the same time, some of that anxiety comes from the fact that Trump has been... And Republicans are saying you need to start talking about affordability. It's time to start focusing on this, or we're afraid that we're going to lose the House.
Sorry, how about 15 seconds?
Well, Trump is going to see the bleed here, there, and everywhere come November. But I would argue that the quote that you had about, short-term pain for long-term gain is more reminiscent of Trump around his tariff strategy than it is around anything Biden did. Because he said the exact same thing when he was pushing for tariffs, and people saw the prices go up.
Okay, great conversation, guys. Anisha, Carlos, Kate. Kate's first time on the panel.
over so they can debate back and forth. Like I like, what's her name? Even though I can't stand, what is that broad's name? Harvard grad. My ADHD is acting up. What's her name? Damn it.
About Abby.
Yes, I like Abby's because hers lasts a little bit longer. Some of the people that she have on there, sometimes I'd be like, why the fuck she have them up here? But
Well, isn't that effectively the whole show?
yeah, it's the whole show. But then you get information. This little fucking 2-minute panel, it's like it's not enough time to fucking fight. That's Clubhouse on TV. I like watching them fight.
The Wall Street is an actual fact because only 10%, I believe, are stocks in Wall Street. So if Wall Street is high, that's not, the majority of people are still suffering. A certain amount of people have, yes, it is. Yes,
More than 10%. More than 10% of Americans have.
not a major that will bring the economy, but most of the people don't have stocks in Wall Street. It's just a fact.
That's a different argument. I'm just saying more than 10% have stocks.
We get more than 10%, but a lot of people don't. So being that the Wall Street is high, it really doesn't affect the average working man. Because the average working man is good paycheck to paycheck. The
I agree
average
with that.
working a lot of times.
I agree with that.
Does everyone do it?
But I agree with that.
Yeah, but most Americans have some type of exposure to stock, right? Don't y'all do this 401k thing?
Yeah. I mean, y'all, you do it too.
I don't do 401k.
So your retirement is not invested?
I have a regular retirement and then I have my TSP.
Doesn't TSP invest
Well, I
in
got IRA.
markets?
The IRA, yeah.
So you're exposed to.
Yeah.
It's the same market. Doesn't matter if it's TSP, 401k, OPP, or DDT. It's the same market.
You're right. Yeah. But our pension
Really, Jeremy? TSP is a 401k. I'm not talking. Oh my God. And this app is a fascinating place.
But I know some people that don't invest in their TSP at all, and they're just gonna rely on their freaking retirement. But
Yeah, that's crazy.
yeah, I think it's crazy too. But I have a girlfriend that got out, and I was like, well, "Are you gonna transfer your TSPs to your IRA?" And she was like, "I never invested in TSP." I was like, "Okay, you know why?" I don't understand it, but yeah, some people she didn't do it because she assumed she was gonna get her 20 years and her $10,000 a month with 100% disability.
The smart thing to do is when you're on terminal or when you get out is start working somewhere. I just hired a commander on terminal. He's loving the 2 paychecks. So he's like, this is great.
Yeah, my TSP is gonna be for my daughter, so I don't even think I'll be ever, or in my IRA. I don't think I'll have to ever touch it.
The sad reality is a lot of commands didn't explain it to the soldiers and everything, and people within the ranks. The way I know my command when I was 10, they pushed it. Everybody had to. It wasn't a choice, had to. So at this point, they're not doing that. I don't know.
I joined where the max was 9%, so I just did 9% because I didn't care what it looked like at 9% when I joined. So automatically, I think like the first 5 years it was at 9%, and when they upped it, then I upped it. But a lot of people, I'm telling you, I have one girlfriend that never invested in TSP, and she claimed in the beginning of her career, when they were telling them to invest, she was like, I gotta take care of my family. I don't have extra funds to give anybody shit.
Your school teachers could put aside 17% for a tax-deferred annuity, and you do it, and then you just live on what's left, and you don't even think about it or notice it anymore.
she got you guaranteed $10,000 a month.
That's what military not doing it. It's that if you're a soldier, pretty much a lot of your shit is paid for. You know what I mean? So that's just in a sense extra money. You get other amenities like as a soldier. So everybody had the money. It's the idea or the understanding that you're investing in your future. A lot of people didn't understand that. They weren't explained that, or they didn't want to hear that. No, you have it to do it. Just do it. Like 10%. It's not a lot, but yeah, a lot of people didn't do it. I got mine set up. I'll be looking at it every so often, switch it around, and I had to learn. They told us to do it, they never explained how it worked. I had to teach myself, how does it work? It's the investing. I have to be able to, move money around at times. First couple of years, I didn't make any money because I didn't know how it was supposed to be set up. But once I learned, I was like, oh, this is just like my investment. It's something.
Yeah, I'm amazed. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I'm gonna just start telling people to stop going to graduate school, becoming medical doctors. The way y'all talk about how regular enlisted people, E2, E1, E4, is just balling. This app is a fascinating place.
What do you mean?
So if you are E2 and you make $33,000 a year, you're telling me that. All right, that is.
So, and they do have extra income. This is the problem with enlisted. They got more income than us. I was gonna say they got free food and they got
yes.
their check belongs to them.
So that's what I want to break down.
Daycare's paid for because I just said
everybody don't have kids though, and that's the part that we gotta understand.
So don't have kids.
Yeah, as an E2, 20 years old.
I'm talking about them if they don't have kids. Okay,
but most of the what I'm saying is most of the enlisted are not with these families that y'all think. Most of the enlisted are children that came in and they're making way more money than anyone their age. Because even when I came, that's more than most people your age. Because they're starting out. Listen, 18 years old. When you're 18 years old, coming in the military, 20 years old, a lot of your friends are not making that money. So at the end of the day,
and they get to live for free.
And you get you don't have to pay for the apartment.
They don't pay
have to pay for my food. And then when I go, wait. And then when I go other places, because when you deploy or go and whatever, you get paid extra. These things are not afforded to other people that are your age. I will say I came in as a private. Yes, at first I was like, damn, this ain't no money. But then when I started calculating everything else, because guess what? I had my own little apartment. My friends, they had their own little apartment and it was paying rent. And I was like, oh, and when they did it, they was paying rent. I didn't have to worry about no rent. I mean, I could talk shit, but my stuff was set up like a whole apartment. It was comfortable. I didn't have to worry about food. Guess what? I was going to the chow hall. It was food. I ate what I wanted to eat extra, but I didn't have to worry about that every day. I didn't have to worry about paying for my own until I became an NCO. And then when I became an NCO, let's be honest about that too. They paid my rent, so I didn't have to pay the rent out of my check.
Let me tell you what they're going to. They're going to the restaurant and stuff. So there are some defects now that actually serve beer. So this is what's crazy. So these soldiers can go to work. They go home to no utilities, no rent. They get free food, and if you're in the right place, because what they're transitioning to is adding beer to their defects. So we have beer. So these kids, and it's not like they have. When people look at what they have as their what they get to choose for foods, bro, let me tell you something. They have grill, where if they want a cheeseburger, they can actually add things. They're allowed to add for certain meals.
Yes.
And it's weird because a lot of people on the outside don't see what's actually going on in the inside. I mean, they deserve it because these kids they're the worker bees. They're the ones that's on the front line. They're the ones that's gonna fucking die first. But when y'all talked about the fucking seafood, every Friday is seafood. And I'm not talking about some goddamn bullshit. They get snow crabs, they get goddamn steak, they're now to breakfast where they get their omelet made, how they want it made. And then look at how they're living. Back in the days, it may have been, what, 4 months, 2 months? Now you get your own room, you get a living room space, It's like living in a little apartment with a kitchen, a refrigerator, all that.
And my money when I was a private and when I was in the military, it was for my clothing, it was for my car, the car that I wanted, right? So it was my car,
And they
my
get
car
clothing
insurance,
allowance every year.
it was my cell phone. It wasn't. I didn't have to pay like all the stuff everybody else had to pay until I started my own family. And a lot of people, that's one of the things that you see most enlisted talking about. Like they living it up because they don't have a family. They don't have anything else. Yes. What do you think? Like, when you don't have
listen, say you want a mushroom omelet.
you're not understanding what we're saying. We're saying compared
It's
to
a one-way conversation. I really don't understand this.
I can hear you. You just said they were lifting it up.
so you understand what we're saying. We're saying
questions or just gonna steamroll for like 10 minutes. I'm talking to you, Daddy. You.
No come for Nettie, because Nettie worry about it.
Okay, don't worry about it. Because people, that's fine.
I'm an adult trying to understand a conversation, and she's not allowing the person that she's talking to
Actually, I was talking and he jumped in.
Which is why it sounds like a one-way conversation. So I can get better understanding.
First of all, she was talking about something on how the soldiers are currently living. That's it.
Thank you. And I was speaking and he jumped in saying, living it up, what do you mean? And I'm explaining that in comparison to other children who are on their own, having to pay for an apartment, having to pay their bills, light bill, power bill, all the things that come with having an apartment, having to also have a car and the things that I still had to have, but without all the extras, I was living it up. My money was mine. So if I stayed in the barracks, and guess what? I didn't have to have a car. I could have walked to work or whatever it was. But at the end of the day, the car was my choice, and I got the car that I wanted. Most soldiers get very nice cars because we can't afford it because of the fact that you have the credit that you're going to have. They know you're in the military. You're going to be able to pay for it. The fact that the soldiers are afforded a whole lot more than people who are on the outside who are having to start fresh on their own without the benefits of being a soldier. Yes, they are living it up because they also get a check the 1st and the 15th no matter what. Damon, you can get in trouble 50 times. You may not get kicked out, but if you get fired on your job because of whatever, that's a whole different situation. You don't know if your money's coming in on time. You're not getting, we know we get paid. So I might work somewhere else if you're a civilian and make way less. That's what we're trying to say, living it up in comparison to other people their age who are civilians, who are figured out on their own and having to do everything on their own. It's way different.
Okay. So in my mind, so I was that age. I wasn't in the when I thought about having to pay my electric bill, $30, $40 or whatever else, I didn't think, boy, if I didn't have to pay this electric bill, I could be living it up. I think it's insane. I'm gonna be honest with you, nothing that you described was living it up. None of that is living it up. That just sounds, basically, I'm looking at the salaries. The salaries are incredibly low, even if things are paid for. So, right now, the salary, you start at $2,400 a month. You can't live that up even if everything else is paid for. I'm looking at it, it's 20. All right.
This is where you're wrong. They get $2,400 a month, and that's your basic salary. There's other money that is not publicized. Right? So if you're in Fort Bragg, there's no choice. You're gonna go airborne. There's additional funds. If you have a certain MOS, like they now do these contracts where you get X amount of dollars for the next 4 years because of your enlistment. And they give it to them in a bulk sum at the beginning of their contract for each year. Like, y'all don't see the additional pays, you only see the basic pay.
I've seen 27-year-olds who were in the military for 4 years and coming to me asking me to pay their rent because they're in their family. That's what I see. I see a lot of underpaid and overworked young people who are being exploited, who are being promised all this money, and then I'm paying 4 of their rents. That's what I see.
But that is not everything.
The way you guys talk about
There's very few and far in between, man. We're in this job. We're in this job. That's very few and far in between. The problem with what a lot of people don't realize, the United States, we talk about what these families look like. A lot of these people don't have kids. They go to school for nothing. Do you know a lot of people in the military? I had her name Anna Katrina. I'm not gonna say her last name. Motherfucker working on her PhD and she's a goddamn E7. She just made E7.
That's pretty much an education PhD.
No. That's not a regular. That's not a regular pay. What's happening now is because this is a regular case. Most of these soldiers, by the time they make E5, I told you I had 10 soldiers. All of them within the first 2 years got their associate. The ones that extended got their bachelor's. They are going to school. By the time you make E5, a lot of these kids have their bachelor's degree. They are putting in for their officer package. Officers get paid totally different than fucking civilians. And then depending on what field you're going into, my homegirl, she gets $20,000 every year on top of her additional pay. She gets additional that are quote unquote airborne. Y'all don't realize what additional fees come along with this. On top of that, because we are constantly training, they get paid per day for each day that they're training. For example, in Hawaii, when you do Pacific Pathways, them soldiers come back with thousands and thousands of dollars for a fucking exercise. So y'all don't see the additional pay. I understand why y'all think that this is not what's happening, but this is what's happening. And they do deserve it because they're put in situations where they're not able to fucking have a family, where they're not able to maintain relationships, where they're not able to say that I'm gonna come home tomorrow, because we have a lot of accidents. Every time we go into these exercises, there's some kind of fucking accident where a soldier has to 100% get out. And they guarantee them $4,200 a month, but the $4,200 a month ain't worth a shit because they may have lost a leg, they may have got hurt to this extent where they just can't function in certain environments or work in certain environments that they may have been working on their degree plan for. So what y'all don't know is the additional pay. You're looking at basic pay. Basic pay don't mean shit.
Yeah. Because here's the thing, you gotta.
Am I allowed to respond, or will I just cut off?
No one's better respond.
But I just
Only you guys can talk.
No. Go ahead. Nobody said that. Don't play with me.
Because what I see is a bunch of charities for veterans. What I see is when the Democrats or Republicans raise pay by 3%, a bunch of people say that's not enough. So what I've learned from this room, and now you, Patty, and now Ms. Net and others, is that if you enlist in the military at 18, you're balling. And it's a regular case to go get a PhD, that's the norm. And people get $20,000 bonuses regularly, not like an edge case or something, that it's the norm. So all these projects, Wounded Warrior, PTSD, all the stuff we donate to and do stuff for and so on, I now know that those things are all grifts. Because everybody that goes into the military as a general matter is balling. Now, everybody in my
Nobody said they were balling. We said that they were living comfortable. They're comfortable. Nobody said that. I never said that they were balling.
I
said they're comfortable.
Okay, cool, comfortable. Okay, cool. So, I got you. So, the homeless vets that are homeless and all that stuff, there's no need to feel sorry. That's just their own personal choice. I understand.
And I've heard that.
Because I said that. I said they were
Everybody has
living in
anecdotal experience. The lady literally said living it up.
I said it.
Nobody said living it up ball, and I'll take it back. I got you.
So
I know that. All right, you got it. Go ahead.
I think that is like saying everybody who went to high school and graduated from high school should have a great career afterwards. We know that everybody don't make good decisions, right? So here's the thing. What she's explaining is the basic pay ain't going in. The basic pay was going in at 18 years old. Most people are not making their basic pay starting their first job at all. And then when you're in the military, there are things you can do to up that basic pay. And that is where she is saying, well, you know what, you can go so many different, you can go green to gold, which means that you go from being an enlisted to an officer. That will boost your pay by far. You can go into different programs that will boost your pay. I had a job that was a very dangerous job. It boosted my pay. You, as these soldiers today, are figuring out what it takes to boost their pay. They're figuring out, wait a minute, if I get promoted faster, I will boost my pay. So guess what they're doing? They're going to school so they can get promoted faster. They're not just sitting on their ass. Now, are there soldiers that do nothing whatsoever and are okay with the basic pay and struggle and have children and have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? Yes, there are. But even then, being a soldier, you can still get Section 8, you can still get all of those other things, which is crazy. I thought it was crazy. Like, how are we in there? But that happens, and they can still get all the programs that anybody else who don't make a lot of money because of the amount of people in their family that they have. A lot of the times, the soldiers, and this is something that we have to deal with, a lot of times soldiers will come in very young, and they marry people that have multiple kids. And then they say they're struggling because you are not at the rank to have a family at this amount, so now you don't make very much money and you can't boost your pay that fast to take care of this family. So those tend to be the families that are struggling sometimes. But there, like I said, there's still programs to help them. When we talk about the homeless soldiers, those tend to be soldiers who have made a lot, and they don't like to speak about it, but either there's a lot of things that they go wrong.
Real quick, Bonnet, this isn't an army view. I've worked joint for a long fucking time. The pay doesn't change whether you're Navy, Air Force, Army, or Marines, none of that.
It does.
Your basic pay is your basic pay. What you get for these exercises that they conduct, it's all universal. There's no change. The change is the people that just don't take advantage of every fucking program that is put in place so that they can excel.
And you can do that with a regular job.
No matter what branch of service you're in, a certain amount of money a year to fucking go to school. I didn't have one fucking soldier out of the 10 fucking soldiers that were working with me in Indo-PACOM that did not take classes.
And that's to be any job. You got people that work for Amazon that just work for Amazon. They don't take advantage of the education benefits of Amazon and all the other things that benefit them. And they'll complain and be like, oh, I'm only making this much. Yeah, but you have access to make this much if you choose to do it. Same thing with the military. There were times that I was in the military and I was making, let me say this last bit. I'm going to say this last bit. I was making $10,000 a fucking month. Multiple occasions in the military because of the things that I did and the assignments I put myself on that I knew made more money. So when people complain and be like, oh, you don't know, you have access to do this with your career. If you don't want to go nowhere, you don't want to do nothing, you don't want to go to school, then you're going to just make the basic pay. It all comes also down to you.
And it's not like these aren't advertised. What y'all don't know is what happens is in our system, we have where you can log on every fucking day and you can look at available quick assignments. I have soldiers that would go to Korea for 2 months and be at the club probably a month out of the 2 months. And they get additional pay. I had soldiers that would go to Samoa to teach a fucking SAP when it came to GCSS. Whether it was Army, Marines, Navy, they would teach GCSS, where they only had to teach twice a week just to get a certification to that guard unit in Samoa. And they got paid daily. They get their travel pay, they get their additional pays. They afford them these fucking opportunities.
But everybody can't do
they
that.
open for months because nobody wants to go to Jordan. As a fucking baby captain, at the time, they did not have any majors that wanted to go to fucking Jordan. Guess what Patty did? She did it. And guess what additional pays Patty got? She was able to make sure her daughter got to go to one of the most a school that's amazing and great and for her daughter. Because you had majors that said, I'm good on my pay, I don't want to go over there. A lot of people don't want to take those assignments. If you take the assignment, whether it's a month, whether it's a 2-year, they allow you to take your family on a lot of these assignments. Depending on your rank, if you want to to take it just for that year because you want to make the additional money. You want to invest that money. You know what? We force these soldiers every quarter, depending if you're E6 or below, depending on where you're at, or E5 or below, financial literacy classes, helping them learn how to like either invest, fucking how to save. They sit down and make that. Y'all don't see what we see. Nobody said they're rich. Nobody. I know I haven't.
Bonnet doesn't see what you see.
Bonnet is not in the Army. She's not in the Navy. She's not in the Marines.
Patty, what's going on?
Do you know what Bonnet does?
This is not.
Why do y'all don't understand? Listen, I don't care what Bonnie does. I know what she does because we're friends on Instagram or one of the things. I know what she does. She got an award. What was it, last year or something? I seen it. I liked it. I know what she does. That doesn't have nothing to do with her being in the military itself.
Well, but how about responding?
She's retired.
How about responding?
Retired.
To the
Retired.
How about
Retired is what I brought up when I said the $4,200 a month if you got a dependent.
Wait, how about
Retired ain't got shit to do with the 20 years and your additional $4,200 a month.
Who was talking about that?
How about responding?
No, Sonny just brought up she's retired. How the fuck are you retired when your retirement has to do at a minimum of 20 years? Unless you're medically retired, that ain't got shit to do with an actual retirement to include your medical.
Okay, I'm not talking about pay. I'm just saying she was in the Army. Like you're saying it like she doesn't know anything about the service. She was in it and she's been working for it.
Guess what? She could be in it. Let me tell you a secret. She could be in it. And that's where I have a problem when operational soldiers talk about shit. Because if she was in it, her telling me the perspective from the Army, she should know that the perspective from the Army is the same perspective in each one of those branches. Because the pay is the same. TDY does not change. If you look up DOD, when it comes to TDY, when it comes to your fucking additional pays, they all reflect the same. So additional funds, because there's no additional funds because you're in the Air Force. There's no additional funds because you're in the fucking Marines. It's one pay. When it comes to defense, no, don't okay me. I'm talking about what I fucking know. I said don't okay.
Why do you care?
I'm not that.
Because I'm curious.
Why?
Okay, be curious after I'm done.
I'm not your child.
Be curious after I'm done.
God, Hurricane, please.
Just like El Normo.
Don't
What
let
you're
it
not
go.
gonna do is explain to me what it looks like for their pay. I'm not saying they're rich. I've never said that. I said they are living comfortably. The ones that are living from paycheck to paycheck, whatever the fuck they do on these check, that's between them and God. I have no idea. But most of these soldiers do not have kids. Most of these soldiers ain't fucking running around being able to have kids because their ass is gone. Do they deserve the pay? Yes, I believe they do. Do they deserve the fucking steak and eggs and goddamn fucking crab legs and goddamn lobsters on a Friday? Yes, the fuck they do. You don't fucking deal with the worries they deal with every day. You guys are living on the comfort of your motherfucking couch. These soldiers get fucking alert. I get alerts right now. I had to do alert last week. I do alert every fucking week.
Oh, this is ridiculous. What's going on?
I gotta show up.
What are you doing? Like, why are you yelling at us about this? We were just talking about military benefits.
You know what? Now you're going down to the ground too. We didn't choose to be led by incompetency. We depend on our fucking 4-stars to make decisions based off of estimation and what's best for the country on top of protecting us as soldiers or airmen or fucking Marines or seamen.
You don't know what a seaman is? Oh my God, they so retarded. I'm sorry.
I'm not retarded, ma'am. I know what a seaman is. I'm wondering what this has to do with the convo. We were just talking about money.
No. I'm talking to BT.
On my couch.
BT came off the mic talking about you chose
Too
it.
much.
Ain't nobody chose to be a fucking clown or to be a goddamn
It's too
MC.
much. And ma'am, I know what a seaman is. I can give you 4 different definitions of seaman.
I mean, not like you did when she was speaking, what?
Because I wasn't saying what.
Because you have a comprehension that shit. But, no, I very much do understand it, sir. You really don't. I'm literally, now we don't know what's going on. We're not money, $30,000.
Lots.
You know what? And is that everywhere? Is that in regular neighborhoods?
30,000. In fact, hold on.
You know what? There are grown-ass people that make $30,000 to $50,000.
Every house.
About
That $30,000
you're not paying for nothing.
Whatever they want
To do. And that's what you're not understanding. It's grown-ass families, grown-ass people with families. Wait a minute. You're not, what you're still not hearing is that part.
Yeah, but in McDonald's, wait, hold on there. At McDonald's in California, they may be making more, but they still gotta pay fucking rent. They still gotta pay a mortgage. Those you gotta pay for none of that.
That wasn't the claim.
That is the claim. That's the part that you don't understand. That's what we've been saying. We've been saying for the longest. In comparison with other children, literally, you're arguing something that we're not saying. We're saying in comparison with people who. Listen. No, I'm saying in comparison with. I said the way I said it. Thank you. I said the way I said it.
They fucking with me, Hurricane.
This shit.
What's going on, man? What are you doing?
No, because he fucking playing with me. I'm trying not to.
Y'all got it. I'm done.
But Hurricane, he playing on
Not
with
even
me.
worth it. This is
Number one, I'm not a fucking child. Number one. Number two, I already got beef with the motherfucker because he done played in my fucking face.
It's not that
Making
serious.
fucking rooms with my name. So you keep fucking playing with me, bro. This is your second account. I will fucking block you for life because I'm not playing with you today.
The point is that y'all are missing us
I
saying.
think we need to let it breathe for a minute because nobody is listening to each other and it's going to a place that it doesn't need to go.
So what we're saying is.
So go make another
it's not
fucking
how much-
biracial fucking tragic room.
It is not how much you
And
make.
anybody that fucking want to be on it, be on it. Just leave me the fuck alone.
I'm not going because I love Patty, but I just want to be clear. When I said nobody is listening to each other, we just need to let it breathe for a second. It needs to breathe. We don't need a rebuttal. We don't need further explanations because we're not at a place where we can come together.
Motherfuckers playing in my goddamn face. We have a room every fucking morning. We try to have conversations. You don't have to agree. But what we see from our foxhole may not be great for y'all. But for me, just because you think that they're not living up to a standard, which is your standard, when I was a fucking 18-year-old working at fucking McDonald's, I wasn't, and I was working at McDonald's Times Square in New York City, the highest. Fuck California. The highest, Louis Foods, the highest paying McDonald's in the United States of America. It wasn't enough if I wanted to get an apartment. These soldiers are living in free apartments. They are fucking, they have no utilities. They have free cable and Wi-Fi.
Free medical.
They have free medical. They have fucking free food. That $30,000 belongs to them. There was no way in hell at 18, at the highest paying McDonald's at the time that I was working there, $30,000 was available to me. And I was going to school.
And if you have a
And
child.
on top of that, my parents weren't getting the fucking grants. We wasn't able to. You ever heard of Parent Plus? So a lot of that money was coming out my parents' pocket. Whereas these goddamn soldiers don't have to say, Mommy, can you help me pay for school? Because the United States government is giving them a fucking stipend every year to go to these military-friendly schools. Guess what some of those military-friendly schools include? Harvard, Yale, Penn State, goddamn, every HBCU. Almost every university in the United States are military-friendly schools. And they don't have to take SATs and ACTs. They don't.
And if you have children, you get paid BAH, BAS, all of those things extra on top of your basic pay so that it can help you in an apartment, which if you balance your money right, a lot of the people that do, they make sure that their their apartment is all in their BAH so that they don't have to come out their pocket in a sense at all. So still, it's their money. The extra money that they're giving you for all of those things is literally used on those things. So this is what we're trying to say. You have base pay, you have BAH, you have BAS. Those are all the extra pays. When y'all work, do they pay you because you have an apartment, so they're going to give you enough money to pay for your apartment? Do they give you enough money that can cover your apartment and base and maybe some of your bills? No, they don't. Do they give you enough money to say, hey, well, and you eat outside of, so we can give you extra money for that? No, they don't. And if you're 18 and your parents say, get the fuck out, that's all the shit you got to figure out. Guess what? I was 18. I had to figure out none of that shit. I went from one mommy to my poppy, which was going to be the army for a while. And when I did, it helped me through the process, and I eased onto my own responsibility on my own and understanding to the third while they paid all of those bills, while I figured it out until I decided to say, you know what, thanks. I'm going to get my own apartment now. Once I got enough rent, I'm out. So at the end of the day, it's not the worst for children who are trying to start and figure it out. Now, if you're 27 years old, you got a whole bunch of bills and debts, and you come in the military, yes, it hits a little bit fucking different because you're coming in at the bottom. So if you have all of this stuff going on and you're coming in at the bottom, no, it doesn't make much, but that means you got to work your ass off so that you can use the other amenities that you can get. You got to get promoted. You got to do those things, and it balance it out. Like, what the fuck?
You know what's crazy about the military? What we've discovered, and this has been over the years, this is even before I even joined, because I was told this. A lot of these soldiers that join into, like, let's say the Marines, the Army, and they get these fucking gumbo-ass jobs where they're infantry. A lot of them are some of the smartest fucking kids in the military based off of their fucking testing. And a lot of them take advantage of that testing because they didn't have the opportunities. When people talk about a lot of kids that join the military because that was their only way out, that is fucking true. But infantry soldiers of all the MOSs have the lowest scoring model to join. And once they join and they do all this other testing when it comes to these kids and their fucking education, a lot of them are some of the smartest kids in the fucking military. They just never had the opportunity. A little bit of funds, fucking security as far as them having a stable home and a fucking plate of food, because they get, y'all think the DFAC they only get breakfast, lunch, and dinner? That shit is now open 24 hours. Them motherfuckers are going in and out the fuck. Don't get me wrong, they may not have nobody cooking at 12 midnight, but they have ready-made plates. They are also making them prepped dinners, prepped lunches for the ones that want to work out. A lot of these kids aren't, they just came from nothing, and that little bit of, when y'all talk down on that 30,000 where they got free housing and fucking free food, they are stable. They're not suffering. And most of them suffer. You know how many girls I met in the military that talk about the fucking abuse they got at home? How many young boys I've met that talk about the bullshit of their mother being a fucking stripper or a fucking crackhead? This is stable for them. So when you want to put down a fucking instrument, yeah, there are fucking bullshit that we have to deal with, but a lot of them, this is the most stable they've ever had in their entire life. And I'm talking about the enlisted. A lot of fucking officers, they come in because they need the job experience so they can fucking leave and go fucking do something bigger. But those enlisted soldiers, more than fucking 80% of them come from nothing.
said more than 80% of them come from penury.
Oh, that's not true. No. No, that's not true. I was just looking at the statistics. So like 80% of them come from the top 50% of income earners. And
From the military?
Yeah, and 50%, 17% come from the top 20% of income earners. These are households.
So 17% come from top income earners, and how many?
So 17% come from the top 20% of income earners, and over 80% come from the top 50% of income earners.
So where did this statistic come from? Even 70% still says 80%. So you show me where it come from, because I've worked with. Let me tell you something. What you're not gonna tell me is the 14 years, and you're not. It's not like you're debating anything when you're saying 17%. And to be honest with you, what a lot of people don't realize is if your family makes over a certain income level, this is a true fact. Look it up. We had a soldier that they found out was related to Heather Locklear, and he had a certain amount of money in a fucking savings. What happens is a lot of these soldiers that come from funds, because now they require you to have a secret clearance in most of these fucking positions, they will tell you have to fight to stay in the military if that is your choice. And the reason why you have to fight to stay in is because you can be deemed, what do they call it? Is Nat still here? She's gone. Oh, Nat's here.
Yeah, and you make a certain amount of money, you can't really be in the military because they look at it. You don't have a loyalty in the sense to the military. You don't have to. You don't have to be a part of this. You are a difficult person to. You can be a difficult person to train. That has always been a thing. That is literally always been a thing. You have to be able to prove, like, in many ways why you want to be in, which is crazy, but it is a thing. If you was to get somebody in your family dies and you want to get a large amount of money, they will look how much money you make and re-look your contract and be like, should we keep this person?
And you have
this
to,
person
I know
worthy
it sounds
of
dumb,
staying in?
but the military does that. You get $1 million from a fucking somebody. Say your mom dies and she had $1 million policy. Once you get that $1 million policy and you get that money, you have to put in some kind of memorandum stating like your allegiance to the United States military, and it's up to your chain of command whether or not that you're deemed worth keeping, and they have to send it up to HRC for a request to be within the military.
Yeah, because you can become, and they understand that you can become a problem soldier, and a problem soldier for the unit and the what they need. So that is a thing, but that's all of that. Oh, and when you talk about the 50%, I just want to say that the 50% that you're talking about, it actually does make sense. Why? Because most soldiers that join come from families of soldiers. So if you go into the military and everything, and going into the military does, help out families financially. You know what I'm saying? Especially if you retire, even if you just med board or whatever, like you are at a better place than when you came in, right? So I have my son's stepbrother. He's coming to the house and like, how does she live this way? Like, what does she do? And his dad had to explain, like, she was in the military like I was. My son's father is an officer. He's like, so we live a certain way because we paid into this. Like, she retired, this and the third. Him saying that, he wanted to go into the military. Didn't matter that we didn't want him to go. We were like, no, you don't need to do this. But he doesn't care. He's like, no, I like that lifestyle. I like the way y'all live. I want to go. That's a lot of soldiers. A lot of soldiers see their parents, see their family members, and they're like, you know what? You're living a certain way. I want that. And that is also one of the things that you do as a recruiter. You go, say a lot of recruiters, they sneak and use their car. Why? Because the people seeing you in your nice ass car, and they're seeing you looking in a certain way. Recruiter used to show up to my parents' house looking a certain way. It makes you feel like, no, I want that. They actually look successful. So when we sit there, we don't believe that these people are successful. They're successful. They're more successful than the average people that you're seeing in many cases for a long time. Now people make money in different kind of ways. But that's the selling point of the military, is that people have benefits that normally you would not see in regular neighborhoods, especially if you go into those small towns. So yeah, a lot of people who see their family members, they do join because they think that, I want that successful lifestyle. and their family members, usually when you retire out the military, you're in the middle class earning position. It's not very many that get out the military, retire, make this a career, and they're living in poverty. No, it's not. Old military, yes, that was a thing. That's why they got all of these programs, and that's one of the reasons why we still trying to fix, because if you ever serve, you should not be homeless. But the problem also is when you talk to those people, they have other things that are messing with them. Drug addiction, they have PTSD. There are things that they're working on, which is something that we also understand in the VA community, in the veterans community. It's not just because they didn't get the money. In some cases, they don't know that they have these benefits. So that's the reason why they have all these programs, because it's not like it wasn't always a thing that we all knew all the benefits that were out there. No, some of this shit people just don't know or don't want to take advantage of. And that's why
you know why it's changed over the last 10 years, Felipe? Is because now a lot of these jobs require you to have a clearance. You can join without a clearance for certain jobs. Let's say cook. But let's say you go to third ID where you think you shouldn't have to have a clearance, or you go to second ID, or you go to fucking Alaska, or you go to 25th ID. What happens is because you deploy, now they're requiring you to have a clearance once you hit your unit. When someone talks about fucking financial disclosures only for a clearance, I can tell you that even in Hawaii, every one of those soldiers are put in for their interim as soon as they hit ground, and they are going through their clearance process. And that's them being at the lowest level of being a goddamn worker bee. And the reason why is because the exercises are considered sensitive. The fucking things that's ordered in a goddamn warehouse is considered sensitive. The food that is being ordered in the fucking defect when they get to their goddamn unit is considered sensitive. So they have to have, at a minimum, a goddamn a secret goddamn clearance.
The food workers don't know about that.
Oh, they do, Felipe. And 25th ID, as soon as this soldier comes in, this is my
certain officers you have to have a clearance.
When third HB, the units that are deploying, so with 25th, they were the ones that went to Poland. So they're the ones that have to cook, they have to do their fucking contracts with the white truck support. They have to have a fucking clearance.
Yeah, anybody who works in the Pentagon, it doesn't matter what position you work, you have to have a clearance. Even just to work beside certain people. So she's 100% right. Like, your job, just because you do your job in any other state, you can do your job in Texas. You may not have to have a clearance for that, but if you go for certain positions, you do have to have a clearance. Now, there are certain positions that you would not have to, but yes, there are certain positions that because you apply for that position, you have to have a clearance to work there to do certain things.
Let me tell you something. All these units are highly deployable. As soon as the word deployment comes up, because we have been fucking spread thin, these soldiers have to have a clearance. You can't just go forward and fucking do white truck support for fucking food that's coming in, Felipe, and think that that shit is not considered sensitive. You're a fucking idiot if you think that fucking how many fucking eggs they receive to a fucking fob or to a fucking exercise is not considered sensitive. Bonnet, it is unit-based. You join, you don't have to have the clearance because you're a cook. You get to your unit, what infantry division does not require a clearance as a damn cook? And where do all the soldiers, when you work with recruiting command, has not sent soldiers to infantry divisions? Almost every fucking base that is in the United States military where we send motherfuckers to these bullshit ass units are not fucking deployed or going to these fucking full scale exercises. They all are. They're required to get an interim as soon as they fucking walk in. That's part of their brief now. sit in on a goddamn sit in on a brief. They are required to get a goddamn clearance.
Because everybody is infantry and you all are going to support wherever they need you. So if you do a job that you got, and I was karma, I had to go with it anywhere they went, and I had no problem. Oh, trust and believe. Special forces, yes, we're going with you. If you need us to go there and make sure your shit is right, yes, we're going teams. It's a team. So it's right. Like, a lot of people be talking, but I don't know if y'all just don't understand or y'all think I don't know. But yeah, it's to make sure that when the time comes, you don't have to find people. You're available.
I don't think she understands. She's at 11 X-ray. You're not required to get a goddamn clearance. Yeah, you're not. When you enlist, as soon as you leave the recruiting office, you get to your base. And I said, when you get to your military base, the most bullshit of all fucking areas are considered divisions. Because of their fucking tempo, they have to get an interim and eventually a clearance. If you can't get that clearance, it's up to HRC if they want to send you to some assignment. I don't know what assignment they're going to send you to. But it's up to them. I've seen them have to get out because I've been able to, because there's nowhere to send them. I don't care what your MOS is. You can be a fucking foot scrubber. If foot scrubbing is required during Pacific pathways, you will get a goddamn clearance. Y'all play too much. That's why I'm fucking sick of these goddamn rooms. It's like the people that know because they've been there, it's like y'all want to tell us what we don't know or what we know. I don't tell you what the fuck you know. I might question it. But if you've been doing this shit for years, and I've been doing this shit for fucking 15 years, and I done been from combatant to command, from operational to strategic, and you guys are trying to tell me what it looks like for these goddamn soldiers. I didn't fucking only fucking have to live in the trenches with these soldiers. I had to lead these motherfucking soldiers. I have led soldiers into fucking war. I have fucking helped them make fucking wrong decisions. Go away from the wrong decisions to the right decisions. Don't fucking tell me about my job, and I'm not trying to tell you about yours. For me, this is ABC. You guys are doing ABLMNOVXY.
Yeah, she's right. It says 95%. I have a list of secret.
Thank you, Felipe. They may not get it because they came through recruit command, but they get it as soon as they hit their goddamn unit. I'm fucking sick of y'all. Fucking trying to tell me about a fucking position when I know exactly what's going on. I don't give a fuck if you're a civilian and you fucking put people through the military without a clearance. Once they hit my motherfucking AOR, my area of responsibility, guess what my job is? To make sure they get their goddamn clearance. Because guess what happens if they can't get it? They gotta get the fuck out of my fucking situation when they can't.
But also, the reason why it doesn't happen in recruiting command is because of this. They don't know if you're going to actually get through. So at the end of the day, what sense would it make? It costs a lot of money to do a clearance. It costs a lot of money to do a clearance. So if I don't know you're going to make it out of basic training, I am not going to waste the money to start that. So once you get out of basic training, it really is, as soon as you get to your unit, they're giving you that paperwork and they're like, yo, you need your clearance. They need to see is, one, they're going to keep you where you're going to be, like, because you might get to a unit, and like I said, if you can't get that clearance, you get moved around until they figure out, you know what, you're not really of value to the Army because we can't send you anywhere. But that part until after. And then you start going from there to the next levels. So some jobs need top secret clearance. You don't do that when you're private, you know what I'm saying? Unless you're actually working in a job. Unless you're actually working in a job, you got to start that paperwork too. But it's a step-by-step process because it makes sense. Why are we going to waste the money if you're not going to make it?
Ain't nobody was coming for your service. I was coming for your comment, okay? Come up here and explain how I was coming for your service. Come up here. I appreciate you, Bonnet, because you served. A lot of these motherfuckers don't have enough guts to even serve. Or even when they get out to fucking still continue to work with the Department of Defense. They don't. They're not willing to do it. But what I'm not going to do is argue with somebody about what it looks like for us as leaders. What I'm not going to do is pretend that these motherfuckers aren't. Don't get me wrong. They may be living a little decent in the United States of America when they get to go to the club on a Saturday night. But them soldiers get to go to the club on a Saturday night maybe 3 months out of the fucking year because the rest of the months they are fucking training. Them motherfuckers don't, you know what, most of the time they go to Pacific Pathways, they're not paying a goddamn bill, they're not paying for shit, they're not going to the club, come back with their extra money that kept them from having to spend, and instead of, and we give them classes as soon as they come back to say, hey, because you didn't have to spend this money, why don't you put that little $10,000 extra you got into a certain savings plan? Do you know that when we deploy, we have a savings plan that actually gives us a 10% return? Did y'all know that? So if you had $10,000, you're gonna make at least $1,000 on towards your savings for that year deployment.
That's all about for the kids to get these brand new cars, because you gotta get a car when you get in. You gotta go. You gotta be able to make it to work. How some of us was, because I was one of those soldiers that I was too young. I ain't have no credit to get insurance, and my dad wasn't gonna put me on his insurance because I lived so far away. He don't know what I'm doing. He was like, I can't afford to put you on my insurance. But you got USAA that would take me and didn't. I was like, damn, okay. Like nobody else was gonna take me, but USAA did. There are different systems put out there for service members that help you. They got Navy Federal. Okay, how they set that up so that you can make sure you're good. Like, it's a lot of benefits to being a service member. When you're young and you're trying to figure your life out. Is there negatives? There is. There's negatives to being a civilian. Shit. Some of y'all got PTSD from your everyday job and don't even realize it. Some of y'all working hard every goddamn day, 70 hours a week, and still can't pay your bills. So at the end of the day, the shit happens all the way around. But there are benefits. There are benefits. So I would say if there's a child, a young person that's trying to figure their life out, I wouldn't tell them don't join. I would tell them, you know what? It is what it is. If you need to go and join so that you can get yourself on your feet and use these benefits that are there for you, why not? But people talking all the negative, like they not benefiting from it. Like there's not soldiers that are benefiting every day from it. Talk to some of these soldiers, and not the ones that's fucking up their life. Because in every job you got to fuck up. Because we do have soldiers that are fuck ups. We do. You know what I'm saying? That just can't get right. And it is what it is. They still a soldier, but they just can't get right. But for the ones that take advantage of the things that are there, it's a lot of benefits in being a soldier in the military.
And remember how I talk about when I PCS, I could just buy a house? For us, because we got our VA loans, and the scores don't even have to be as high as you regular civilians, we can go into a whole new duty station in the same way you pay application fees and all this other shit, and just jump into a house that becomes ours. Not only that, we have a network. We tell you where's the best areas to buy homes. You buy your home in that area. When you PCS, Building 4 that I brought up the other day, not the other day, I just brought up a couple minutes ago. Building 4 invest 50 million times and continuously buy homes and become a real estate mogul if I want to. I don't have to stay at the same duty station for years. I can move from duty station to duty station every 18 to 24 months and just buy a home.
And your home buying capabilities, your credits for it when you're in the military, that's not it. It actually, according to your rank, which people don't really know that. So you get a certain amount of money according to your rank. They look at how much money you make, and then you can buy up to that amount. So I am retired, and I still can buy a home up to a certain amount. I have 2 homes, and I'm about to buy another one. And as long as I don't reach that amount, I can off the same loan process. Like it's literally not how many loans you have. It's, are you at that cap? I'm not at my cap yet, so I'm gonna buy another home, and it benefits you because you can rent them all out. Because these soldiers today are realizing and you're utilizing. Because I was like, I learned my shit later in life. These soldiers are learning it early, and I was like, get in hustle. It's still understanding that wherever you're stationed, somebody's got to live. Somebody else in the military got to come, and all you're doing is re-rent it out to military. And the benefit of that is, just like you had a commander, so if you fucked up, your commander is called, they got a commander. So if they fuck up, their commander is called. So you're going to get your money. It's like Section 8 for the military. You're gonna get paid regardless, because that soldier cannot fuck up your house and just disappear unless they get out the military. Then the commander can't do nothing. But as long as they're in the military, you can find them and get paid for whatever they damage, or if any damage is there. So yes, it's so many benefits. You just gotta know how to look it up. And if you don't know how to look it up, it's not a military issue or the services around it. It tends to be a you issue. Nowadays we got social media. You can use social media. It will tell you all of this stuff.
Good afternoon.
Do you have something you'd like to contribute?
And also, they still match you up like 5% for your game.
It's totally different. Yeah, it's 5% now. Yeah. I think the old school TSP people, it wasn't the same.
And as long as you retire or get out with an honorable discharge, right? You could even use the fact that you was in the service to work for government positions and get first dibs on jobs. Not only you, but so can your spouse. Literally, when you fill out the documents, they want to know if you joined, and then they will decide, where do you fit in that category? Do you get first looks? Look for whatever reason. Your spouse too. Like, it can be a benefit, but when we sit there, some jobs suck, period. You know what I mean? Let's not act like there's just some jobs that don't suck. Is it hard work? Are we saying all these benefits don't come with hard work? No. Are we saying that all these benefits don't come with you having to pay something into it? Fuck yeah. I was away from my family for many years. Listen, I'm starting to just build a relationship with my damn siblings that I barely got to see. But they understand. They understand that, their sister don't have to worry about shit in life right now, and that just was what it was. A lot of soldiers have to deal with that because they're gone so much that they have to, once they get out, they reset and kind of build a relationship with their family that wasn't immediate family.
Good afternoon.
I have a question. As when you're enlisted and when you're in it, do you worry from administration to administration
because if you're young, you have to understand how the system works. It's a whole system. Once you start understanding how the system works, yes, you do realize that holy shit, this person, might send us to war, whatever, right? But I was in the military the whole time there was a war, so my worry disappeared fast because it just was what it was. It was at war, but there were things that I did pay attention to. When there was an all-Republican house, I knew I was going to get more money, but I also knew they was going to cut things on the other end. So I was usually helping my family a lot more than what I would do if it was all Democratic. It was mainly ran by, if the government was mainly ran by Democrats, right? So there are things you actually think about. We're not saying the military is not problematic in their own way or problem-free. It definitely is, but most jobs have problems. Most jobs have their issues, but in the military, it works a little bit different. You're paid a little bit more for those problems that you're dealing with, in a sense. And the pay doesn't always look at the money that comes in your pocket every month. It's overall, long term, and everything like that. You have there's better benefits, especially if you don't have anything going for yourself. If you're young and don't know where to go.
I agree with you if you like, if you don't have anything going on, and actually, if you don't have a dope ass game plan, I'm not against it because I live in the DC area, and I see up close when I'm seeing 38-year-olds, 42-year-olds trying to decide like, yo, do I want to make $80 an hour? Do I want to make 120? I don't know. Like that type shit is real out here. Like if you see it with your own eyes, and not only that, like when we go to, I go out, we do water sports a little bit out here, and let's say it's a group of like 40, 50 of us. Like yo, there's about 30 of them that got jet skis, about 5 of them got boats, some of them got 2 or 3 jet skis, but the majority of the guys out there, even though some of them still hustle, they got military backgrounds, and they ride that's like the backbone of their lifestyle, because all the extra shit, being able to work on diesel engines, being able to have do this and that, they came from there. They actually get to use that and get paid for it now. So I'm not against it. I just, go for it. Don't be bullshit. One more thing. Did they talk to y'all about clearance money when y'all get out? Like, did they talk to y'all about like what you can get with that clearance when y'all get out?
They tend to, when you get ready to get out the military, they do tell you that, one, you save most companies money because they don't have to pay for your clearance to be done. Sure. So most companies will give you, because of that, because they're like, oh, you just saved us money, you got a clearance? Okay, good job. So these are like people we don't look at. I don't know, a lot of jobs that, because you retire, your kids are going to go to school for free. Not one kid, but like all your kids, and they get a stipend. Like, y'all tell me how many jobs that an average everyday person can get. And a lot of these people that go into the military, they don't got no degrees. They don't have no special skills. But all you gotta do is you do your 20. You do your 20, and you have 4 kids, all 4 of them going to school for free. Like, if you retire. When y'all can tell me a job to do that, then I'll be like, you know what, okay, well. 100% disability. Oh, 100% disability. Like,
no, university is about it. That's about it. If you work for a university, you get that deal.
That's right.
Other than that, good luck. Good luck.
I never said they were balling, man. Where do you get this balling shit from? That's where I'm confused. I never said they were balling. I said they are comfortable. If they live from paycheck to paycheck, that's their choice. Their paycheck is their paycheck. And actually, the clearance is not just for DOD. The clearance can be for anybody who works for IT
with tech companies, sometimes they definitely like that clearance on there. It's different reasons why you can have a clearance and it benefits you. So when y'all think this small level, I hate that it seems like it's our black people that's doing it. Because you know what, I'm going to say this. It's a lot of white people that's been benefiting off of this way before these black people that are right now benefiting off of it have been. There are a lot of white people that have used their benefits and their retirement and found ways to become millionaires. And we took, like, if you're in the military, we learned that shit like, wait, what? Because you're stacking benefits. You can have 3 retirements if you play your game right. If you went in the military early enough, you did your 20 years, you get out, or you can do a little bit more than 20 years. That's a full retirement. You can go pay into another job government-wise. That's another retirement. I have an uncle that has 3 fucking retirements. And I'm like, God damn. And he's not old. He just played his cards right. He understood the system. So the fact that y'all getting mad that we trying to tell y'all the system is saying, listen, take advantage of this shit, because they learning how to take advantage of it. How you can use your benefits to buy multiple houses. And then learn how to, it's literally flipping houses with the government. But these are the things y'all sitting there talking about, y'all better use the motherfucking benefits, because white people doing it left and right.
So if when you have the
Hold up. Nobody's saying you're not in the community, but you live in Louisiana, right? I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong for saying that out loud. Y'all military base is where we do RTC. That shit ain't even in comparison to like the actual big ass community. Number 1. Number two, somebody brought up what's the difference between old school and new school. If you knew the shit that some of these people had to deal with 10 years prior to now, even getting out has the shit that they put in place because of media, because of fucking these wars, it's not the same. You got people right now that got out in 2015 that are still trying to fight for benefits. Whereas of 2017, they pretty much give you a goddamn lawyer. Facts. So when they talk about legacy, and they ask you, do you want to go under the legacy system or the current system? Soldiers are going to opt for the current system. Because the legacy system is a lot of you that's sitting up here still trying to fight for your percentages. I got soldiers that got out that's dropping it like it's hot on goddamn Facebook, but they got 100% disability. That doesn't mean they're not hurt. It's just sometimes, even for me, I got shit in my legs, but I can run. But I have my days where I can't do a motherfucking thing. Today, my fucking ankle is swole. It looks like a golf ball. There's a big ass golf ball on it. I got little water pockets in my foot. You can see it. It's because I overextended myself. It could be a whole bunch of other shit. I don't fucking know. But I have my bad days. Just because you see me running a fucking 20K, you see me running a 10-miler, doesn't mean I can do that same 10-miler every fucking time. I have my disability. You're in the current community in fucking Louisiana. I don't give a fuck where you're at. I am telling you, I was in the trenches, honey. You're dealing with soldiers that become a soldier. You know, a civilian that becomes a soldier. With soldiers be soldiers. It's not the same. I don't tell a motherfucker from MedCom how their soldiers react, because MedCom is not fucking operational. Operational is not strategic. From strategic, I can see what operational is doing. But operational doesn't even fucking know what the hell goes on in strategic. And you're talking about a goddamn community as a civilian.
What you talking about?
I'm talking about the benefits that actually, what we're arguing about is the benefits, like people saying shit like, restaurant thing going on. They have it where your DFAC is pretty much open 24 hours. They got prep meals for those that like to do these goddamn prep meals. They don't even gotta cook it. Now they fucking stay in 2-bedroom fucking dorm-like apartments where they have a little living room and a goddamn kitchen, and they don't pay for none of this. They got free Wi-Fi. They got free Wi-Fi in the barracks. They got they're introducing beer into these fucking, letting these soldiers, when glamorization of alcohol was always an issue when I fucking was coming up in the
So
military.
they have any soldiers bottles in the barracks back in the day.
But now, we want them to make it feel like it's a restaurant. We're gonna have drinks in that bitch. And motherfuckers trying to tell us that, like, these soldiers aren't comfortable. They're okay. A lot of these soldiers that we work with, that are the worker bees, are under fucking 23 years old. This is their first fucking job. Some of them made it their second or third job because they used to work at McDonald's and Wendy's. When they get married and they PCS, what do? Instead of going to get an apartment, they activate their fucking VA loan and say, I'm going to step into a house, not pay the mortgage for the first month or two, depending on when they fucking close. And they got pretty much what they're paying. They're paying their quote-unquote rent mortgage now, and then they PCS and they fucking rent it out to someone else. And then we have our own. I was trying to explain, like, and these soldiers aren't fucking like dummies. Now we got leaders that say you need to fucking go to school because this is what has happened in the past. A lot of these goddamn E6s, by the time they're E6, they're either working on their master's degree or already have it.
Yep, because they realized that the military was not preparing the soldiers to get out in the past. So they changed the whole system for people who haven't been in the military in a very long time to prepare you to get out the military, because they understand that the reason why we have to have so many programs is because the way the military was, they utilized you while you was in and then just kicked you out and just put you out. And that was a problem. So now the reason that only way you can get promoted is with education. These soldiers know that. The only way you can get certain, you have to have the education. So they're starting early, where for when I was in between the change, it was a choice thing. So the people who took the choice did better. The people who chose not to, you wasn't required, but we saw the difference in the end. And that's what you guys gotta understand. Now they're not making it a choice because they realize that if you ask soldiers if they want to do something at the moment, they're probably gonna say no. They're making them do it. You wanna get your money, you're gonna have to do it. If not, then after a certain amount of time, if you're not showing that you're at a certain place, then you have to get out.
But it's been like that to some degree, that it didn't start. I know it's improved, but it didn't start. Because if you weren't maxed out severe education, you weren't getting promoted decently. You weren't maxing out points.
And the points are now all maxed out, man, and you know this. They've maxed it out in almost every MOS, so these kids gotta go to school.
Yeah,
People don't realize that. They don't see. When someone, I think it was Van, brought up what he sees on the internet as basic pay, that's basic pay. That means that is a guaranteed check, even if you're fucking AWOL. There is additional funds that is paid that is not advertised to y'all. You have to go to the DOD, you have to use your CAT card, and they tell you what your additional pay is based off of location.
Jump pay, special pay.
Hazard pay, COLA. Yup.
Language.
Yes.
Those different things.
Your family comes from another place, but you're an American, so you speak. What? You get but just speak it. Oh my gosh.
That's if it's on the list, and if you qualify through the DLPT testing. Well,
Nobody said they were balling. I don't know where the fuck you get.
You haven't balled in the military, you know what I'm saying? You could.
Now, I ain't gonna lie though.
Yourself.
If you've been in for 10 years and you done PCS and took advantage of the every 18 months and fucking got with HRC, you're gonna have a home in every fucking location you were in, and you can like do something with that equity.
Because you can rent out to people who are making the $2,000 VH, which means I can rent my place for it.
I never said you were gonna ball. I never said that.
You didn't say that. I just want to wait.
You said
However, we do have some breaking news. Did we talk about the former Lieutenant Governor of Virginia, Justin Fairfax?
About the dad.
Do we know?
Yeah. Is that the guy that was prison or like needed to arrested because he didn't pay his child support?
No.
Like the one that killed himself and his wife and his kids?
Killed his wife first.
Oh my
Just
god.
the wife. Just the wife.
Himself also, right?
Not the kids.
whole family.
And himself.
Yeah.
Himself. But he said the wife and the kids.
Let me post a link for you. I'll post a link for you.
Yes. So that just broke, and then they actually discharged the ICE officer who was in an unmarked car blocking traffic who brandished a weapon. And I tried to send the link to Patty while the press conference was going on, but we got so far in the conversation that the press conference is over. But the kids were in the house at the time. But they were going through a divorce, but he also had trouble in the past because he had been accused for inappropriate behavior. But this is really sad.
It's like that stuff is being more and more common lately too. Or maybe I'm just seeing it more. As far as black people killing their wives and they commit suicide, and then the last 2 weeks, I just like 3 I've seen.
Way to kill the rooms, Haitian.
Okay. What's up,
Haitian did not kill them in their phone. Like, what are you talking about?
Yes, you did. But if I did, BT, I don't give a fuck. So it's all good.
BT still got that pork chop sandwich in his PTR.
It's funny, I went to
2 other rooms on 2 other sides, and they all were amazed and they welcomed my sandwich. I mean, I didn't even know these people. Those random rooms, and they all were pausing.
It must have been the Zungos. Did you feel like that shit?
No, it was Negroes, all different kinds. I think some of them were from Chicago.
Your boy King.
No, these were young Negroes. And they just.
BT, we know you as DT. They're going to know you as pork chop.
One girl was like, "Oh my gosh, who just came in? Who is he with this sandwich? Look at that."
Nah, it's called nigga Porky's. Running show. We have a show Porky's back in the day.
She made the whole room stop and look at this sandwich. So I think it's just where the circle you are. You know, y'all were ridiculing, and they were reveling. So.
I see these cats that go home and, you know what I'm saying, hit their family and they kill themselves and shit. I really, really, really would love to know what is going on. I know you're never going to see it, obviously, but it's like, okay, what's going through your mind that day? Like that morning when you, was it a moment when you snapped? Or was it some shit where you were plotting on it for like a month? Before we go to
I think they be snapping.
Wait a minute. So I just looked it up because Lisa put in the chat that there was literally a bomb threat at the Pope's brother's house today.
Yeah, that's in the chat.
Yeah.
I think that's more. Oh, I'm sorry.
Apparently they had to evacuate the neighbors. Like, so.
Can you mute chaos? All right, go ahead. T.
But they apparently had to evacuate the neighbors because of the threat that happened. I guess this was actually yesterday at 6:30 p.m. Wednesday.
Well, don't teach him to talk bad about President Trump. Fucking idiots, bro.
Damn. Okay, I posted the link, y'all.
Okay, so I think that, and you might not know this, T. I know y'all are more political, but I think what's going on in tech and AI is kind of different too. And they've attacked Dan Lawton's house twice within the last week with death threats and PPs and bombs. And they're trying to bring him down because of the AI taking over in the Dallas city. And I think that's more tamping out
in tech because of AI.
They talked about this 2 weeks ago. This is a 2-week-old topic.
Well, cool, but they just attacked his house a few days ago. So how could they talk about that 2 weeks ago? This just happened. Post-COVID. And they hit up Sam all. Yes. You know what? Twice. Good for them. In the last week. Good for them. Good for them. I know it's something.
He's the creator of them.
No, the reason why I say good for them is because, hey man, I don't know if y'all ever did it before, but if any of y'all ever been in the space, and I mean the space, I'm not talking about like 20 feet away. If you're in the space of a billionaire, you know how hard that is? Like, I'm dead ass serious. You know how hard that is?
Well, I've been in the space of many billionaires, multi-billionaires. Robert Smith, one of the technology.
What do you classify? Hold on, before you finish, what do you classify as many? Because I mean, you said I've been in the space of many billionaires. Like, what's many? About 2,500. Yeah. What's many? I need to know what you think many is.
Okay, first and foremost,
you didn't say a few. You didn't say a couple.
First and foremost, my brother. Okay, I may be joking, comedic satire and shit, but I am a tech and futurist of technology, brother.
I just want to know the definition of a mini. That's all. What is a mini?
I don't know how many billionaires does it take? Does it get to get invested in you? We don't know.
I don't know if this dude think I don't know if you think I'm making jokes and shit. I was being dead serious, dude. I work for in the NFL stadiums, so that's my window into seeing billionaires. Because it's one thing to see them when you're a person at a conference somewhere and they came to show up. I ain't talking about that shit. I'm talking
right?
Being a billionaire in their personal time.
Well, we was at his mansion, brother. We produced his event, brother, at his mansion, brother. So I was definitely in. Anyways, next.
So it's.
I used to work for BET Communications.
I'm saying, what's the relevance of
That's what I want to know. Responsible for escorting Service and Branson, Gene Seymour.
Why do we need to know the
Paul Mitchell.
I'm gonna brag about becoming a billionaire, not working shoulders with
billionaire.
The point of what I was saying is that, because like, you making all that noise and shit.
I didn't make no noise. I'm just being myself.
If this cat, so when billionaires at somebody's house, they have layers of security, layers and layers and layers of it. And it's like I've only seen it in passing and transit. And motherfuckers make everything move like it's a president. So I'm saying, if you got in Sam Altman's space, motherfucker, who are you? Hell, your joke's not hitting,
My jokes is definitely hidden, brother. We got an interview with Linnell on my pilot for Unfiltered TV Network, so obviously it's hidden somewhere. Yeah, it's all right, brother. Next. Instead of kicking other melanated black people down, brother, you should be lifting them up, brother. Alright? If you've worked with multi-millionaires or billionaires, like I have as well. Okay? Because I'm not trying to knock the next black person down. You feel me? You feel me?
Keep it moving.
Yeah.
Your boy Tony. Sound like a woman.
Pray for yourself. Save your prayers for yourself. We don't pray the same God.
And they spliffed that boy.
Y'all niggas gotta stop. Y'all too old for this.
Like me personally, I want to brag about becoming a billionaire or millionaire, not about rubbing shoulders with them. That was never the goal. They didn't even rub shoulders. These niggas watched them get their water served to them in that drink. And them niggas went full blown nigga moment over that shit. And ain't neither one of these niggas had an even billionaire conversation with them billionaires other than, excuse me, sir, would you like some grateful poem with that?
I was in a room and this guy said that it makes him a high value man because he knows high value men, and I was confused. I was like, wait, what? He was like, yeah, because if I'm the man who hang with Chris Brown, I'm the man. I was like, I quit. I'm
sound like a high value groupie. That's what that is.
I'm stealing that. I am using that. Oh man, I'm using that for the next week all over this app. Thank you. And these high value groupies, let me get my speech. Groupies by proximity. No, hold on. Let me find it.
I mean, I met Mr. P, Little Romeo, Shaka, Ray J.
You a high value man, 10 times over.
You might not lie, you
I mean, if I go to ICBC college, I could meet Romeo too.
I was the limo driver in 2000.
Mars, how much to remove somebody? I want to remove Dr. Smarty Pants.
Why? Because he's smarty pants?
He wishes.
Oh.
It's a she though. And she hates men.
Unless she's in your back channel fucking you, I mean, why would we remove her?
Well, because she's doing something worse than me in my back channel. And for me, she's talking shit about me.
Oh, well. People are all talk because they got assholes.
That was very profound.
Assholes from mouth will go crazy.
Listen, I know I don't usually say pause. There's a whole lot of pauses that need to be said to this shit. This shit just sound crazy just now, but I'm gonna go back on mute.
You know, white men, they just be saying all kind of gay shit you get away with.
I can't believe I just sat here through this whole hour and 15 minutes and didn't y'all, all of y'all, I mean everybody, okay? Especially those who were very in this last 2 hours are crazy. I just want y'all to know, y'all are crazy.
They don't have to look that far.
Listen, Cracker Man, I done told you about talking to me. I don't fuck with you. You're a retarded honky. Stop talking to me. Why do you feel the need to respond to a black woman, honky man? I don't know.
You gotta look in the
No, bitch. Stop.
So if I called you a bear, would I be in trouble?
If you call me a what?
A bear, would I be in trouble?
You can call me whatever you want to call me.
No, because I mean I can't do that.
Oh, you can. Yeah. You can't say whatever you want to say, but I can. Cracker. So what?
You know the original Cracker was one of a black man who cracked the whips on his black slaves. So why would you?
Nah, the original Cracker was a soul team, buddy. It was a soul team.
Did not happen. What the fuck are you talking about?
Why would you call me a black slave master? Or a black man who's cracking his whip on his own slaves? Do you know there were 1,300 black slave owners?
What makes a white dude wake up one day and say, I'm gonna walk in a room with a bunch of black folk and have a slave conversation?
And it's funny because he probably doesn't know that most of those black slave owners literally owned their family.
Identity crisis.
The number they own.
You're speaking in this moment, you were speaking for all white people that do this shit. So why is it that white people think it's a good idea?
It's funny because that cracker ass cracker probably don't know that those black people were only slaves because they were their families and they didn't want them to get re-enslaved if they were free. So they would buy their ancestors and keep them on their land.
Oh, Jesus.
So they wouldn't get re-enslaved.
Before that, before that, there were the black slave owners.
I'm being real, man. Like, what white people do this shit often. I don't understand why.
I don't know why she's got to call me cracker in the first place.
Even if you call her another name, that's fine. Why would you got a slave
It's not like I
conversation?
called her an N-word.
The N-word goes crazy, buddy.
Man, you gotta work on reading the room, Mo.
Y'all, he said the N-word the first time. Did you hear that?
Oh,
Not today.
Yes, just now he said it was not like I called her. And then he said N-word the second time.
Let's stone him. I heard him.
No, it's not. I said it's not like I called her the N-word.
No, the second time you said the N-word. You the first time you said it.
Well, look, I ain't one of those we shall overcome motherfuckers. If I was you, if I was in this motherfucker, I would have been blessed. But I know this. I am not. I come from the South, man. I done seen that shit up close.
You don't have to block him. He's already mentioned. This man is 70 years old with no retirement, and he still works hard as if he was 30.
I've never once said the N-word here today.
He's a miserable cracker. He ain't even got money.
No. She was calling me cracker.
He's a poor
I'm
cracker.
not a cracker.
Yeah, y'all just repeating yourselves, man. Y'all repeating
And I didn't
yourselves.
say the N-word.
If it's one thing they
Just making sure,
it's
buddy.
a poor old white man with no retirement.
You might be right on that.
It's sad.
It's okay.
I'm in Nashville right now. I ain't seen more white people begging for money in my life. This shit is
I got a
pathetic.
wife and 3 kids.
And you don't have shit to leave them children. You
That's
should be
okay.
ashamed of yourself.
Leave them
It's
money.
not okay. You need to do better. You don't have a real history. Your history is stolen.
Where you from? You from Scandinavia?
Yes.
No.
He's half Irish, half Scandinavian.
No, I'm not half Irish.
They talking about some history when he left his history back in Ireland, the old country.
No, I'm
When
not.
his granddaddy came over here because he couldn't grow potatoes in the.
I'm not Irish.
You should be ashamed of yourself. That's no rewards and no rewards. Them poor 3 children gonna have to fend for themselves because you have not accomplished a damn thing as far as wealth requirement to leave behind with a legacy. They got the nerve to talk about some black folks and slavery. How dare you incompetent cracker buffoon.
What you say, bro? What you say?
I haven't.
I know I wasn't asking you. That was a statement.
What you say?
He sounded a little drunk, buddy. What's
I
going
don't
on?
have to, I said. Leave them anything.
One thing about a saltine, they be so mad that they poor. You know, black folks, we poor, we just make it happen. They be so mad because all their counterparts don't be poor. And I know he's probably the poorest white person in his family and his circle. That's why he's on here with us, because they don't accept him. They roast his ass.
No,
Hell, cool, you ain't got a boat yet? Cool, where's your lake house, man? What are you doing?
I'm a
And they just be roasting him. So he's like an embarrassment to them. So that's why he comes here and talks about us as enslavement to try to make himself feel better. But he didn't know we had more money than him and more knowledge than him. So he picked the right one today.
No.
So you the white sheep, cool see?
I'm a truck driver. She called me a cracker. I didn't call her any name at all. So how can you justify being
But people love crackers. You put a little cheese on the crackers.
How can you be anti-Semitic racism on here to a white person when you guys are the ones separating people in colleges out in the West?
Wait, you're a Semite, cool see? You're a Semite?
That's even worse. God damn.
How can you be anti-Semitic to somebody that's not a Semite?
You guys are the ones starting on me. I've never once said anything negative to you.
I just said the trap, and my brothers came.
What happened, Brooklyn?
Black woman.
Black woman? Yeah, this fucking cracker got heard.
Black woman that has no respect, and you're racist.
And what are you, cracker? See,
Nah, we prejudiced. We not racist around this bitch. We prejudiced.
Exactly. Thank you, brother. I was just gonna.
It's systematic race at its fullest.
That was funny. Whoever said that, that was funny.
It's systematic racism, you guys are.
How's that so, Kosi? All seriousness.
What?
How is that? Systematic racism.
Because you're separating yourselves and putting you guys in
Looking good.
when they're actually doing that and causing white systematic racism towards the white person, and that's just the situation. Because
No, I'm saying you cut out though. Hold on, you cut out though. So how is it? What do you say?
you guys you're separating yourselves and making it individual, like they're doing at Washington, the West Washington College, where they're doing black dorms.
Okay.
Why do you want to be around black people?
Why do you have a problem with that though? Why do you have a problem with that though, Kosi?
This must be Monica's brother.
Yeah, but seriously, what's the problem with that? When you have people trying to do all white communities.
No, Monica was roasting him in the chat.
But yo,
They don't claim.
yeah, so what's your problem with that, bro?
Did you hear about the all-black community where there were a family that bought 97 acres, the 19 families that bought 97 acres? Do you know why it wasn't built? Because one of the black people stole the money.
Okay. Really?
So
what is that relevant to? What's the relevance?
Not only what's the relevance, where's the receipt on it? Like, the fuck, you just telling some random bullshit, bro?
No, you look it up. The
At least we steal from each other. We don't steal from other races.
Are there not white people that steal money? Like, what's going on?
No, they borrow the money. They borrow it. It's not stealing something, they borrow it.
don't steal from the 19 other black people
They
families
kill.
trying to build a community.
So there's no white people that have ever fleeced. Have you heard of Bernie Madoff? Like, what are you talking about?
I don't even know why entertain that part of this.
Just watch it. If he watches 2 episodes of American Greed, then we will.
Bernie Madoff was a Ponzi scheme. He was taking money to pay back money to pay
So,
back
Cool
money.
C, you gonna advocate for us?
It doesn't matter what type of theft. It was
I
theft.
have advocated for you guys before, but that doesn't matter. You don't care. I say what the difference is to you as Muslim.
No, I don't care, because you're a bull rapist. I don't give a fuck.
Wait,
How
sound like a murder, man.
Hey, Hurricane, you don't care because you're a dishonor.
No. My cousin, like I said, had a sent, and they did a whole wedding in African garb or whatever.
They should have used you. They should have sacrificed your ass at the dinner.
Oh, they may have sacrificed something at the dinner, but I mean, they must be.
They're roasting your bitch ass.
How old are you, Steve? Tell me, how old are you?
I'm 50.
When were you born?
Wow, if I'm 50, gonna be 51, what the fuck is it gonna be?
No, I'm asking you for I'm asking you for the birthday, bitch.
You older than dirt, boy.
I'm asking you about your birthday.
Not too much.
Unless you cannot add.
They age so bad, he sounds 67. I thought he was at least 67 from the age he was born.
So
Not
now
for real. I thought he had Tourette's.
people can't add.
Them old pasty ass vocal cords.
You can't calculate. I don't know what's wrong with you. You gotta take 50 years from 25 was 75. You might not be that smart if you gotta ask that dumbass question.
You're a truck driver. Shut the fuck up.
I'm a truck driver, but I'm making money. I'm not rich, but I'm working.
We know.
You're one of the lowest paid truck drivers this side of the Mason Dixon. I don't know too many white truck drivers. Like this is crazy. I told y'all, they are ashamed of him. They're embarrassed by him.
How long we gonna do this?
Oh, this is the room today. This is what they want.
Oh, we're tired of it. Cool to see you.
Yeah, we're tired of it. He don't even have the range. I think that's why we just like over it. Ping in one of your wealthy family members who doesn't claim you.
My whole family claims me. I don't understand what you mean.
I mean, they're embarrassed by you because you're a truck driver.
No one's embarrassed. They all do their own thing.
I bet.
I mean, I got two cousins that are in IT over, one in California, one somewhere else. My uncle had a pest control business till he died and everything.
Right, so you're the least accomplished. You are the least accomplished, sir.
No, I'm not.
Out of everything.
What's wrong with having?
I got a
What's
question.
wrong with a truck driver?
It's alright.
That's your family. They're the ones embarrassed, not me.
Alright.
I got
You ain't got nothing else?
when you go to that's my only one. If you go to like white neighborhoods out here in the DMV, like when you get to like a more of a racist type area because you start seeing American flags. And if you don't see American flags, so in those American flags every now and then you'll see like a Make America Great Again type flag and shit. And I was just wondering, we see that shit because we actually have to go into these neighborhoods, but is that something y'all pre-planned? Because I don't know any black folk that, especially like a black neighborhood, where you're gonna see American flags up and down the street, like ever. Yeah, those are sundown towns. No, I mean, I'm really wondering.
What is happening?
I'm being serious, like y'all.
Enough!
Oh my god.
Enough!
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's for a night conversation. I like it, but can we
You know you're talking about.
We don't DNA. What's going on?
yeah, I'm gonna be in with that.
Yeah, I agree. Good afternoon, Coach Betty. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. How you feeling?
I'm doing well, thank you. 80 degrees, so I have no complaints.
Listening to sound in here. You must have not in here.
I was not here. I was here earlier, and then, yeah. What's going on? What I missed?
You missed a lot, man.
We're not going back, right? We're not going back?
No, we can't go back. You have to be there.
It's all right. It's all right. I'm sure it'll happen again because it always does. It's all good. Good afternoon.
God, you missed a whole lot of the time.
Tell it all, Timothy. Tell it all, Timothy. So, has anybody looked up Tiger Woods? I think he went to have his first case before the judge. No.
What, they called him for sleeping with white women?
Huh?
Why he in court? What did he do?
Oh, for his DUI.
Oh, okay. Crash the car, pick the truck. Well, why the fuck he don't have a driver? This shit.
Exactly. That's what I said. Just stupid at
I'm
this point.
surprised what some of his, like, I'm surprised, like he didn't say, hey, that shit, you sound like you're fucking up money.
Exactly.
We'll give you a driver, dude. If you don't want to hire one, we need you to, yeah.
True, amen. But the thing is, he didn't have any breathalyzer. He didn't have any alcohol in the system.
That's what he said.
That's what they told him. I thought they said it was prescription.
Shut up.
They said it was prescription drug.
He said, why he laughed like Kawhi Leonard?
Oh, shit.
I can only imagine I missed. Oh,
Child. I don't know. I just got here myself. So.
Really, I got a MAGA question. If they have this mass exodus with all these different podcasters and even Fox News starting to take shots at the MAGA situation, are they just going to transform into another situation, or do they just all disappear when the new candidates come out for president? Because, like, you remember, like, once upon a time, we had 1%ers, then they disappeared, and then they, like, you have, like, these groups come along, and then they just go away. Like, what's going to happen with these MAGA cats? Because they're obviously rebuking Trump right now.
What do you mean what's going to happen?
No, I'm just saying, I'm trying to understand, is it going to be a new MAGA party? Is it going to be a whole different thing? Do they just go away altogether? Because a lot of people have made substantial names from MAGA affiliation, whether it be Megyn Kelly, Tucker Carlson, I can go on. But it's just...
Tucker Carlson's not MAGA?
No, Tucker Carlson.
Tucker Carlson was one of the biggest MAGA cheerleaders out there.
No, he's conservative. Yeah.
Not now, but he was.
No, before MAGA existed.
He became popular before MAGA.
He became popular. Kirk is MAGA. His real rise is when he was gone from CNN, showed up on Fox News, and took over Bill O'Reilly's spot because he had access to Trump. That was his rise. Like the real, just like Megyn Kelly, she had other jobs as well. But when she was in her time at Fox, is when she really rose to fame. And now her podcast situation is bigger than her Fox News situation was. So I'm just like, y'all don't, I know y'all talk about this stuff all the time.
The far right exists separately from MAGA.
Yeah, that's why
before
her question confusing, because you're like, oh, okay, now then they were here before MAGA. They'll be here after MAGA, they're conservatives.
We're using the America First framing and saying we're still America First, and then when there's a new nominee in 2028, they'll just be behind that person. That's all that's going to happen.
America First shit is catchy, a nice little marketing ploy, I get it, yeah. But nothing is America First. It's money first. It's not America First.
Right, but you changed your point.
Right, he was answering your questions.
But anyway, don't just be Republican. That's the answer.
Back there, what?
On it being that they'll just go back to being Republican.
Oh, they bring it back to regular Republicans. I'm assuming so, but I'm just sometimes I wonder. It's like, are y'all trying to start some new program? Or
No, it will still be the America First brand. That will be the brand, America First.
And CEO, did you say we when you first said
He did. I thought I was the only one who noticed that.
I said we. Okay. And then you heard yourself, and then you kind of cleaned it up.
I don't
Lord,
remember
okay.
saying that.
You did. I
I'm
heard it.
tired though. I am tired though.
Oh,
really feel good, brother. Tell them how you really feel.
You did say you
Tired.
You did say we.
Well, people misspeak sometimes.
It just surprised me. But the reason why I've been actually diving into this stuff recently in the past few months, and I never some of those faces I never thought would change. I thought they would be like, well, we're gonna ride this Trump thing as long as we can, and we're gonna keep, you know what I'm saying, even though he leaves office, we're gonna keep regurgitating this shit. That's why he ended up getting reelected in the first place. It's like I thought that's what they were gonna do. So just to see those people, it just surprised me. Even Steve Bannon taking shots at it. Everybody taking shots at it.
so about Woods. I don't know. He might have a case. It seemed like his lawyer is arguing that you shouldn't be able to see his, records, his medical records, and his prescription information. And due to the Privacy Act, along with what else? Yeah, because they don't have proof that he actually took the drug. Oh, hey there. So.
They said he was on the phone with Donald Trump at the scene of the act.
Yeah.
True.
I don't know. I think so. I think Trump
Yes, he said he was talking to the president.
confirmed it. Mm-hmm.
Is he the truth or he was high?
No, that's what I'm saying. I think Trump confirmed that he did close.
For sure. We thought it'd be a good intimidation tactic.
Yeah, I was just on the phone with the president. And the president said, don't admit to nothing, shut up, don't say nothing until the lawyers get there. That's what he said. Except that's all. Hey, whose voice was that? Whose voice?
Mine. I'm the only person.
Who's there? Oh, hey, brother.
So, Miriam, the children's. God bless it.
Brother. Do you want to run entrance?
Watching.
Do you want to run entrance?
Oh, no. I'm just happy that I was waiting to see Doc left, but, I'm happy that you're there.
Oh, some miracles happened.
Wait, so Messi, how do we see the karma badge score? How do we see it?
You can't see mine.
I mean,
I think you can only see your own.
No, I can see others.
You can see other people? No, you can't
see the total number, but you can see the percentage. Is
Yeah,
what
you
it's
can see the
like.
percentage.
How did you get it to the 0.1%, brother?
What a blessing. What a
What the
blessing.
fuck?
It's so sad.
I'm about to start putting X's on you
How did it even happen? He doesn't even mob.
and blocking him.
Hurricane, I knew you would be jealous, which is why I sent you that message. Jack.
I'm not jealous. I'm asking
You
for you.
were.
I'm Maria.
You're curious.
See, when the rest of y'all be running up out of here, bro would be tough. Bro would be outside with us. You kidding me?
Someone next to brother also has that same logo.
Wait, Hurricane, you still don't have a badge at all?
No badge for me.
Let me see. Oh.
El Normo has one too. El Normo is also at 0.01% karma. Wait, so I can't even do this. How do I find out my karma?
Okay, all right. Let me troubleshoot. Okay.
I'm looking at it, but I don't.
Same level as me, Hurricane.
1 minute. I said, let me troubleshoot you. So you're on your profile, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to.
Okay. Let me walk you through. So your first line, you see your name. Then you should see.
Oh, I see it. I have 1875.
Okay. 1875.
I'm 164 points away from top 1%.
Go
I
ahead.
think when you get 1%, that you get the badge.
Yeah.
Oh well.
So sad. You know, maybe if you work at being nicer to some
Oh, you didn't give me an X.
you gave me an X.
You already have a badge, damn it.
Ma'am, it adjusts every day. I'm actually out here. Hold on.
Do
You're
the
gonna exit?
exit ruin your karma? Is that what's going on?
They bring it down, yeah.
It brings it down. They brought mine down a little bit. I went to a room and they were not understanding basic things.
See,
And
that's why you have to X. You see it?
and I got the X and I brought it down. So like if I see somebody, one day I said, if I see y'all putting X's on people that don't deserve the X's, I'm putting you off the room.
Wait, how
You just X me twice.
Chat, please.
Well, I think that was more retaliatory than anything, but
Well, I got some X's today simply because I stood up for what was right, but I don't care. I keep on standing up for what is right, and then people X me, I don't give a fuck.
You also, I mean, yours is pretty high for the fact you lost your account before.
Yours is pretty high considering that you are just a menace every single day.
The reason mine is high is that I am principled, okay? And good things come to those who wait, okay?
Well, okay.
Kiss
Tell
ass.
yourself that. Tell yourself that.
I have a high score, even though I don't kiss ass, okay?
Let me tell you something. This is exactly what I wanted to do. I knew that if I text you quietly, that you would make this public and you would make this a thing and then pretend that it doesn't bother you. I love it. I love it. I've been wanting to have this conversation with you for a while.
That's fine. Fine.
So, Titi, why were you going in Google's?
Some social scientists use their powers for evil.
That's correct.
Oh, yeah. Well, thank goodness I'm not a psychologist. That hit.
I said social scientists.
See, that hit. Yeah, I didn't like that.
No, I didn't know. I was just doing something. I was trying to send Hurricane some money. Because I'm trying to help his karma because I know you're trying to hurt his feelings.
I'm not trying to hurt his feelings. I'm trying to encourage him. Listen. Every single day means, calling us fat and undisciplined in here.
as my non-limbed body, my weight, is the fact that I have a badge and he doesn't. He's been talking about this for a while. So that's all. That's all.
Oh my God.
Now, Sonny, I can see why you don't have a badge. Because you're always on here engaging. But Hurricane was on stage last night, so desperate for karma points that he fell asleep on stage.
Well, we know why you got a badge then. Because honestly, on stage, you do. Right, John's like, wait.
See, of all the people, it's always the have-nots.
Not the have-nots. That's terrible. Wow, that's so frightening.
And look, and here's whoever Peace is. Y'all spend a lot of time on here gossiping, and you spend a lot of time on here talking about the people who spend a lot of time on here.
Rhonda, send me some money. Rhonda, send me some money.
Imagine being here on Clubhouse, wasting time of any sort, and thinking you're better than the people who are just shooting the shit and having a time.
Rhonda, I'm actually one of the ones that actually liked you, and you sent both of them money. I think there's something, it's misogyny.
You're so much better than us.
He sent money to you and Hurricane. What is that about?
Oh. Wait, who's sending money?
Rhombus.
Listen, who y'all talking about?
Whatever you want to talk about to get me through the rest of my work. To get me through this day.
That's
Oh, shit, y'all in trouble now.
That's it. We can talk about Michigan. Ooh, what's going on in Michigan?
Peace to the gods.
Peace, your mama.
Peace to the gods. Thank you, Rhombus.
Ooh, Sonny, I gotta message you. I saw something about a family member of yours got awarded.
Oh, yeah. I did too. I was told to repost. Did you see me repost?
I saw her repost.
Oh, I did though.
Robin, those coins will get you nowhere. Continue.
Ooh, $100.
Nah, he gave you a love offering, Sonny.
And she didn't even say anything.
I said thank you, Rhombus. I did. I said thank you, Rhombus.
That's...
Hurricane didn't thank me when I gave him one now.
Wow, Hurricane. See, that's why he didn't have a badge.
Rambo, why you off mute all the time, babe?
I was going to say peace to you.
Oh.
See, and that's why you don't have a badge either. You just mean as hell.
But I didn't say I was. I mean, I was just, Rambo always off mute.
I know you said peace to the gods, so I had the peace.
Oh, that was your mama that said that. That was your mama.
Oh, peace your mama.
Not my mama.
So I'm taking my peace back from you, ma'am.
Yeah. You can send me some money though. You can send me some coins on here.
She don't have peace.
You can send me some Clubhouse coins.
She is a piece of work.
Yeah, I'm about to. Man, it's humid as hell today in New York. I was in the camp. Like, what is going on? It's actually humid out here. I didn't expect this.
It ain't all the way in there yet, though. Next week, it's going back down again for some reason.
Oh, no doubt. No doubt. Yeah, but the humidity is what I don't like. Like it's nice, but like yesterday it was warm, it was hot, but today it's just like fuck. I don't sweat. I don't perspire like that today. I was damn sure sweating. I was just standing like fuck. I had to cut on the air.
We go right from winter into summer. We get 5 minutes of spring and then summer.
has 4 seasons now, right? One day it could be like 3 different seasons. Barnett said, here we go with the New Yorkers. Like, I don't know what that means, but.
Maybe if you called her Bonnet instead, maybe she like that.
Bonnet.
But never mind. I ain't gonna say what I was gonna say. Yeah.
What Michael and you buying? What you want to talk about? Come on.
I can believe on that.
No, it's not. That's my name for her. And nobody else can talk about it.
Yeah, that's something you put on your head, right?
I thought her Bonnet too. So.
Well, you're not supposed to.
You come outside with that
You're not gonna tell me what I'm not supposed to do.
That's my nickname for her and nobody else's. What did you say, Rambo? What were you saying?
He's talking about the humidity.
Hold on,
I know y'all got some intellectual conversation for me. Come on.
intellectual comment. Okay. I'm calling myself an intellect, but I'm just here. I'm trying to get my little stretch on before I leave the house. So pardon me.
I'm gonna move. What y'all was talking about today?
They was just being up on being that hurricane an hour ago.
Yo, man, didn't like yesterday, man. They was working that man all day. Yo, he had me cracking up. So I just, when I don't have the patience. But he engaged people. But, the artistry of it, I gotta respect the artistry of it. So, yeah.
Rambo don't even know what you're talking about, bro.
I know. First of all, let Rambo say.
You are just rambling, though. You are rambling. That's the
Rambling.
problem.
What do you mean? Y'all just can't fell into this little box that you try to put me in. I'm abstract. I'm agile. I'm a nebula. Don't put me in no box. Like I said, man was working. Excuse me. Ben was working yesterday. He had 2 individuals.
We ain't talking about yesterday.
I'm talking about yesterday. Really relax.
Talking about what happened today.
Well, that's cool. She just made a relax. That's serious. Take a deep breath. It's okay. You'll be all right. So just no, but you get so excited and passionate. God damn, man, relax.
Just take a deep breath. Just take a deep breath.
Oh, see, shut the fuck up. Why are you always inserting yourself somewhere where you don't belong?
Because you love me.
No, I actually do not. I don't like you at
You
all.
love me. You secretly do.
Why do you want us to, though?
I don't want you to. You do on your own.
You'll never be accepted in the black community. Move around. They will like you.
Hey, Cool C, I have a question for you. Let's say that you're walking down the street and you see a black person who is unconscious and you need a CPR. Would you give that black person CPR?
Would you give that black person CPR?
I'm asking you, would you? Yes or
What
no?
would I be doing on the street just watching someone needing CPR?
Look at the matrix. You're underwater. Move it around. The answer is no. Right. The answer is no. You don't give a fuck. Brother Manfinity, what's going on today?
I hate you, Divine. I really cannot stand
Put
you.
the spotlight on me because everybody just gonna start yelling like this woman right here.
I don't like you,
Why are you
Divine.
doing this, Divine? Why you want me
I
to
can't stand you, Divine. Like, I really
You
can't.
really can't stand me, Sonny. Tell the truth.
When someone on the stage, we usually greet them.
No, you don't usually greet me. You usually treat me like trash when I get on this stage.
Me?
And here comes Sonny. She's the first one that's going on. It's ridiculous.
She don't like. She got a problem with me.
As much as I contribute to this room, where I get treated is just.
Going too far now.
We just had this deal with Paul, bitch. I see it now. It's you.
I ain't talking to you.
Sit some of yourself.
You're a gutter trap. You're a gutter trap.
is what I'm asking you.
Right. Well, tell her to control herself too. Equal opportunity.
Okay, y'all both do not have to engage. Like,
You brought me on this stage knowing what you was doing, Divine, and then I'm just chilling in the corner.
you always come on stage, brother. You come here every day, and I greeted you. That's normal. That's standard operation.
Always start
I'm
with
gonna know these people.
I'm on the stage. Oh my God! I put them
on the stage right now. All they want to do is fight me.
Okay, hold on now. I'm going too far. Relax. Relax. I brought you up, and I said, "How you doing today?"
And I hit you with a 100%. So I left it alone. Then you want to put the isolation on me so that they can come prepared. When everything was quiet, you said, "Man, Infinity, welcome to the stage." Now I gotta talk, and then they're gonna get mad. I hit you with the 100%. I'm chilling in the corner. These people want to get me on the leash. I can't speak until I'm speaking to them.
That's how Sonny.
I'm sorry. I'm over here Zion laughing right now. I'm sorry.
And then here comes Divine says hello, and then here comes Sonny. I hate you, Divine. And he really should be hating me.
No, that has nothing to do with you.
She's talking trash about me to you. It's obvious.
No, it's not. It's not all about you, brother. It's not
cool.
about you.
Alright, I'm just.
Nobody.
All right, Igor's here. Let's get some European. Igor, what you got? See, Igor comes up. How you doing today, Igor? What's going on?
You guys hating me, you just say hello again. I'm fine, guys. How are you guys?
Doing well. You came right on time. Yes.
Yeah, nothing much in Europe. Yeah, nothing much. Yeah, just Meloni trashing Trump about Pope. What else? Italy will stop renewal agreement with Israel on the weapons, and yeah, that's the Hungarians. Nothing much. Yeah, I can't say you much.
That's all right. Appreciate you. Just had to break up the monotony real quick with something. But I did. Did you guys hear about the Pope's message to Donald Trump? He was like, "You're gonna see your judgment," or something. Like it was. He went in. It's like, I work for God. I don't work for you. I don't care about your opinion of me. Oh yeah, he let him have it.
Okay, I gotta find it. They're two very different jobs, two very different roles in this world, and they're not gonna agree because this man is all about peace, tranquility, and Donald Trump has to make tough decisions on a daily basis. So they're not gonna agree. They can't coexist.
PTR me, Divine.
It was on like the PTR on you. Okay, it was a Facebook post. I wish I could find the link. I just stumbled upon it. With the PTR, Sonny.
Yeah.
Where you at? Okay.
Man, Finny,
I saw that sign yesterday.
What you
Excuse me, someone's referring to me. What up, Rambo? How you doing today, brother?
What's good?
My identity fusion is pretty low today. How was your
I can tell, man.
Trump derangement syndrome? How was that going?
No, listen. Work with me here. I think you were a little out of the box with Brooklyn. Just that's what I'm saying. I get it. Listen.
I'm not just coming at me.
I know. That's all I'm going to say.
Rambo, hush. We're not going backwards. We already moved forward. Why would you take us backwards?
No, we're not. I promise you, he and I are not going back and forth. We're good.
All right, you said it. Let's go.
I love my brother Rambo, and I love my sister Brooklyn. She just gotta stop being hostile with me. I love everybody.
All right, thank you.
No, you don't. Stop lying, baby.
Oh, Lord. What's going on? Where were we?
First lady.
I love you the most, okay? You need the most love.
I didn't know you was the first lady.
Definitely don't love your ugly ass.
Look what you did, Rambo. Look at you. You see what we were buying and we were moving forward. I'm just gonna boom it. I think y'all need to put it on. Calm down.
First lady. You understand? Your mama.
I need to calm down.
She got
She doesn't even know how to.
She's gonna boom it, and she will. Just relax. Chill.
Good. We good. Let's get back.
I don't even know where we were.
Well, I'm trying to bring it to the Pope and his words.
Yes, that's where we were. We're talking about the Pope.
Let's go there.
Everybody find out what the Pope said. It was super on point. He said, from my
he said it or he wrote it? Which one?
Well, it sounded like he was reading it. I couldn't tell if it was his voice or not. But it was like a meme video, just different clips, and the voice on there said, "You take my compassion for immigrants as me siding with Democrats," and that couldn't be further from the truth. Just like every shot Trump threw at him, he had a response for, and like we say back in the day, he bombed him hard. Like he definitely let him have it with a nice tongue lashing, and let him know like you ain't gonna mess with me. I'm a man of God, and you're not gonna have a war in the name of God. You're gonna pay for that. You shall have your judgment. Just all those things. It was amazing. I love it.
The Pope said we only have one king.
I'm hearing
King Jesus.
Iran is agreeing to hand over the enriched uranium. That's the latest I'm hearing.
What is the quote?
The quote from the Pope, you mean?
Yeah, what the Pope mentioned the Democrats. I didn't see that.
No, who said that?
Yeah, mentioned. He said to Donald Trump, "You take me having compassion for the immigrants as if I'm siding with the Democrats." That's what I heard. Let me try to find it.
Wait, hold on. So it was I thought I saw all the comments. I don't see I saw the part about tyrants and those who manipulate religion and all that. I didn't see anything about that.
How can you side with the
One second. I just don't see the part about the Democrats. Does anybody have it?
It's a fake meme, and it's about.
Hold on.
I didn't see that either. That's why I said who said that. I didn't realize that. Yeah, I didn't see that, but I don't read well, so.
So did I give it fake news?
It is. It's a fake.
Hold on.
He said it was a meme.
Okay. All right. Oh, okay. So he didn't say that.
He did say it was a meme.
Okay. Yeah.
That put together.
All right. Yeah, I can speak for myself. Yeah, it was a video. Images of the Pope, different images of what's going on in the world today, and it sounded like him.
He said today that the world is being ravaged by the handful of tyrants, yet it's held together by a multitude of supportive brothers and sisters. That's what he said
But it's
today.
also the church of pedophilia with the priest of pedophilia. So how can you trust the Catholic Church when the president?
We're talking about the church.
The president of the
I'm not talking about the church. Pedophilia is all throughout. Let's just stay on topic, man. Come on, we're not talking about pedophilia. There's pedophiles.
But the church is
pedophiles. Shut up! If you talk over me again, I'm gonna just boot you out and block you.
The irony is he was.
From that. I want to stay on that.
The irony was that he was in when he said it.
So I actually don't understand at this point. I don't understand the source of the conflict because the church hadn't said anything about immigration or the poor before the war. That's just normal Catholic discourse. I actually don't know. I actually didn't understand Trump's original point. Was there something specific?
I think it's because he.
I want the original point, not the subsequent, but the original one that Trump. What did the Pope say that had triggered Donald Trump? Is what I'm asking.
I think he came out and said, okay, I don't want to guess because you're going to pin me down on it, but I think it was something along the line.
I'm actually asking. That's what I'm asking. The specifics of it, because I can't find it. That's what I'm saying. I don't want to know what you think. We all have an idea. But does anybody have the original one? talking about was that tweet. Is there another one before that?
Yeah, where Trump had the long list about Pope Leo. He went on an entire diatribe.
That's the same one. That's the same one.
The same tweet.
Yeah.
You want to know what the diatribe was in response to? That's your question.
That's right. That's what he just told us.
No. What he just read was the Pope's response to Trump's tweet. You don't want that.
No.
You want to know what Trump was responding to originally.
He said,
Got it back.
I thought Divine said it was Palm Sunday and then Trump's tweet.
Trump only made that statement after the Pope made a statement. So Pope said something.
No, he
He said
didn't.
the Palm Sunday. That's what we're saying. That's what I'm trying to figure out. He said the Palm Sunday thing, and then Trump responded.
I think the Pope was responding to Hegseth praying for their success in the war in the name of Jesus. That's what I
don't know about any of that. That's not that may be true. But I'm trying to find out if there's a tweet before the long one. I have the really long one. Anthony, that came after Palm Sunday. Unless you have some different information. Okay, King says no. All right, King knows. All right, brother King. All right, brother. All right, which one was the first one, brother? You remember? I don't remember the order.
Repeat what you just said, so I can rebuttal. So everybody can understand where I'm coming from.
I'm asking.
No, that's.
I'm saying ask what you just asked again.
But what do you want to rebuttal? My question? What's going on?
Yes, your question.
Oh, you want to answer? You just want to answer your question?
Yes, sir.
Which one what was Trump responding to? Was it the Palm Sunday sermon or something else? And also, was there one before the tweet after Palm Sunday? Was it True Sister or whatever?
All right, brother. Let me ask you, and I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna speak honestly. You ready?
What?
Yeah, that's fine. It's not even worth responding to. Does anybody have to? Well, I think that is the second one. You're not coming back up again. It's so indubitably. In fact, let me just kick you out. You're just dumb. Anybody know what anybody? I think that was it.
I think that
that's a basic
condemnation. The Pope made a forceful condemnation of the U.S.-led war in Iran, and when he came out,
when was that?
On April 16th. April 16th.
No, I'm asking.
No. April 16th is today. What I'm saying is that we 2 weeks ago or so. I don't have the exact date, but he came out.
Is it Palm Sunday?
I don't know.
I'm trying to get the order of events. So we had the Palm Sunday message, which is a basic Palm Sunday message.
So he's
churches all over the world say that, and then there was a response. But was there something before that as well?
Yes. In March, the Pope called for an immediate ceasefire of the conflict in Iran.
Oh, okay. That's odd. That's an odd thing to call somebody to be on crime. I don't even know. That's kind of weird. What's the Pope's stance on crime? I didn't know the Pope had a stance on crime.
The Pope won't say nothing about what Iran did to his own people, but he's got something to say about.
He has.
He did in the same.
Everybody's speaking at the same. Why do y'all do that?
He's weak on crime because of.
Hold on. All right, you're done. I'm not doing it. I'm not in the mood.
That's weak on crime.
Yeah, you're weak in the hallway. Well, the Pope has spoken. This Pope, I don't know. They has spoken about. Are you sure about that?
Yes, he hasn't come out forcefully against the Iran regime.
No. You said he hasn't spoken on it. Are you sure?
No, he hasn't spoken about the 30,000 people that were killed recently in the last couple of weeks.
I don't know. Did he?
No.
He's repeating what Trump said. Trump did say that.
Trump didn't say that. I didn't get that from Trump.
He did say that.
He tweeted it.
Say that.
But I didn't get that from
He
Trump.
did say that.
Oh,
I didn't get that from Trump.
Oh, but that's a different argument. But Trump
But
did
that's what
say
I'm
it.
saying. That's fine. I didn't
No,
get it.
he didn't say that.
I didn't know that you said it, nigga. I didn't know.
All right, bye.
Dude,
Come on, what's wrong with this dude?
You're done. Shut the fuck up. It's that easy today.
So he used on the Iran thing. He used some general condemnation of violence on Pope. So he did.
Alright, so who was the one that was insistent on bringing me down? The only reason reason why I said to repeat the question.
I think I've been trying to argue since this morning. I think that's a fucking waste. You've been really trying to get it in. He started with Ayana.
Pope said delusion of power in one of his messages, and I think that's when Trump first got offended. If you refer to delusion of power.
If China built a city for disgruntled Americans where you can live in luxury,
Are you walking through the grass?
apartments.
Are you walking through
No,
the grass?
that's his unshaven beard. Exactly.
It's gotta be the grass.
Concrete, can you keep it to the topic? Can you keep it to the topic or bring it, make this connect to
Why
what
are you
we're
stepping
talking
on me, bro?
God, you sound like you're making a left turn. We're talking about
Everybody want to flex, bro. Why
no,
can't
not
you just-
flexing. Because we were talking about the Pope and Donald Trump. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead. One mic.
I just was asking a question about the state of affairs in America, shit that we're going through in America, bro. If you think that's not related to the topic, you think what? Like, come on, bro. Divine, just chill, bro. You don't gotta do what everybody else is doing, bro. Be you. Be the good, clean black man that you are, bro. Fuck it. You got it.
So the timeline is, it was the Palm Sunday message, and then that tweet came, which makes me wonder where he got the top. Where I guess he probably just saw the Palm Sunday message, and then he just responded to it, kind of unprovoked. It's a weird timeline. I don't really understand. And then the constant escalation. I mean, he's not going to win that in the eyes of the world or Americans. And it's kind of silly politically because you need all the Catholic vote that you can get. And a lot of them are going to, follow their so-called Holy Father. It's a weird movement. But I still didn't understand it. I figured there would have been an explicit, and I've been looking for it, I couldn't find it, so I think maybe somebody else here did, an explicit call out of America. But the Pope's messages are pretty generic, anodyne, Catholic, Christian messages about war and whatever else. I don't know, it's very strange. Anyway. Alright, I guess that's it.
Like late at night or early in the morning, Trump gets up and shoots out weird tweets or toots.
Why are you trying to normalize that?
I'm not. I said weird. That's not normal. I'm not normalizing. I'm just saying this is what he does.
That is normalizing.
So the fact that you're saying that's what he does would state that we don't know that that's what he does.
No.
Hence why I thought that you were trying to normalize it because we all know that. So if you're repeating it makes it sound like, he's just, this is what he does.
I have been accused of stating the obvious.
Right. But for what reason? Like what are you thinking about when you do it?
We were trying to understand what caused Trump to do this.
No, we're not. No, we were going through the timeline. We were trying to get to the timeline.
For causality?
Just figure out when the Pope said what he said, when he responded, and then responded again. Yesterday with the with the Jesus picture again. He said, I was never a very religious man. But doesn't it seem with all these satanic, demonic
child sacrifice and monsters being exposed, that God might be playing his trump card?
Yeah, so that one, I think that one sounds like an attack from a Catholic perspective for a lot of Catholics on the church itself. I don't know what Donald Trump's doing, and why Republicans aren't. I mean, maybe they're asking him to stop behind the scenes. I know there was a leak this morning of people who said they showed, whoever who showed them that original meme with Jesus. But I just don't understand why, if you understand yourself as a right-wing Christian, quasi-Christian nationalist party, you want to go back and forth with the religiously with the largest Christian following in the world, with all kinds of authority, and on every continent except Antarctica, which doesn't exist, but y'all not ready for that discussion. And then he's not even in your country. That's what's so strange to me. I don't know. Something's off. I don't know. Because I don't understand the point of it, but maybe he feels good fighting with the Pope. I don't know. Maybe it's just a thing for him. But it's politically disastrous. I know people think, oh, Trump's never punished, but it's politically disastrous for Republicans. You have a couple of races, you peel off 3,000-4,000 Republican votes, they lose that congressional seat. Some of these congressional seats, these R plus go down to 5, maybe 10,000 votes. If a Catholic might not vote, or they might vote Democrat, you lose a sort of a half vote and then a whole vote. This is strange. I don't know. I really think Trump has lost it. I thought he had very good political instincts. In fact, I thought he had brilliant political instincts when he was running the first time, and then the second time. And I thought he had still good political instincts when he was out of power. But ever since like March of last year, it's kind of been a disaster. And I don't think there's anybody who's being honest, even Trump's biggest fan, that will say he's doing a good job politically.
Well, it looks like there's a ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon, and that the two presidents are going to meet.
Are we changing the topic? You guys don't want?
Yeah.
Everybody's done that topic. It's fine if we are. For the person.
They'll take credit for that. And it looks like hearing that Iran is going to surrender its uranium.
I agree with that. And also, he doing some stuff politically unnecessary, right? So he now alienated Italian Prime Minister and Italian government, who was like on his side. So yeah, I don't know why the fuck he's doing some stuff.
Like one of the things that, to that point, I know that a lot of the right wingers, like Orban and all that. And like if you're deep in political circles and you do, CPAC and you're like deep MAGA and all that. But like regular, just America First people, I think a lot of them see an administration that's very not America First. Obviously with the war, that's the big one. But there's just a lot of foreign interest thing. Y'all can change.
I mean, that's why you have the split, right? The people who, from conservative Republicans, who saying it's not America First. And I think it's right. I mean, Trump was America First, but like you said, from March, he seems he lost his political wit.
I think Igor, I don't know how closely you follow it here, but what I think is particularly interesting is a lot of young guys. So the Republican Party was about to get a grip. They really were on young guys, on some, let's be regular Americans again, sports and girls to some degree, not the groupers and all that. But they don't like the war stuff at all. They're not really into that. They don't like the talk about amor fati. This is a concept. And he was wrong about that as well. I mean, J.D. Vance, the vice president, is telling the Pope about morality, Catholic morality, and doctrine, and he's the Pope, and you converted 5-6 years ago? I don't know what's going on in the White House. It seems to be all over the place.
Yeah, I looked the poll a few days ago on the young voters from between 80 and 70. It was some yellow poll. Let me think. I think 70% was disapproval on Trump. And on the election, he got a lot of vote from them. So I don't know exact number how much he got, but yeah, after he was elected, disapproval is around 70%. And like to J.D. Vance talking about Pope, about theology, it's insane. I mean, like, who should talk about theology if not Pope? You know, it's like, it's bizarre.
I apologize, I misspoke. It's not amor fati. I got my conscience. It's ordo amoris.
Hey Ben, I put a little timeline in the chat that I put up. Until it culminated, I guess, the last few days, and we could bring it forward from there. But I went back a little further. And the Trump, I mean, someone that said earlier why he does what he does. We know why he does what he does. Nobody's questioning why he does what he does. He was questioning the timeline. So I
actually am questioning why he. No, I am questioning why he does what he does. That's what I'm doing now. I don't understand why. I don't understand why he would do that. Doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, I just think it's him being him. And there was one more issue. And the Pope isn't responsible for crime. What is that? He's not tough on crime. Like, he's not a freaking an authority that goes around the world policing people, or like what that? That's such a dumbass statement that was made. He's not tough on crime. So anyway,
Yeah, everybody always talks about the four-dimensional chess. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, he's not.
I don't know.
Yeah, he's not a law enforcement entity.
He doesn't like anybody to disagree with him. He brooks no disagreement.
Okay, then. Y'all giving non-answers. Whatever.
He's got a childish ego.
Oh, stop.
I'm sorry, he does.
What's okay with just staying on mute and realizing you have nothing of value to say? Why just...
If I thought that, I wouldn't say it.
Why do you guys have to talk all the time?
Not all the time.
You always talk when you're here.
No. I always talk, but not all the time.
Yeah, so Maya put this thing, I was taking a drink, which I wanted to add in. Maybe I'll talk about it earlier, sorry. But now the White House is just random. They ripped, what is it, $11 million from a Catholic charity? I don't, in Florida, I don't understand, I don't understand it. I don't, y'all say, oh, he's childish or whatever. You can be childish and still have good political instincts and know that you don't want the Democrats to get the House so they don't have investigatory power, and know that you need to hold on to the Catholic vote where you made inroads for a Republican, which Democrats have had a lock on historically. You can be a child, you can be all those things, and still have restraint. It doesn't make any sense to me. And now taking the money away from the charity is really strange. So, but anyway, y'all just want to yap. It's fine. I'll be fine.
It'd be interesting to see how Catholics respond to this, like in a poll.
There is a poll. I thought you read the newspaper. Polls came out today. You don't follow the news, Mr. Journalist, man?
I don't always read it first thing because I got other things I do, particularly spiritual things.
And also getting your, you said you get frontline reports for the war. You got to do that too, right?
That? It doesn't say frontline reports.
You literally
but I am hearing this
literally said that people are on the phone with you when
under the causeway in Saudi Arabia under missile attack. That's what happened. That's the fact. That's what I said. That's true.
Well, there are polls out if you're interested in what Catholics think. They don't like it. Yeah, I don't know what the Republican, outside of Gen X whites, I don't know what the Republican base will be in 26 and 28. You'll have Republican whites, Gen X whites. You'll get seniors half and half or slightly above, but I don't know what Republicans, I don't know what Republicans are doing.
Gen Z white.
No.
They're
Gen
conservative.
Z whites.
They're conservative.
No. The women, no. There's more girls than boys that vote for Gen Z.
Oh yeah, but I don't know.
Gen Z,
they've been activated. The white Gen Z conservative males. They might be less activated. You're right. I'm
not following this year.
I'm following Florida. That's what I'm following. I need to get out of Florida.
No, they're upset about Israel and the war. Did you see, I mean, this is just an anecdote. Did you see them yelling at J.D. Vance at the Talking Points USA thing?
No, yes, I agree. If we're talking about this administration, I heard you say 28. I'm saying if there's somebody who, if they can find Republicans who are like, these drivers are crazy. If you can find Republicans who have a different position on Israel, but everything else Trump says, like, that's why I keep talking about James Fishback. They're activated as hell. But I might be too closely following.
Oh man, you really online these days, Dr. Who
is that person? I'm reading the news.
Who is that person that you just described?
He's running against Byron Donalds for governor of Florida.
Fishback doesn't have constituency.
You haven't been following. He does.
5%. Okay, we had 7%.
In the primary?
So the leftists continue to drag Democrats, including Democrats, out of office and protest them, or they go and get arrested at Schumer and Gillibrand's office the other day. And so now the people who are going after the right wing are the young right wingers, or the young newly right wing. It's amazing that Vance gets heckled by people at TPUSA who's on the right, and we can't get any watermelon people to fucking heckle JD Vance. It's incredible to me. I'll still never understand that. There was a piece that the Bulwark did. I don't like the Bulwark, but I did read it on why the campus protests have dried up. I don't know if people saw that. And what was insane to me was watching the so-called left online defend the lack of protests on Israel, Iran, U.S., et cetera, and their reasoning is because institutions said they were going to take their degrees and all this stuff. So whenever like black people see it online, it's like a vintage stock photo from the civil rights movement. Imagine if civil rights movement people were in this day. Like, I was fighting for my civil rights. They say I say it's one of the most important issues in the world. Or the Africans, I would, if I'm the Mau Mau, I would fight against the British. Or I would fight against the British, in Nkrumah, but I gotta go make sure I do this Fulbright scholarship I got lined up in 2 years. It's just insane. I don't understand it. And there was a woman on here, I think her name was Arlene. I remember Arlene. She was talking about how these young people on these campuses were going to save the world. And she was adamant that they were going to save the world. They were going to make it a better place for you and for me and the entire human race. And now we're at a point where they don't want to protest because they can't be in their intramural club volleyball where they get to go and see how well they can do against Vanderbilt's team. here, you're still done. When you apply for a job, they don't ask to see the paper. But Big always disagrees with me on this, so I'll invite Sister Big up. I'll never understand if genocide, if it's a genocide, and you're not willing to sacrifice for something you put your heart and soul into because your degree gets held for 6 months to a year, then you don't really think it's a big a deal as you think it is. That's just how I feel. I know when John Lewis and them was getting popped upside the head, they were literally getting popped upside the head. But we don't have those expectations for young people on college campuses today like we did in 1967, because those were Negars that were doing it. Those were Africans that were doing it. So when Africans were doing it on college campuses and losing everything, we expect that. This group, they're just supposed to show up like I remember I went to the encampment at UPenn. I tell this story all the time. They had more berries. They had more berries than I had at my local Whole Foods. They had quince, apricots, blueberries, raspberries, strawberries. One of my girls who teach the pen, and she told me that when she ran out of berries at home for her baby, when she dropped her off at the daycare, berries. It's so ridiculous. It's not a big funds. No, you can't.
You're in the Matrix, bro.
Anybody watching the Artemis 2 astronauts? They're holding a press conference about their moon mission. And that black captain on there, man, yo, his story is dope. And he seems to have a beautiful family. Shout out to him. Very accomplished black man. And his daughter's fly. Like, I'm looking down, I've been to her cave. I think she's like 20 or something like that. And it's like, social media is very nice. Very, very nice.
Where's the content?
Iran wants to give up the enriched uranium. They want a deal.
That's a lie.
No, that's what I'm hearing.
Wait, what's the source? What is the source of what?
So far, it's just what I'm hearing. But just check and see if you get an official announcement soon. Lebanon also wants a ceasefire, including Hezbollah, and Israel will not have to withdraw from where it is. 8 to 10 kilometer buffer zone into Lebanon.
That is a lie.
No, that's true. Which no lie. No lie, I don't lie.
Okay, El Normal, fine. Okay, Miriam, are you gonna be there in 2 minutes?
Yes.
First Lady, are you there? I guess she's not. Okay, Miriam,
Do you know a good stain remover for clothes?
No, everything I have tried hasn't worked.
Wait a second, you're a woman. You're supposed to know these things.
What's the thing?
I have tried Oxy, peroxide,
Borax?
Yeah, borax. It's a laundry additive. Yeah. It's a laundry additive. BORAX.
Hey, Maya knows good recommendations. Maya, do you know a good stain remover? Clothing stain remover? So it's what, you know how sometimes clothes with zippers that you've put away for a while, sometimes the zippers sometimes develop that bluish thing. I don't know. I think it's from oxidation. I think that's what it is. Or zippers made with copper.
If it's that, you might need to use a peroxide pre-treatment kind of thing. There's one, it's called, I don't know if it's retard or RIT or something like that. But you will have to soak your clothes in it and it would reverse some of that reaction.
So Maya says saturate with a Dawn spray. Okay, I'll go look for Dawn stain remover. Wait, Drift baby stain remover. It works wonders. Okay, I'll look for that too. Thanks, y'all can go back to talking about Iran.
I make a paste with OxyClean and a little water, and I just let it sit on the stain for a while. Like if I get tomato sauce on my white shirt.
You do your own laundry?
It depends. If I'm in a rush or something, or I need something for tomorrow and I don't have it, or sometimes I don't like the way the laundry. Certain things I like to do myself. You know, just throw something in the wash, like my workout clothes. Just keep washing them, you know.
Hey ladies, if y'all are single, El Norma just said he works out.
I think everybody works out these days.
No, not so.
Sure.
Non-hurricane stir fighting, please.
No, I'm folding clothes right now. So I can't fight. I do need espresso though. Why do you want to fight? Sonny?
Where's the content?
I don't know where it is. I mean, you got one mod, and Rambo's about to become a mod if First Lady leaves, so you know where that's taking us.
I'm hearing Time Magazine is naming Bibi the most influential person of the century.
Who runs Time Magazine?
Influential is not always good.
No. I think they've had some dark people as well, morally.
You other dark people.
And no, I don't mean that, but I understand that you might think that.
this peace with Lebanon and Iran, I think that'll be good for everybody.
Where's the content?
I know, like, I'm in my closet folding clothes, and, you know, so I need to hire an organizer. I think that's what I need to do. Isn't that what rich people do, hire organizers and stuff?
Oh no, I live in a band down by the river, so.
$150 an hour, Hurricane.
$150 an hour for what?
Organizer. That's the going rate.
Oh, no, that's too much money.
I know.
I need a better rate. That's not a good rate.
You can negotiate that. Just have them come in and scope out what the job is. You can negotiate that.
Yeah, if you commit to a few visits, few hours of visits, yeah, they'll come down a little.
By the time I do that, I would have organized my own closet. I just don't know how to do it. But
there you go.
This was good investment.
You need a boyfriend to do it, Hurricane.
You know, that would be great.
Yeah.
One of these days, you know.
Oh wait, the boyfriend dirty clothes?
Who said these clothes are dirty?
I mean, I assume if they're gonna be putting up your clothes, you're also throwing clothes on the floor.
No.
Like, you know, just, yes, I assume you have these bad habits.
Oh wait, so me and Ramos are the same person now?
I didn't say you are. He has a partner. He has children and a wife who's picking up his clothes. Who's been picking up his clothes for him for years.
Okay. No, you know, no. I wouldn't have a boyfriend organize my closet like that.
It's inappropriate.
I don't know about inappropriate, but
It is. Don't worry.
boyfriends are good for things like fixing stuff around the house.
Cooking dinner.
I'm sorry?
Cooking dinner.
You know, I love cooking, but I like to be cooked for too.
Well, that's good. Yeah.
Yeah, so
It's good if you both can do it.
yes, and I have been cooked for recently. You know.
Was it good?
It was.
Oh, that's great.
Homemade pasta, homemade meatballs, you know.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's what's up.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I'm not working on.
Veal and beef in the meatballs?
Well, there were 3 types of meat in the meatballs.
Yeah, veal, beef, and pork.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Wait, hold on. Do I know this person?
Stop that. Don't ask me.
Try to steal your boyfriend now.
Oh, he would never do that.
No, I wouldn't do that. I'm just saying, okay. I'm just trying to see if it's okay.
because if y'all have never had homemade pasta, y'all need to see if y'all can get some, because it's different.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
So you went to his house, right?
I don't answer such questions.
Because you don't have a pasta machine, is what I'm thinking. I made it by hand. I don't have a pasta machine.
Oh, I definitely have a pasta machine because I don't care.
You do?
Pasta. I do not. No.
I get you.
I don't eat pasta like that. I don't like carbs that much.
I grew up with my mom teaching us how to make homemade pasta, so we always made it at home.
Oh gosh, it's a tedious process, and I think you just have to.
But it's delicious.
That's great.
It tastes different.
It does, yeah, but
Yeah, it does.
But it's not the sort of thing to do all the time.
It's labor intensive.
Yeah.
Makes a mess.
You gotta have a little bit of space. Your kitchen's cluttered or small. It could be a challenge.
Yeah, but I'm not a big pasta person. I was back in the day, but then, life changed, and so did I.
What's your staple, Hurricane?
Sweet potatoes.
Sweet potatoes, you said? Yeah, that's really good.
Eggs.
I'm
going to call to Costco tomorrow, Messi.
You doing a Costco run? You doing a Costco run tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm going to go get my eggs.
I think the best place for pasta, just go to Italy on 25th. Like they have every type of pasta you can imagine, and it's made fresh on a regular basis. But making that at home is crazy.
It's really good if you just make it. And it takes seconds to the most to boil. Fresh home, it's a different thing. Homemade gnocchi. It's good.
I just came across, it was a post on Facebook from America's Test Kitchen. And they were talking about, hold on, I just want to make sure, it was about noodles, or about pasta. It was about cold cooked noodles. Let me see. There's something. I'm messing up. Something just came. Oh, here it is. Okay. Now this is obviously pre-made pasta, but it said want to cook pasta faster. Don't wait for the water to boil. Starting in ice cold water and using less of it reduces the total cook times by as much as 45%. And so this was actually an article that they published like 3 years ago. But yeah, they talk about how cooking, starting the pasta in cold water actually makes it cook faster. It cooks faster, and it takes less, just overall, I think less water and less time. And the difference is not noticeable. Like you don't notice the difference between the pasta. So you don't have to, let it boil and all that other stuff. Yeah, it's really interesting. It's on the website. I hadn't heard that. Maybe others had, but I've always, boiled the water. It said 1 pound of dried pasta started in 1 quart of cold water, cooked up just as nicely al dente as the same type of pasta started in 4 quarts of boiling water. Only the most sensitive palates could discern any difference between the samples. I thought that was interesting. car dealerships like they belong to Wayne. Just freely.
Oh, that's called the Wiggly something man.
Yeah.
Those are funny.
Man, that's how
Wiggly, fluttery man. There's jokes about them.
the inflatable, yeah.
Yeah.
Some places call them air dancers. That's funny. Air wavers. Wacky waving inflatable arm flailing tube man.
Yeah, that's it. Wacky waving inflatable tube man. Yes.
That's funny.
A dancing flailing fabric figure powered by a fan.
And they get my attention every time.
God bless capitalism.
Hold on to his hand. Why? Okay, go cool down. You're good? What's going on?
You had me rock. I started rocking.
Oh, hold on to his hand. God's unchanging hand. Oh, hold on to his hand. Mm-hmm. God's unchanging hand. Woo, down to my heart. Oh, I don't know the rest of the words. I was like, I thought it was build your hopes on things eternal. Okay.
That's it.
On eternal. Huh?
On things eternal, not temporal things, but eternal things.
Okay. I can't remember.
Y'all so saved. I've been playing all these things.
I don't know what you're talking about, brother.
Saved and sanctified. Y'all be, you a silver saint as old as you is.
I'm
Silver saint. Come on.
silver.
Listen, you were born before some of those songs were written.
Yes, I helped write them.
Steve?
What's about the lieutenant?
We got a clip.
The
The
lieutenant.
governor.
Isn't it lieutenant governor?
Governor, yeah. What I say?
General.
Oh yeah. Child. See, but that's why I need you. I need you. You need me. Right?
Please, don't say so whack. You're so whack.
I'm corny, I know.
I love it. That's hilarious.
But yeah, y'all. What's going on? Nobody got a clip or nothing? We need a clip of that, cause that was insane. What
I think they're still trying to figure everything out.
Yes. It is His will that every need be supplied. Go ahead, teenager.
I actually sang that song in the junior choir.
I know, that's why you're supposed to come on and end it.
Come on, junior choir.
That's it.
I gotta start telling y'all stuff, man.
We already know. We already know. Come on, Sunshine Baby. Come on. We already know.
Oh, not the sunshine.
Yeah.
We already know.
I don't want no peanut butter and jelly. Y'all know that one? Y'all know that one? Oh, that's too sanctified. Well, it was. That was the Sunshine Band kids.
Oh, well, see, I didn't grow up Kojic. I just married Kojic.
Oh.
So that's.
All right, good night.
Pastor wasn't happy about that. He was like, you grew up Baptist? He talked a lot of mess. He married us, but he talked a lot of mess.
Oh, yeah, because people say you're not equally yoked.
I mean, and he was like that. I was like, nah, sir.
It's a lot, man.
That was our first meeting, too.
I think that's a good combination though, because two coaching people, I need the kids to get some good doctrine. I'm sorry, like we can't have two coaching parents because the kids will just grow up just already knowing nothing. Sorry, Tiandria, but it is what it is.
No, she'll have some. It's it's depending on how old TT is. Sometimes that hard, like if you grew up in, so I want to talk about shit. There'd be, mothers that get up on and talk about, I see the gates of hell wide open, talking about legs and not having the. I've seen the dresses down to the ankles. Okay, playing basketball in the jean skirts. I know about them. Okay. I've seen the pictures. So I feel like you grew up in that sort of era. You're going to be level-headed because you're going to be like, okay, some of this was too much. Like you can't wear jeans, pants. You can't wear jeans, regular jeans. Yeah, that's a lot. There tends to be a healthy correction. Now the coaching men. Who's here? Coaching men are like Jamaican men.
Okay. Well, I went to coaching church quite a bit in my early 20s because I liked the music, so I would do that. But I always rolled my eyes on performance because I could not get into it. I needed a little more than what they would typically offer. But I enjoyed the shenanigans, though. They were fun to watch. I enjoyed it.
that the governor?
Oh, let me see if I can find one. Give me 1 second.
Oh, the governor of lieutenants. My head hurt.
My head hurt. My back hurt. My neck hurt.
What?
My arm. That's what you said.
Why did I tell you that? What are you talking about?
Just now, you said your head hurt.
This is why you don't have a badge.
Exactly. Tell them.
Let me see.
They ain't got that many. You gotta do better than just one day.
Yeah, you gotta be kind.
What, no, like first lady kindness or a different kind of kindness?
Oh,
I can't do first lady kindness.
Whatever it takes to get your numbers up, sir, if that's your goal.
Not changing.
No, then keep on staying at 2%. At 2%. Exactly.
He's not Twitter.
So first lady, I did find a press conference.
Okay.
It's about 11 minutes, 11 minutes. Okay, let's give it a try. Thank you.
Well, I'll let you know. Anybody who calls me 2% is getting gone.
Okay, and this is from
What's wrong with the 2%? It corresponds with your 2A hair. God bless.
You know, it's the sheriff's department. It is from Fox 5.
And we are standing by right now, guys, waiting for. Yeah. Hey guys, yeah, Chief Kevin Davis has just walked up to the microphone. He's ready to give us an update. So let's go with it.
All right, folks, good morning. I'm here to confirm the identity of our shooter in this murder-suicide that happened several hours ago as former Lieutenant Governor Justin Fairfax. Former Lieutenant Governor Justin Fairfax shot and killed his wife inside of their home and then shot and killed himself. I think you have the rest of the details that Captain Constrid gave earlier this morning, so I'm just going to pause right here and answer any of your questions to the best of my ability right now. I can just tell you that I'll go to Drew first, that this has been an ongoing domestic dispute surrounding what seems to be a complicated or messy divorce. Drew.
And Chief, that was going to be my question. Can you elaborate on what the investigation has revealed about the status of their marriage? Of course, the kids are what everybody's thinking about, I think, too, in this as well.
So far, what we know is probably what you all know. I don't think it's a secret that there's been divorce proceedings that have been ongoing. From what I understand at this early stage, former Lieutenant Governor Fairfax was recently served some paperwork associated with an upcoming court proceeding that apparently led to this incident last night. Both of their children, teenagers, the boy's older than the girl, were in the house when it happened. So that's horrible news for the family. Certainly a traumatic event for those children to live through. But we know that it all kind of culminated last night when Justin Fairfax shot several times and killed his wife, ran to a different part of the home, and then killed himself with the same firearm.
I know you just got on scene, but from your briefing, what do you know about the scene inside?
So it seems like, some school buses here. It seems like the murder took place in the basement. It's described to me as a unfinished basement in the home. At some point after Justin shot and killed his wife, he runs upstairs in the home and into the primary bedroom, apparently, and shoots and kills himself.
location.
So we checked on that. The question is, have we had any previous domestic support calls for service to this location in January of this year? Mr. Fairfax calls the police and alleges that his wife assaulted him. We responded to that scene. There are several cameras set up inside the house. Apparently, Mrs. Fairfax, at some point during these divorce proceedings, set up a lot of cameras inside the home. We reviewed those cameras and we corroborated that the alleged assault never occurred. So there was no arrest made. There was a report written, but the allegation that Mr. Fairfax made in January that Mrs. Fairfax assaulted him was proven to be untrue.
Does 85.8% of seniors play solitaire?
The nature of who's involved here, like how does that play into it?
Certainly this is a high-profile family. At one point in time, I think it's fair to say that Justin Fairfax, before he was lieutenant governor, while he served as lieutenant governor, and even afterwards, was a rising star politically, not just in Northern Virginia, but in Virginia. So it's high-profile in nature. It's tragic in nature. Certainly a fall from grace for a relatively high-profile family that seemingly had a lot of things going in their favor. So tragic for the children to lose both parents. Extra tragic for them to actually be in the home when it occurred. So yeah, there's a lot going on, and our Victim Services Division, like they always do, is leaning into the family, the surviving relatives, the children in particular, and we'll do everything we can for them.
Afterwards, a patient upstairs, even all of that sort of cameras inside the house today, and how do we got it?
So our detectives have gathered that. Certainly there's enough cameras inside the home that we were able to corroborate some of that, but one of the children was denied when it was just after midnight. So he described some things to us as well. So it's corroborating. I heard one question about what do we know about the gun. I don't know anything about the gun yet. The same gun that Mr. Fairfax used to kill his wife seems to be the same gun that he used to kill himself. I don't know. Well, we're going to be here for a while. Obviously, we have a search warrant we need to execute to recover evidence, and certainly included in that evidence is the primary firearm that was used and any other firearms. I don't know that they do or don't exist.
Yeah, I think piggyback on that question, but the cameras were still, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
The cameras were still there and rolling and operational, and that's.
I believe they were.
Okay, so he had set up the cameras, and well, we don't know who set up the cameras in the house. She set up the cameras in the house, just to clarify, and he alleged that she assaulted him.
So what we know, I'm going back to January now.
Yeah, sorry.
What we know is that Mrs. Fairfax, at some point in time, they lived together while they were separated, in separate bedrooms. At some point in time, we know Mrs. Fairfax installed several cameras inside the home. And we know that because when Mr. Fairfax called us to their home back in January and alleged that his wife assaulted him in the home, we were able to go to those cameras and determine that never occurred. So that's the only time that the Fairfax City Police Department has ever been at the Fairfax.
Are family members now with the children?
Yes, so there's grandparents involved, other family members involved, or the Victim Services Division is involved, but so their well-being is a primary concern.
Was the situation with their divorce proceedings, if you noticed, that they were continuing to live together in this home, just in separate areas of the home, or did someone return to the home and live together?
I don't want to go too far down the rabbit hole. I know that they were separated, living together. I know that there are divorce proceedings that are underway and court appearances that are scheduled and pending in the very near future. I know he was served some paperwork recently. Apparently, the paperwork indicated when he was next to appear in court. That may have been a spark. The detectives will figure that out. That led to this tragedy here. Again, a mother shot and killed, taken from her children, and then he takes his own life.
And no other red flags in his street?
So I think divorce proceedings and likely determined that there were red flags along the way in retrospect. But certainly, half of America probably goes through divorce proceedings at some point in time, and very, very rarely, thankfully, does it ever end up like this. So, very, very sad for this community. School buses here.
Yeah.
A lot of people who go to the Fairfax family, everybody was shocked. We're shocked.
It might be too early to know this or not, but do you know if he legally owned a firearm?
I don't know. We'll determine that.
Was there a fight inside that we know of?
The only thing I'm going to surmise before I get myself in trouble with detectives is that we know that recently Mr. Fairfax was served some type of paperwork indicating when he was scheduled to next appear in court for the ongoing divorce proceedings. So I guess that is something that we're looking at as something that may have led to whatever happened last night that led to the murder of a mother and a wife. Under investigation. Obviously, we got two teams. Our main concern is for their well-being right now. They are interacting with us. Certainly, the son was the one who called 911 through a very chaotic situation. I can only imagine.
Do you think he's still holding some kind of public position?
I know Mr. Fairfax is and was an attorney. I know he returned to practice law after he served as lieutenant governor for Virginia. I otherwise don't know exactly what he was doing with his employment or his law practice.
And this was around midnight?
Just after midnight, just a few minutes after midnight.
Did your delivery come or what call come after Mr. Fairfax shot himself, or was there a window in there?
Or was it just come after I left?
It was a very short.
Left the picture.
So I think it all happened at once. Obviously, he was like shot and killed before Mr. Fairfax takes his own life. I think it was all at once. There wasn't a pause. There was never a moment where someone was holed up in a room. Cops were here, and it all happened pretty spontaneously.
What was the resolution of his false claim against his wife? Did that just kind of end? Was he cited for making a false report? Or?
He wasn't. This is a high bar to charge him with making a false report. But our police officers, patrol officers investigated. They were able to corroborate that it didn't occur back in January. So their files were, but a police report was written.
So, questions of mental health issues, or will you be testing after think about either forensics, like drugs or anything like that?
Yeah, I don't know about mental health or behavioral crisis. I do know the family was going through seemingly a very tough time with the separation, with the divorce, etc. I can only imagine the stress that the parents felt, the kids felt, and the other family members as well. Yes, Serena Fairfax is our victim. Mrs. Fairfax was a dentist. Mr. Fairfax, obviously, the former lieutenant governor and a lawyer, and two teenage children in high school.
Going back to the timeline, by the time police got there, both of them were deceased.
Yes. Both pronounced innocent.
To the best of your knowledge, just the one incident where police were involved. No other calls.
To the best of my knowledge, it was January of this year, 2026. We'll obviously dig into that. Within minutes of the 911 call. Could be the exact time frame for you. But teams were having some call.
very sad and traumatic. As I was reading it and typing in the chat that the son found him, I don't know if that's the chief, was beginning to say the same thing. That his sons, or I don't know if he has a son and a daughter, to have to witness that.
The son is older than the daughter.
To have to witness that, they're going to be scarred for the rest of their life. Like, this is extremely disturbing. So to anybody who didn't catch what happened, William was asking what happened. I just came in to T-100 playing the police, most likely the chief or someone in charge, former Lieutenant Governor Fairfax of Virginia, who's now practicing law. They're saying that although separated, him and his wife still lived in the same home. He went down to the basement, shot her to death, and then went upstairs and killed himself. And his son had to call 911.
That's just awful. I mean, I guess he ain't had nobody to talk to. Like, what's going on?
Well, I think so. I was gonna say a few years ago, he had some issues with improprieties in office, as far as like, I believe it was like assault and sexual harassment of two different women. They came forward, but there were no charges. The wife had filed for a divorce last year, but it looks like they were still living in the same home. And
Instead of him just leaving, because he can't go. This became the War of the Roses. They can't stand each other. She didn't probably have another place to go, didn't want to uproot the kid. So he found a way to stay during the separation. And they probably was beefing back and forth every day. And then he got that one paper, sounds like, and that's where the additional part of the argument, I guess, happened. Just awful. Like, but before you get to that place, how aren't you talking to somebody? BWA, you was going to say something?
No, I was saying, you really gotta check on people. People don't, really don't know what people be going through. You know what I mean? On both ends of it, the fact that he was at the point where he committed suicide, killed himself, killed his wife, and I'm sure there was probably abuse going on that she was hiding too. You know what I mean? Possibly, like she could have been getting domestic violence and it's keeping it in. So.
I think that is a fact because she put cameras in.
Oh,
You're putting interior cameras in your house.
Yeah.
Because something's going on.
Well, she put the cameras in because he started lying.
Right. But that is also abuse.
I can't stand a liar. I'm trying to tell you. A liar. It's dangerous.
First Lady is very dangerous, and to get to the point where you need to pick cameras all over your home. So that when he called the police on her, she's like, no, this didn't happen. Look at the cameras. To get to that point,
It was time
think
to
about how
go.
many times.
It was time to go. The kids will find a way to get you to school. If you gotta still go to the school, we gotta go. I can't stay here. I'm not gonna stay here. I'm not going to do it. I don't care. I gotta go. I'll go stay in a hotel. I'm going to stay in a Motel 6. I'm not doing it.
Their whole concept is the left is equal right. Every human is the same, equal right, humanitarian, support the people who are being oppressed. So their is Iran are being oppressed, and if Iran are not being oppressed, then they get confused, and you have to wake them up to say, look, we're not dealing with someone being oppressed. We are dealing with someone who is equally crazy, like Nazi and Japanese. They will not end until being forced into unconditional surrender, just like World War II for Japan and Nazi.
Yes,
right?
Dave, I agree with you, but you know where the problem lies, Dave, is that there seem to be a lot of people do understand by now. Thankfully, the majority, I think, does understand. We're not there yet 100%. We still have a long ways to go to do more explaining, of course, and we're working on that to get there, to get the information there. I think every Iranian is working very hard now to do it, even though they might be scared. But the thing is that a lot of there are some guys that like praise Hitler, and they seem to even, you know, I don't know, they smoke a lot of weed, or I don't know what their life's about, but they're like praising it, and it's another type of person. You can't like argue with that because, you know.
Yes, I understand that. I mean, when I came here January 2025, there are a lot of things you can't argue, but we figure out how to argue. With a Muslim, it's very easy. You just have to show them the world map. Where are the places Christian and Jewish are persecuted? There are 54 countries. And then you compare 2023, 24, 25, this data, you can see that certain Muslim nation, the level of persecution of Jewish and Christian increasing, not decreasing, right? Then you look at this country, where these people are going to Europe, and then you ask the Muslim, so if you come from a society where you persecute Jewish and Christian, and you go to Europe where there are a lot of Christian and still Jewish, right? Because a lot of this country, the Jewish are pretty empty, zero left. So you don't tell them, basically you say, we are looking for existence. That means like we know what you're doing, but we are kind of begging for existence. And then they will stop arguing. Because their whole idea is, yeah, we are harmless, blah, blah, blah. But the moment you say, we are asking for survival, then they can't argue anymore.
That is it. We're asking for survival and for existence, but
exactly.
but the response I get a lot when I'm telling them these are our family, these are our friends that are dying, they say that they are Zionists, they are Mossad, they are traders. Like they're calling these are demonstrators, protesters, young people, normal Iranian people, and they're calling them all these names to make them dehumanize them, like they're not human, to wave it away that is okay.
So the main enemy right now are not Muslim. the main enemy right now are the left, the Western left, because they are in denial. They cannot accept they cannot the truth. They cannot accept that the Muslim are evil. The Muslim will be peaceful. They cannot accept this. And so if we all make the left in the Europe, the US, Canada to wake up, then there's no more hiding place for this Muslim coming from country where they persecute Christian and Jews, because it is so obvious. If you come from a country that persecute Christian and Jews, are they compatible in the Western nation? No. And if they don't speak the Western language, can they be assimilated? No. Can they be integrated? No. It's very obvious. The only people who are on denial of this are the left. So the enemy number one are all the left-leaning media, mainstream media, BBC, France 24 English,
Yes, because they're not even talking about the leftist media is not talking about our people that are our friends and family that are getting executed right now as we're speaking. They're not posting anything about it. I saw one post from Amnesty International.
Yeah.
And I don't see the other mainstream media posting it or reposting it. So I don't know what the hell's going on in the world, but this is insane. And everything America does or Israel does, it gets blown up. But when people die to the regime, and this is normal for us. We're used to it by now. Every time these things happen, everyone is quiet. During the protest in 2023, all mainstream media in the world were quiet. 2019, everyone was quiet. Now, everyone is quiet.
Sam, the Iranian has the one major advantage that Jewish do not have. They're all shouting at them.
Dave, can I interrupt real quick? I'm sorry, but yeah, I just want to respond to Charles. You know, you're so quick to bastardize Americans, but yet in Canada, what does your country say? If someone breaks into your house, don't kill the intruder. Call 911. Don't defend yourself. Be the victim. Right? And you're gonna sit here and bastardize Americans because we had a situation that it's not the best, but we're taking away tyranny. And unfortunately, sad that those schoolgirls passed away. But there's a bigger picture.
You're gonna respond.
I will. There's a bigger picture. Unfortunately, the collateral cost for the future, unfortunately, is ugly. And guys like you, Gerald, that don't understand that. You see, a lot of Iranians understand that. They understand the collateral costs for freedom. Just like in America, we had a lot of collateral costs, not just militarily. How many civilians during the Revolutionary War, Gerald, got their houses burned, hanged, accused of treason? How many? Those are collateral costs that gave us our independence, our freedom from the crown. It's a sad situation, but the outcome is
It's a
magnificent.
reality that you will never understand, my friend, and I really hope that you never do. I do not.
I don't understand. I want this fucking worldly bird to understand. See, he looks at every infraction. Every infraction, but he doesn't see.
What they don't understand is that we have the footage
of Iranians in Iran taking pictures of the military, the IRGC, having their military bases on the schools' playgrounds, hiding in these schools, hiding in these hospitals, because they know if they go outside, they will get bombed easier. They remove themselves from the checkpoints. Yeah.
You know, these schools in America on military bases.
But do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, the difference is when there's a war, when there's a war going on at school, Jarl. You know that, right?
The most common place for Americans to build schools are on military bases. And America is known for using human shields.
If you're really careful, like those standards that you display here, then you cannot use human shields and defend it, which is what you're doing. What the terror regimes are doing, which is not just the IRGC, also Hamas and Hezbollah. Hamas doesn't have military bases, so does Hezbollah. They use military infrastructure. Now those girls that they claim that died, the school is inside a base, okay? During a war. In Israel, I don't know if you're aware of this.
There was no war. There was a surprise attack during negotiations.
No. Can you listen to me? You don't know what you're doing. None of the things that I said was made up. What did I say that was not true? Until now.
It wasn't during a war. You're lying.
It was during a war.
No, it wasn't. It was on the first day. Nobody knew the war started. How would they know? They were dropped. The bombs were dropped on that school during the first day of the war. So to say that was a war, it just started like a few hours before.
Yo, I have a question for you. So I want to ask you, if we were in 1945 now, and the Americans, and they were like bombing Nazi Germany, would you also oppose that?
If America was bombing girls' schools in Germany, I would definitely have been against that. Yes.
What about putting the schoolgirl inside a base? What about putting the schoolgirl inside the military base?
The place for America to build schools is on military bases. And the second point is, you can search this up. America uses human shields in the same way.
Wait a minute.
American soldiers.
Give me an example.
They were hiding soldiers
across. Give me an example of a city that has a base, like a small base. Like I don't know if you've seen the like what you're talking about. It's a small area inside. Have you looked at the map? Like where is the school inside of what?
The Tomahawk would have landed beside the school, outside the school, which there's 200 meters between the school and the military base. If the bomb landed outside the school...
No, it's not true.
You can't let me finish?
Everything you said about the comment bases for schools to build are not on military bases in America.
One second. I'm looking at the map right now. There's no 200 meters.
There's websites.
Jared, there's 0 meters between them, not 200 meters. You want me to upload the picture of the map?
But it doesn't matter
200 meters.
Of a
Tomahawk it matters.
0 than 100 meters. It's the Tomahawk.
It's 0. 0 meters. Do you understand the concept of 0?
The Tomahawk missile military base, or the majority of those students would be perfectly fine and not injured. That Tomahawk missile landed precisely in the center of a kid's school. That's why military base is irrelevant.
Can you hold on one second? You're saying you're going on a big rant, and you want me to upload that? The school is inside meters between the school and the base. You want me to put a picture? I want you to. One second, Sam. Jared, please, can you upload the photo? Okay, show me how the 200 meters between the school.
I'll go look for it. Give me a few minutes.
And then this notion that the most of the schools are built on American military bases is fucking completely false, by the way. There's no way you would do that. First of all, it's too expensive to duplicate full school systems on every single fucking base in the United States. And actually, the U.S. prefers military families to integrate into the local communities that they move to. And I know many kids that I grew up with that their family was in the military and they went to my high school. My wife's friend right now, her family, her dad is in the military. They came from Colorado, and all of his kids, they have 8 kids, are all in the public school systems in America. They don't go to school on American military. It's all fucking bullshit. I don't know where you got this. I've been hearing this for a while on here, but I don't know where people are getting this shit from. It's completely false.
Harry, I think there's probably like maybe 5 major bases that still have internal school system. Everywhere else, it's dominantly integration in the public system. Guys, I just want to let you guys know, no matter what we put on here, Gerald will find the hair on a beetle's ass and be like, nope, see this strand of fucking hair that makes absolutely no fucking plausible sense. But because it's there, it's incorrect, and I debunked your fucking excuses.
It's okay.
I'm just saying, if you even bring it up with Miss Sam saying, with 1945, with Adolf Hitler, Gerald would come in and be like, well, why did we carpet bomb? Why, this guy has zero complexity in understanding what a campaign is. He has zero complexity to understand a bigger picture. Hold on, Miss Sam. Just let me get it out there. I'll just let you guys enjoy it. The reality is a lot of people live in the now. They don't see the future. They don't think about the reality of the future. They think about 2026. They don't think about 2036. They don't think about 2046. They think about right now. They don't understand. We're fixing hold on, Miss Sam, please. What's happening right now is we're fixing the future generation from being under the knife or the heel of a regime that has zero complexity or care about the existence of an individual. That's the humanity. All right. You guys go do your thing. Sorry for.
And just one comment, it's not a big base. It's a tiny base on a street, and inside this tiny base, on a neighborhood, there's a school for girls inside the base. Not a major base outside of the city that they have to create a school for the people that are serving in this base. No, it has nothing to do with the people that are serving in the base. Okay?
Just give me 30 seconds. Give me 30 seconds. So basically, for Jar, it's very easy. Whatever his behavior is an indication of total indoctrination. When we deal with extreme Muslim like from Somalia or whatever, first they come into the room, they criticize Bible, and they pick up one sentence, and then they pick out a certain word with that sentence, and they force the Christian to say like, you need to defend this particular word of this sentence. And then the Christian say, look, Bible is full of all the different sentences cross-referencing each other. Why are you forcing us not to do the cross-referencing in order to understand the bigger truth? And then this indoctrinated Muslim can say, I don't care. I only care about this particular word of this sentence, and you are not allowed to debate with me by cross-referencing. So basically, you have to be very sad with this. You have to, be sorry for these highly indoctrinated people, just like Jar here. So they can't do cross-referencing. They only get one specific information of the big picture and put his whole indoctrinated sick mind into just this little aspect. So basically, don't waste time. They are basically corrupted mind. They cannot think properly. They basically do not qualify to even speak to us. That's all.
Try
Studying the accent. What the fuck is a Chinese person defending Iran for? What the hell?
Yeah, look, when I came here, all the Muslims keep saying, why are you defending? Because they all know I see through them. They are all indoctrinated just like you. I'm so sorry for you. Why you waste your...
Like, no, guys, so you guys don't recognize the accent? Seriously?
Look, when you can't find the truth, you go for my accent. It's so
yeah, because you have a Chinese accent, but
it does that. So you should
we're doing the first one. There are like CCP and Hong crazy as that sounds.
Right? Chinese got Sun Tzu out of war. You test nothing. You are highly indoctrinated. You got zero.
Well, you seem actually quite informed about the subject, Joe. Well, Chinese people usually are quite intelligent, so makes sense.
You have no more place here. You can't debate. You are.
Okay. So if you guys can add on the minutes, you guys can do that shit all you want. But here's an actual fact, okay? If you scroll up and you look at my PTR, oh, didn't update. Wait, let me update it so I can make the point properly. If you look at my PTR in a second.
Within 30 seconds, we can see through you. You have zero brain.
Well, then why do you have to interrupt me, bud? Why can't you let me speak then?
Okay. Waste our time.
Yo, bud. Okay, thank you for being quiet. Okay, if you guys look at my PTR, this is a picture from a reporting by Reuters. You can see the school is in the bottom left. In the bottom right. It's actually well labeled. You can see all the strikes that hit military buildings. I fact-checked. There is a strike that did hit that building down in the bottom right. I mean, you guys can do the math. I'd say that's about 200
you notice that? You notice that two
yeah, but let's say that I was right about everything I said. I was right.
You notice the two shared walls? Do you notice the two shared walls between the school that you uploaded and the base that is in the school building? Next to the word D, there is one. On the word D, there is one. You can see the wall, right? That separates between the base where you see the circle and the word damage school. Not 200 meters, dude. Can you at least agree to this? That it's on the same location, not 200 meters away on the other state or another building.
No, like, dude, what are you talking about? There are like trees in between. What are you talking about? You claim that they were all part of the same building. That's not true at all. They're a separate building and it's clearly off in the bottom right. It's not touching anything.
Listen,
why can't you admit it?
Because you are wrong and you need to admit it.
Okay,
so listen to me again.
How many meters?
Listen to me.
Well, how many meters?
Listen to me.
I'm off by how much? You have no idea.
Listen to me.
Just
200.
No.
Okay, now, can you stop talking?
How do you know? How do you know?
Shut up for 1 second. Listen, don't annoy me, okay? Behave. Now, if there's a wall between my apartment and the apartment next to me, there are no 200 meters between us. There is a wall, 10 centimeters, okay? Not 200 meters. Now, I don't know, I guess you're American and maybe you don't know what meters are and I don't know how to translate it to inches and feet, but 200 meters is a lot, okay? If you run it, it's not the size of a wall. You understand?
It's 1/5 of a kilometer.
No, I know what kilometers are, sweetie. We don't use meters and kilometers.
Yeah, a school is about 200 meters.
The distance between the school and the base is exactly 0 meters. Stop the cap. Stop the numbers.
Okay.
You're embarrassing yourself. We can all see the photo that you uploaded. There's a wall between them. Not 200 meters. Nothing.
Okay.
That is the reality. No, I don't know if you hate America and for this you will really to change facts, but look at the photo you uploaded. Not 200 meters, dude.
So I will correct myself that the school is on the base. I thought you were implying the school and the military base are the same building, right? The buildings that are related to the military are, I would say, about two.
About the building of the same area and they're separated by a wall. One room is the school and the room next to it.
How is this helping your point? If
My
there's a
point
wall,
is, first of all, I think that facts matter, okay? And when you say that your claim started with the school being 200 meters away from the base, that is just not understanding the situation. The school is inside the base. There is nothing that separates between the school and, hold on, there is nothing that says this building is a school and this wall belongs to a military base and here is the commander is sleeping and here is the teacher's lounge, okay? Just walls, not different buildings, not different streets, not different distance, okay? Just a wall. If you would knock on one side of the wall in the school, you will hear it in the base and the other way around. You understand? That's it.
What we're not talking about here, guys, is that these are children, these are Iranian girls, little girls. One of these girls, the other woman, and they were sitting down, and she was saying, I was trying to get to my sister to knock on the door to go get her because the teacher was like, okay, guys, there's been a war, the war has started, but don't worry, there's nothing going to happen. And this little girl went to the door and they wouldn't open the door. They locked them in.
Okay.
Do you get my pain? Do you get what I'm saying? Do you know who these people are? You don't know these people. You don't know what they
are. I'm the one who's actually fighting for these fucking people. Do you even understand what we're talking about? These people are
fighting for those people. What do you mean you're fighting for those people?
These people are arguing for the guy who just said he would exterminate your civilization. What are you fucking talking about?
Everybody knows that he was talking about the IRGC. He was talking about the IRGC.
John, how are you fighting for the Iranian people? I want to know.
Yeah, but it's funny, well, that's definitely funny about the people
to liberate that civilization. That seems obvious.
Yeah, but
the school was before. But the school was on the 28th.
President Nixon? Do you know President Nixon?
Nixon, what about him?
President Nixon had a strategy, and it's called the madman theory.
Yeah,
you cannot be, you have to be a madman to stop a madman. So he's acting like he is a madman.
Nobody is trying to save the Iranian people.
Not going to destroy the whole civilization.
You're delusional. The only reason this war is happening is to make sure Iran doesn't have nuclear weapons. The people of Iran, nobody cares about. I'm sorry to inform you, nobody. Israel doesn't care, Iran doesn't care, America doesn't care. Nobody cares.
It's not really true. It's not really true. I agree with you that Israel would not go to a war in order to be Iranian. Dude, can you stop talking when others are talking? Like, I understand that you want to inject all the time, but like, try to listen also. You're not Israeli, you're not Iranian. You've never been to any of those places. You could have some humility and listen. Okay?
You're not American.
What happened? I'm not Israeli. No, I'm not. I'm Israeli. So I'm fucking older than you. I also serve the idea, so shut up and listen, okay? So, Israel would never go into war in order to free the Iranian people as an objective. That is correct. Each country will do what is good for their citizens. Even though we did do this when we were defending the Jews in Syria from being massacred. So yes, we just went to attack and protect them. We do care a lot for the Iranian people, and we are doing a lot to create the conditions for them to take down the government, their government. We will not do this for them. It cannot be done by air bombs, but maybe it's more about projection that you don't care about the Iranian people unless you can use some little girls in order to attack the United States. So that is not caring. That is exploiting the Iranian people. Let me just finish with this. We care very much for the Iranian people, the Jews and the Israelis. You can look on the Hebrew feed and look on what people are writing in Hebrew, Israelis. and you will see that you are very wrong. And those Israelis are the ones that are actually serving the Israeli Air Force and the IDF and the Mossad.
Yes, and I
what
people don't realize is that the Persians and the Jews, the Iranians and the Jews, they share a very long history together. I mean, our former Cyrus the Great, he saved the Jews from Babylon. So you don't know our history together. We love each other.
Yeah, we know.
Despite this regime.
Right, saying the Jews, blah blah blah. You understand? Somebody shoot me.
Jews love Muslims, Sam? Sure, bud. Whatever you say.
I'll check. Everything is okay with you? I'll check. What's up with your butt?
I'm sulking.
Sulking?
Yeah.
Charles, being an Iranian doesn't mean necessarily we have Iranian Christians, we have Iranian Zoroastrians, we have Iranian Muslims, we have Iranian Jews. So I don't know what you mean Jews love Muslims. We're all people with different religions. What's your point? We also have Israeli Muslims. So I don't know what your point is.
You know my problem is, Sam? You know what my problem is? In Iran, you have 9 million people in Iran. In Iraq, you have 9 million people. In South Sudan, we had 11 million people. We know wait, Sam. Don't come to be Captain Saberho with the and everything.
No, you know you're saying there's 9 million. There's 92 million.
Don't be too rude. Let me just land. You have 92 million people.
Okay, you said 9, bro. That's all I was correct.
I said 92. It's my accent. You probably didn't listen.
Sorry, my apologies. Go ahead.
Not bad. I said 90. You have 92 million people in Iran.
93 million.
Wait, baby. Just let me land my point. God damn it, bro. I've talked to you for years.
200
I finish my point. And the problem that I have is, even in my country, we have less than 12 million people, and we lost 3. Wait, Sam. Wait.
No, why? I don't give a fuck about your country. You just said you don't give a fuck. Why would I give a fuck about your country?
I'm not giving a fuck. Listen for 1 second. I'm trying to tell you something. We lost 3 million people that get independence. And right now, you have to study Israel and the United States giving up, and you lost 45,000 people, maybe 90,000 people. Terrible thing that happened to the Iranian people. Go do something about it. I am so sick and tired of hearing about this.
Bro, are you stupid?
You can overwhelm the government.
We literally came out. Listen, I have never seen
and you got shot, and nobody
we came out by the millions, and we started this revolution, and we will finish this revolution. They're just creating the conditions for us to rise up again. And shut the fuck up for the rest of it, because you don't know shit about the plans.
Hallelujah!
Wow, hallelujah. What a sick, disgusting thing. It's been 47 years.
It's just 47 years. Yes, just fucking 47. You know how long we've been here? 2,565. We're in year 2,565.
Look, I'm not your enemy, Sam.
Not in 2026, bitch.
I'm not your enemy. I actually want you to win. This is the thing. But I'm so sick and tired of you being like,
no, you're not. Don't act like you care about us. You guys do not. The only
you don't even know anything about
us. We know who they are.
Baby, why the fuck do you think so much? That's ugly ass. So Sam, I actually know I've checked that since I've been on this app, like 5-6 years. He actually wants you to win. I think he's just disappointed, and he's coming across as a rude, ignorant piece of shit. But that's just because he's passionate. He's not. He doesn't hate the Iranian people. He actually wants them to win. He actually is totally against Islamists, radical Islam. He's a proud Zionist. He's against terrorism. He's against innocent people dying. Trust me, I think you just got off on the wrong foot. And Acek lately, I think it's because his drinking problem. He's very misunderstood. But I know him. I love him, and he's actually a very dear friend to the Israeli Jewish community. And he's a proud advocate of even the Iranians. He stands up for them. So I think he's coming across the
the wrong way. I just had to say that. And I believe I've been in many fights with him because of the way he comes across his stuff. It's because he's over passionate, so he sounds like he's being insensitive, but he's not. Sorry.
Alright, no, I thought he was another Jarl and I just...
No, he's just a piece of shit African like me, but he's just super, super sensitive.
I'm terrible and I am sensitive. BB is correct. And I've talked to B for years. I'm very, very sensitive. I want the Iranian people to win. Javed Shah, like Babish and everything else like that. Javed Shah, yeah. I want you guys to win. I love people. You have no idea.
Thank you. We love you back. Thank you.
It just makes you so upset, Sam. That's the win. It's been so long. To Isfahan, I want to go visit them. With many Iranian friends, you know.
Well, I'll tell you what.
And it just makes me sad.
You jump in Tehran again when we're done with this war, hopefully.
I know. And the thing is, like, they created the conditions, but the thing is, I don't want Iranian people to die. I remember in January, I was crying every single fucking day when they were massacring Iranians. Those Shia scumbags that came with with the police and everything else, massacring Iranians. I was crying every single fucking day. It was terrible, you know. I want you guys to win, you know. The Basiji forces, those scumbags are gonna meet in hell, you know.
Yeah, but the thing is, when they get attacked, you have all these leftists all over the world, like, going bonkers that they're dying. Like, they're not innocent civilians. And they're taking the state's media, their state's media information, and they're like, oh, look, innocent. They're not innocent. They're the ones with fucking Kalashnikovs killing us.
Exactly. They killed like 45,000 Iranians like 2 days in January 8th and 9th.
They're the ones hanging us by every day right now. There's executions, and they're hanging them by the fucking, what do you call it in English?
It's like hanging by executions. I understand what you mean. Like my uncle by his wife, you know, when we got independence. So I understand his story. South Sudan. So we have the same problem with terrorism.
We have the same radical problem.
Yeah.
I'm so
sorry. Dhaka problem. Yeah, we have the same problems there.
How is it now? There.
Much better. We don't have any terrorism.
Oh, thank God.
We're just poor. We're just broke. That's our problem now. Other than that, we don't have any terrorism. We're just broke and poor. That's it. Yeah.
You're still there right now?
No, I'm here in Australia currently because I got hit in a car accident, so my leg is broken and it's still getting fixed. But I'll go back at the end of the year, so I stay in Australia 9 months of the year, and then the rest of the 3 months I go to South Sudan. But my leg is broken. It got hit in a car accident. Some chick hit me.
Ouch. That sucks.
But the thing is, like, Sam, I'm looking forward to the freedom of Iran. I just want to tell you this. When you're going through what you're going through in January, it actually gave me PTSD with the same problems that I went through in my own country. And
we already have it.
Iran,
we already have it. It can't get any worse than this.
Yeah, I'm traumatized too. Yeah. And I want Iranian people to win. And I want them to get rid of this terrorism because Iran is not Iraq. It's highly sophisticated people, highly educated people, highly smart people, one of the best in the whole entire world. And that's why I said Javed Shah. People are like, oh, why do you want the Shah to win? And I'm just like, this is the only option that they have. When Khomeini was killed, you know what the Iranian people were saying in Tehran, through the buildings? They were saying, Javed Shah.
Yes, did you see the footage? Everyone.
Yeah. I went Goldie is my friend from Twitter. You know Goldie?
Kamari, of course. Goldie Kamari.
Yeah, she's my friend from Twitter. We were arguing about this like 2 years ago. And she was like, I said, shut the fuck up, you dumb cunt. You know, and then think about the Shah, because we used to be a big Shah hater. But she educated me about it.
Yeah, and actually listen to him. Like, actually go to his page. Listen to everything he's done for the past 47 years for the Iranians, advocating, going to Congress, going to all these countries and spreading awareness. If you actually look at all the studies he's done as well, you will come to realize he's not looking for power. He already already has money.
But that's the thing.
He stated it time and time over. I want to be I'm just a transitional leader, and the people can have fair elections, and they can vote for whatever they like. You want a republic? Vote for it. You want a constitutional monarchy with a parliament? Vote for it. You want a full monarchy? Vote for it. You want I don't know what else does he need to
But that's the thing, Sam. Like Goldie sent me the links about the transition period that they've been working on for a long time, and she sent me other links. I'm like, why are you so proud about this? And then she sent me like a video about the Shah when he came to the United States, when he met President. Iran used to be a great country, you know. I don't think people have seen these videos. You know?
No, they have not. They think we were like.
It brings a tear to your eye, honestly. It just makes you so sad.
It makes you cry. Yes.
It makes you cry, you know?
That's
and then she sent me the official anthem of the Iranian government and Babish, and you know, I was just like, what the hell is this bullshit that these people are dealing with? It's a horrible thing, and hopefully it gets sorted soon, you know?
Did you see those football girls that refused to sing the national anthem in Australia?
Yeah, I'm in Australia. Yeah, they should have stayed here.
They were under pressure. They were scared for their safety.
Yeah, but they don't want their family to die.
Mm-hmm.
Have you heard that song? Be named Shah in the King, in the name of the King.
Yeah, Benami Shah. Yeah.
Yeah, Benami Shah. I play that song whenever I get disheartened. You know when Trump says like, oh, we're gonna have like another like negotiation with Pakistan. Fuck Pakistan, by the way. And I'm just like, please, just help the Iranian people. They have no idea like what could go on. It's been 47 years. It's been a long fucking time. You know, just get rid of this terrorism and let them thrive.
It's been long enough. It's been long enough. We still know who we were, fortunately, and we do not want to lose our identity, nor do I want any other country like America or Europe, those countries to lose their identity in any way, shape, or form, because people start to lose themselves, you know, and it goes very sneaky, you know, the way that it goes very sneaky and very, yeah.
We can't hear you if you're responding. I looked it up. I found a better picture. The school, I did a measurement. The school is exactly 130 meters away from any other building. So I was wrong with 200, but I don't know what Bro's talking about, saying that it's touching another building. It's 130 meters away. And if a tomahawk hits another building 100 meters away, the people in the school would have been fine, which was my point. So I was right. I don't know why you guys kind of...
Idiot.
That's me.
If Mikhail came out and told us everything you said, I would believe him over you, Joe.
When did I say that's not true? The school is exactly 130 meters away. Chances are if a fucking Tomahawk missile had hit a building 130 meters away, the people in the school would be fine. It's a fuck up. It's a big fuck up. I don't know. The fact that it's on a military base changes nothing, because the missile hit directly on the school. So what the
I
hell?
ask you a question, Joe. Has there ever been a perfect war?
What?
You can agree
Let me
with
ask you with this.
right? Okay.
When's the last time a girls' school was bombed with 170 students?
I'll answer you.
Guys, it has not even yet been 100% proven who this missile was from, because Tomahawks
It has.
45,000 Iranians were killed. And
I'm not
yet,
telling you.
it happened.
You
And
said
yet all of a sudden it's the end of the world. You said nothing when 45,000 Iranians were getting massacred and slaughtered in China. You said nothing. Your mouth was mute. And the second oh, one school got bombed, which is a terrible thing to happen. But if you're going to be consistent, be like, what happened in China was so horrible. Most people in Iran lost somebody. It was like 45,000 to 90,000. Get your job, you got them for some said nothing in January. And now you want to talk about one school that allegedly got bombed, and you don't even know the facts and everything else like that.
Joe, I thank you so much for being worried about our people. Can you also please help us and also talk about like the executions going on right now and the
Terrible. They're killing
protesters?
people every day.
Yeah, talk about it. I don't know why. Like, I don't know why Aztec thinks he knows the things I said in January. It's kind of delusional.
All due respect, Joel did speak out against the people that were dying. I heard him in rooms. I'm not gonna say this.
I apologize then, Joe.
But I think the point, Charles, is the fact that that incident is used politically and in terms of propaganda as another tool to say, see, we bombed that school, therefore we shouldn't be there, therefore Trump is evil, Trump bad, Trump bad, Trump bad. And the problem with that is that, yes, mistakes happen, it doesn't justify it, and I think we can agree that the people who were responsible should have to face consequences.
Alan, every time I speak sorry to cut you off, I get IQ points. You make my brain grow. Thank you for existing. Fucking hell.
Well, thank you. I don't think Charles feels that way, but that's okay. But see, that's the problem. So bring it up. We understand that, but I don't know about other people, but I'm thinking, and then it's like, and then you see it in the news, they harp on it over and over, and that's kind of the purpose of that. And so that's why some other people bring up, yeah, but they killed, the IRGC killed 47,000 people in 2 days, whatever. It's like, okay, if we're going to make those kind of mortal judgments, there is no way that the United States is somehow as evil as the IRGC, though many people would like to argue that point, and maybe you do too, but I'm with them.
You know what? That's an interesting fact, Alan. Thank you for coming to the stage. I appreciate it.
You know when people
But
criticize.
Hold on, guys. Why do you want to lose missed moments? Like, see, did you hear what Alan just said? Now it's good to ask Jarl what he thinks, because I don't know about you guys, I can't stand being in a room where everybody agrees. It's fucking boring. There's good to opposition. Jarl, do you think that the USA is equally or worse than that they're better than the IRGC when it comes to evil?
So the United States is arguably, definitely historically, I think the United States is going in a not so good direction though, and one day it might not be any different. The 50,000 people by Iran today, that number might be bigger at the end of this war, by Americans. So that's kind of what I worry about. But yeah, so in the global historical context, America is not as bad as Iran. It's the fear that America's going in that direction. But also, I think to what Alan said, I think you can support, stopping Iran. You could have even supported the war against Iran. But the moment America does stuff like bomb a school and doesn't show remorse, even promise to try to change their tactics, then it's okay to be against this war. I think you could totally be, but think that the way America's doing it is horrible and shouldn't be doing it.
But we don't know if they've changed their tactics. We don't know if there's been new. I find that people on Clubhouse and even around the world, everybody thinks that we know everything that the military's talking about, and they think that we are privy to all of the strategies that the militaries are going to use, and then we sit here on Clubhouse, and we're all guilty of it, and we try to come up with, and some of us, maybe we're not guilty of saying that we know, but maybe some of us are trying to strategize ourselves, like what would we do? But I think the problem is, we don't know what the inner makings look like inside the military right now, and what saying like, hey
were shooting missiles from it. Like, we don't know the full details. Because I've heard many rooms, like different rooms, where they were saying that the IRGC was using that school. So I don't know.
Baby, a lot of the problem is especially during an operation and a not complete operation, is you won't see a lot of that, the after action reports. And so, like, if you look at the history of let's just use the United States, all type of operations and wars that we've been in, historically, the data that we have to every campaign, to every mission, to every focus point, you have historians, military historians that have dissected it. Why? Because they have had access to after action reports. So, BB, you brought up a very key focus point is we don't know. And why don't we know? Because we're civilians. We have limited accessibility to what is presented to. To be honest, the America does a lot better than let's talk about the IRGC on their end. Think about that. In Iran, there's civilians that have no concept of are they winning or are they losing, but it's projected that they're winning. Why? Because they have one accessibility. That is the IRGC, their military's of success. Now you can come at me and say that well Trump's doing the same thing or Israel's doing the same thing. Well, the reality is they're literally bringing out after action reports. They're having sit downs. They're having time for journalists to come in and ask those sensitive questions and divulge what they can. So, but the reality is, civilians, we really just don't know. We can cherry pick it from previous campaigns and try to say, hey, this is where we failed at. Let's reinvent and go a different direction. But the reality is, and I really want people to understand, is the most worst part about a war is collateral causes. And I myself personally know that the goal is to have the most minimal collateral cost. Why? Because the difference between Iran, the Iranian government, and the United States government is if we make the wrong move, it will be projected across the United States by media or by social media, and every officer in a high value situation, up in the Secretary of War to the Commander in Chief, are going to pay for that collateral cost. Congress is going to ask, what was risk analogy? Think about that. So most of the time, have you guys ever heard of risk all for all, risk none for none? And that's a true concept. Damn, BB, that a boy. But that's BB's sign that I'm monologuing, so I'm going to kick it over to whoever wants to jump on.
How you guys doing, by the way? What's up, Ocean? How you doing, bro? What's up, Sir DB?
I'm just wondering, why are we talking about 3 million Germans, civilian Germans die during World War II, or about 80 million in total died during World War II, right? Why are we talking about that? This what U.S. did with the bombs. One of them was Little Child, one of them was Fat Man, I believe, right? They dropped them. They dropped. Little boy had a Fat Man. Yeah. No, so they dropped them. Fat Boy, some shit like that. Yeah. Basically, two shit. psychological thing behind it. But anyway, they dropped them in August, right? Within 3 days, they dropped the first one, and then the second one was 3 days after, right? And then I believe about a week after that, Japan surrendered, right? A week after that, and 2 weeks after the Second World War was ended. So 300,000 people died with those two nukes, right? But it saved at least tens of millions of people, at least bare minimum. Because until that day, about 80 million people died.
How many people have died in the name of Islam historically ever in the last 1,500 years? Let's talk about that.
You know what? Let's actually look that up. That's actually great. Hold on. Let Ocean finish. Let Ocean do what he's got to do, and somebody look that up. I'm gonna look that up.
No, because my point is to someone like, Joel. Joel is a stupid Canadian. Like, and I'm sorry for every other Canadian. Like, most Canadians are liberals, and to me, they're absolutely stupid. Joel doesn't know anything about this school. Joel doesn't know the fact that school was, until like 10 or 12 years ago, it was not a school. It was a military base. And it was just separated by just walls around 12 or 13. Joel doesn't know any of this. Joel doesn't even know. I talked to one of my Iranian friends in Iran who's a builder, architect and everything. And he explained to me, I don't remember the exact conversation, but he explained to me, even by the law in Iran, that a school was illegal to be there. It was not legal to have a school there. So there is, we're gonna wait and then all the truth will come out. But Joe is a stupid person. This thing is a Muslim terrorist. And I'm sure at this point, Joe is also Muslim. I'm 100% positive about it. The way Joe is a nigger. It's definitely an Arab Muslim. Yeah, Arab Muslim here. Some shit like this. Because there is no way for a rational person to just come up with this type of, the only way a person will come up with this type of bullshit is that person is a dumb fuck. That person has to be a dumb person.
Hold on, so I'm gonna push back against that. So, and believe me, I was so like for like years and saying that, but I think there's a problem and it becomes a moral dilemma with Charles. So I wouldn't generally but hold on. Believe me, I've attacked Jarl more times than you guys know. I called him every fucking name in the book. But then I started listening and actually paying attention to what he says. And I think that he's so busy with wanting peace that he doesn't see the danger and the tragedy that could come from allowing these people to do what they do. Because it becomes a moral dilemma. And I think that every time that we call him a stupid idiot, it doesn't break his stance. All it does is make it worse for him. Because he's like, see, I'm right. They don't want peace. They just want to fight. They even want to kill me. But my whole point is, I think it's a crazy and most idiotic stance. I don't agree with it. I don't even find how people even get into that problem where they don't know how to justify or weigh morals properly, and they look at everybody should be protected, and they don't take the response that nobody wants to hold anybody responsible or accountable. They believe that the Hamas, like the children that Hamas is guarding, so they believe this is a perfect scenario. They believe Hamas can shoot missiles from a daycare and murder innocent civilians inside Israel, and then when Israel retaliates back, it shoots back at the missile site. Because it's at a daycare and children die, the vicious ones were the Israelis. That's the problem where the moral dilemma comes in. They believe that Hamas now are just freedom fighters and they're allowed to shoot missiles from a civilian hold. And they don't see that being a problem. I understand that they're stupid and all that shit that we want to call them. But really look at it deeper. That there's a problem morally for them. They don't know how to weigh the difference between behavior and no fucking morals at all with these terrorists, and then people
that actually want it. Okay, they don't know how to differ people defending themselves as opposed to people that want to commit terror.
They also don't understand a regime who doesn't have any problem killing thousands of its own people, right? Will definitely have no problem killing everybody, kids.
Who the fuck's doing that?
Iran. Islamic
No, who's
Republic of
saying
Iran.
in the background? Who's saying, holy fuck, bro, the whole time, bro? You know what I'm talking?
The whole time you're not listening.
ChatGPT is responding to me, and I'm thinking it's somebody on stage talking. You know what she goes, it's all right, man. I understand. I'm like,
You ask ChatGPT, my stupid friend, and my stupid Canadian friend.
Bibi, I already knew I was not discussing with you. I was discussing with your ChatGPT. I knew that.
Yeah, you're a dummy, bro. I've never met a Mexican Muslim in my life, you dumb fuck.
So my point, Bibi, was this about the...
I don't use ChatGPT, FYI. Okay, good. Sorry.
That's why you're stupid. You don't use educational tools.
You know what last uses the Muslim? He doesn't use ChatGPT. He follows Muhammad, who was a pedophile and a warlord. That's what he fucking follows. Anyway, so my point was the nukes in Japan. It was that yes, US did that, but by doing that, they saved millions, tens of millions of people, because that was the only way in order to stop another 50 million people from dying. So they, everybody gained something out of it, and it was the only option. But here's the thing: will US intentionally bomb a school, an elementary school? What would US gain from it? Nothing. Zero. Negative. They will lose everything, actually.
That's 100%. See, that's the questions we need to be asking.
Don't fuck like John will bring up such a thing. You know why? Because he doesn't know anything else. It's just like when you find out someone lied to you, but they lied to you for your own good, and you just want to win an argument. Just like a fucking 5-year-old kid. I just have this. I cannot come up with anything else. But so I'm just gonna bring up a school. I'm just gonna bring up a school. These people don't have a brain to think.
But it happened though. Ocean, it happened though. You can take that away from them. It happened.
Shut the hell up.
It was a school full of girls that was bombed. It happens.
That's what I just explained in every way. It happened. So what?
Yeah, that's bad though. That's bad.
So already said yes, it happened, but it wasn't intentional. Yeah, he's a dumb fuck. Yes, it does matter if it's intentional. I said it's happened, you fucking retard. Yeah, he's a dumb fuck. He's a dumb fuck. He's a The Muslims, like the Iranians and Hamas, the Iranians and Hezbollah and Hamas will fucking shoot indiscriminately, not giving a fuck if they shoot and fucking kill women and children and old and elderly people. Yeah, I know you're gonna ask to go ahead. What would you do if you had a time machine? Oh, if I had a time machine, I'd fly back to Prophet Muhammad. I would fucking pin him down, tie him up, and then let goats and fucking donkeys and fucking camels fuck him in the ass. And then I'd let him all come inside of him. Then I'd kill him, slit his throat, inject him with fucking pork fat before I did it. And then I'd chop him up into a million pieces. Then I'd feed him to hogs. Then I'd fucking burn the hogs alive. Then I'd fucking pour sulfuric acid on them and fucking dump them in a pit. So they fucking dissolve in a cup.
If I had a time machine, I would save Jesus from your
Jesus had to die on the cross.
I would save Jesus from you Jews fuck.
Yeah, you don't have salvation without Jesus, you faggot.
Shut the hell up, bro. Don't talk about Jesus.
I would save it.
No, wait, you would save him like your fake fucking gay God prophet fucking tried to do in his gay ass Quran where he said, I made it appear as if Isa ben Miriam was upon the cross. And you know what he said? He said, I am the greatest of the schemers. He said the Christians, the ones who follow Christ, the Jews who follow Christ,
believe that they're scheming against Allah and making it appear as if Isa bin Maryam is upon the cross.
Hold on,
Shut the fuck up. I'm the greatest of the schemers. And that what scheming means to do underhand and deceitful things. So Allah says that He is the greatest of the deceivers. Very on point.
So last, what's your favorite? I have a question. What's your favorite tequila?
I don't drink.
Come on, man. What's your favorite tequila?
He's trying to do a joke before he kicks you out of the room or something.
Muslim man, I know.
Don't drink.
You dumb cunt.
Like-
You do.
I like Don
You're such a
Julio.
lying dumb cunt.
All the Muslims are a bunch of alcoholics. It's every one of them.
I like Don
All of them, bro.
BB, I don't drink. I promise you, I don't
The
drink.
only thing you guys don't do is eat pork. Other than that, you like pedophiles, you like drinking, you like all sorts of shit. You don't do
I
anything
never
else.
drink.
The only thing you don't do is eat pork.
Yeah.
So shut the hell up.
I don't drink. I promise you. I've never drank in my life. I've never had a drink
Nobody
under the sun
believes you.
a day in my life.
Nobody believes
Hey,
that.
check. Hold on. I got a question for last.
You're a lying son of a bitch.
Hey, check. I got a question for last. Last, I got a question. When you brush your teeth, do you use mouthwash?
No, he was talking about urine.
Yeah.
No, hold on. No. Last, you used mouthwash?
Yes, I do.
Well, then technically you did drink because there's like 0.02% alcohol in there. So technically, you disgraced your lip.
Last, do you use counting urine or no? Do you drink counting urine or no?
No, I don't.
Well,
No, you just see sex
Good for you.
but hold on, you're a Muslim, Sahih Bukhari 5686.
Wait, did you notice how he hesitated when you asked him if he drank camel urine? He didn't answer. I think that hesitation means something.
That's funny, Alan.
Bukhari 5686 said, camel urine is a medicine. Go ahead and drink it.
Oh,
You don't believe me? Go search it up.
okay. I don't have a problem with it. Okay.
Yeah. Oh yeah, of course you do drink it.
Nobody wants your fake religion. You want to know something, Lars? Oh shit. I want to give you a fact. Maybe a lot of people in the room don't know this fact. In Egypt, 80% of all births are done by cesarean section. You want to know why all births are done by cesarean section in Egypt, Lars? Because you sew up the vagina and you do FGM to the women. So,
You know, I don't understand why people are so offended. I just said that the school.
Stop talking.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
Stop. Let me just
All I
finish.
said.
Stop talking. 80% of women in Egypt have to do. They have to do a cesarean section birth because.
And if you don't agree with
Why is it so fucking boring when A-Check talks? Like, he doesn't ever say anything fucking interesting.
It's terrible.
Like, honestly, dude, listening to you is like fucking watching A-Check. Like, holy shit. Last, dude. A-Check, you should a better fucking listener, bro. Just go to the audience, sit there, and write it down. He doesn't add anything to the conversation. The Muslims are just. I never understood, with like low IQ fucking countries. Listen, no, drink a fucking monster or something. But you're just fucking boring, bro. Alan talks slow and he's boring, but at least he makes points. Fuck.
I am telling him the truth.
I want to give you a bump of cocaine is what I want to do. That's what I want to do. I want to get a check on fucking coke and like raise his IQ by 20 points.
Hold on.
You're the most boring fucking person on the set, A-Check.
Rick, do what I do. I call it in the truck. Dude, get yourself big ass coffee, get yourself Red Bull, shotgun a Red Bull, drink a coffee, and drop a fucking
And go to the Indian market and sell some ice cream. Asian.
He's not Indian, he's South Sudanese.
Oh, okay. Even worse. Even worse.
Terrible.
They have like a 68 median IQ in South Sudan.
That much?
Terrible, horrible. You're only good for like fucking like clips, like just like your little fucking catchphrases that we joke about. And that's all you're good for. But other than that, you don't contribute nothing to the room. The Muslims are terrible, horrible. They're bad people. Here in Australia, it's like this. It's too fucking late here to hear your shit, Paycheck.
And they're very dark.
So I like that better when you
know what, Rick?
up, Paycheck.
I think you should shut the fuck up, boss.
No, you should shut the fuck up. Nobody wants to hear from you.
You're just talking for.
Like, I ramble, I get that, but at least it's not
you have like multiple accounts and everything else like that.
100,000.
And everything else like because of the one guys and anything in your life and everything else like that. So don't come here and be like, oh yeah.
Watch. Alan is slow as goddamn molasses. Alan is slow as molasses coming out of a fucking tree. But he'll say something interesting. Go ahead.
You both don't stop talking.
You are good things that you're adding something to conversation. You're not adding anything. You're not adding anything. Everybody's like, oh, well, you're going to do something about it, everything else like that.
And talking,
So
but at
like,
least he
you're
says
being
interesting
calm
shit.
and everything else like that. You're being calm on purpose.
At least Alan makes a
And
point.
it's not even funny. Nobody cares. Nobody's like willing to listen to it for the bullshit everything else is because there's so many fucking accounts.
God, you're so fucking boring. Everybody hates me.
And like, bro, if you're so fucking bored, go to another room.
No.
You know what I mean?
We want Alan to talk fast.
Don't come here.
We want Paycheck to
Don't come here and be like, oh yeah, well yeah.
Well shit, choose wisely because you know who you like better.
No, you're such a dumb cunt with your bullshit and everything else.
Hey, you guys, just let it go. Just let it go and just stop it. Alright, just let it go.
He just addressed me.
Okay, Alex is gay and annoying, but at least he's not
I'm not even talking to you.
Guys, it's a bit boring by now.
Bro,
honestly.
Rick, shut the fuck up, bro.
It's always boring when Paycheck's here.
Bullshit and you're talking about that. Let someone else speak.
Anyways.
Daniel, I got a question for you.
Yes.
Daniel, I got a question for you.
Yes.
My guy, me and Rafi can back me up on this, dude. When you fell asleep last night, we had this gal show up, pro-Muslim, living in Germany, and Rafi, and even Ocean to get her to answer the basic questions. Can you let me know how is the Muslim community in Germany tearing Germany apart?
Well, I think in Germany it's actually a bit better because the majority of them are Turks, so they are not really fun with all those Islamists. So it's like, they're like biotics that are kind of fighting each other, so that specifically in Germany. And also the German police has way less patience than other police for all this Free Palestine nonsense. They would stop a demonstration when they would start chanting from the river to the sea and all their genocidal hate speeches. They do a lot actually against those mobs compared to other places in Europe that open their legs.
What I'm hearing is it sounds like a lot of refugees and Muslim sympathizers are not trying to make a home in Germany. Is that what?
In order to become, they added a question to the naturalization process to become a citizen in Germany, which is like your sentiment towards Israel. And it's like a litmus test that if you don't recognize Israel, it's like an easy giveaway that you do not need to get citizenship in Germany.
Oh, they feel guilty.
Yeah, I love Daniel. I love when all those cuckold fucking Germans were standing at the fucking trains with flowers for all the fucking immigrants coming in. And I'm like, you guys don't realize what the fuck you're doing.
I think it's not about feeling guilty. I think that this is a great test to us in general people. Like I would not hire anyone that is like a useful idiot, that believes all those nonsense. Not because necessarily it has something to do with anti-Semitism. I mean, it does, but it kind of just showed me the level. It just showed me the integrity level and the moral level and the like brain level and the critical thinking level, which is not someone that I would want to hire.
Yeah, but I still think the nice thing of the journalists, you know, you have to recognize the terroristic state of Israel in order to be a citizen of Germany. You have to. That's so nice of you.
To go to England, you know.
You all sound so the same. You all sound like bots with like that. You have like this. You have like those a list of buzzwords: ethnostate and genocide, and I don't remember colonialism. And stuff like, and when you say those big words, you think that you're smart. You're like, wow, I put ethnostate in a sentence next to settler colonialism, and then I would ask you, can you define any of those? No, I can only repeat buzzwords.
It's true. No, this is you know, the problem is.
Hold on, I'm having a conversation.
No, let H-Check go and not make any fucking points ever. Go ahead, H-Check. Thank you very much. God bless you, H. I just want to say, everybody, I love it. Wait, bro. Wait. Enough, guys. It's like I can cut it with a knife. I don't even talk back to him. This is the problem, you know? And I'm like, what the fuck, bro? I don't even talk. Alright, Daniel. Hold on. Shut the fuck up. Wait a minute. Shut the fuck up, bitch. Alright, Daniel, who's the top and who's the bottom? Who's the big spoon? Who's the little spoon? I don't know. Check it out.
Hold on. I'm a green bean. Hey, check. Just, I gotta answer a question, okay? I think Rich would be on top, and I kind of think you'd be on the bottom, only because your leg's broken. But
No, I'm with his leg.
I'm with your leg.
What's the bottom?
My leg is broken. I think Rich would be the bottom.
Rich definitely
My leg is broken. Well, no, if he didn't, my leg is broken because if he didn't want to be the bottom, then I'd force him to, and I'd have to break his fucking neck instead of breaking his leg.
Rich definitely gets paid.
Let's move on to the conversation. Yeah, my leg is broken.
You got me interested in this room.
My leg is broken at 26 because I got hit by like a jihadi woman. 100%. But other than that,
Hey, check. Are you into BDSM?
no. I'm happily married. This is the problem. You guys are sick people. You know? Happily married.
You like BDSM, you know?
Be serious.
Your wife or your husband.
Nobody cares about your opinion.
I don't
68 IQ.
but you talking last.
Oh my God, I think this is I don't know why people are fighting.
You support a you support a
68 IQ.
Okay, so you have to
listen to this bullshit. Stop win with these people. These people are sick people. And
Where'd he go?
what happened? I don't know. I thought my mic dropped. Where is it?
the audience.
Maybe his phone battery died. That happens sometimes.
I can finish it with them. We don't need to. Again, we can't win with these people because we're already winners. They lost a long time ago.
Because what?
I said they lost a long time ago. We're already
We lost here in the tunnel. We cannot win those with. We cannot win with them because for them losing is winning.
Yeah, Daniel, I wanted to comment what you said about the Turks in Germany. What you said, I agree with. I think
Aaron, didn't you just say to me yesterday, like, this is the hate Jews?
That was yesterday. This is today. Can I
Yeah, but
agree one day and disagree?
No, it's okay. I'm just trying to understand. This is what you think, Ellen. As Ellen.
What I think has nothing to do with what you said and the points you made.
No, I think it's more interesting to me what you said yesterday, that this is why they hate you Jews and then you
I
left.
thought what you said today interesting. Can I talk about that? Or
I understand, but I'm really interested because I wanted to know about your position.
What you said today?
Yes. No, about what I said, what you said. I'm interested to know your position. I tell you what, it's kind of weird to engage in a intellectual conversation and with you saying something like, this is why they hate you Jews. And reason to even have a negotiation with you about facts, or I want to understand your point of view and how did you get to this conclusion and what happened to you in life that this is your outcome.
Daniel, have you ever said something to someone because you knew it would annoy them in your life?
Yes, but not all things. I will not tell you, for example, I will tell you, hold on. No. I will attack you. Can I finish my answer? I will attack you personally, for example. If there will be like, I don't know, a woman attacking me, I will not say, oh, you women are all this. Or if a black guy, you are all this. No, I will still not be racist. I will be like, Ellen, you're a piece of shit, you are this, you are that. Yes, but even if I'm angry because I'm not racist or anti-Semite, then even when I'm really upset,
you're racist.
I would not, even when I'm upset, you will not hear me say those things. But you did, and you think that attacking a minority that is being genocided and being attacked is some kind of a weird intellectual debate for you? So I wanted to know if this is something that you believe in.
Are you saying that you're...
Alan hates the state of Israel.
No, I'm saying that you justifying anti-Semitism, I think, is a very vile position for an, a mature gentleman like yourself.
He's Armenian.
I mean, I'm sorry, the minority argument doesn't work because there's less Armenians than Jews. So you don't...
Doesn't matter who's... Ellen, who's attacking Ellen, sweetie, remind me, when there was a demonstration against Armenians, when were Armenian stores being attacked in Europe? Can you stop talking for a second? When were there like boycotts in the UN every weekend about Armenia? No, we're not talking about Armenia, we're talking about the Jew. Hold on, let me finish. There's also nothing called Armenia-phobia, okay? So, if you want to be intellectually honest, or at least honest, you could take ownership on the vile thing that you said, either stand by it and say, this is what I believe, the Jews are this, like whatever Hitler said is correct, or you can explain it, but don't try to tell me, not a minority, we are less, so I can speak bad to you. No. It doesn't give you any legitimacy because you're Armenian to hate anyone. That's a stupid claim.
Okay, may I respond? What they do in the UN or what other people do has nothing to do with me. So that's external to anything that has to do with me as Armenians, number one.
No, I don't care. Stop it. I was comparing Armenia. You were talking about Armenia as a minority. I was talking about Armenia as a minority. Again, if you want to be honest, you need to be honest, Ellen.
Now, do you want to get...
No, because I will not let you finish because you're not honest. I mentioned, listen to me. Sweetie, relax. I mentioned Armenia because you said...
You're over-talking me.
No, because you keep on talking. I want to keep talking.
And I still haven't made...
No, bro. Daniel can talk over him. He's a mod.
Yeah. Except that
Ellen, listen.
Do you want to...
I have no problem listening to you.
You want me to shut the fuck up and listen, Alan?
Ellen, we can have a conversation, but don't try... Sweetie, relax, breathe for a second. No one can hear you anyway. You're wasting your breath. Literally, no one can hear you. You're just talking for yourself. So stop talking for a second and listen to me.
Yeah, no,
Listen to
I'm
me.
not listening.
I mentioned Armenia because you tried to compare the Armenian is a minority. Now listen. Oh my God.
To my response. I specifically asked you.
Daniel, you're gonna have to move that faggot out of the audience.
And you said yes.
Move that faggot out of the audience so they go and say what you're saying.
I know what I will listen to you if you are honest.
Make me a model.
Honest.
Not involved in the honest.
Yeah, but and I'll be stuff for you.
Okay. Ellen, you're too slow. Just answer the fucking question. Do you align yourself with Nazi ideology? Yes or no? Just answer the question. Yes or no? Yes or no? Okay, no, let me, oh my God, let me mute everybody 1 second. Okay, so I'm asking you, do you align yourself with Nazi ideology? Yes or no? Why is such a long speech?
That question, have I brought up Nazis?
Yeah, you're
No.
You said yesterday, and I will remind you again, 1 second, I will remind you again,
And then you're going
Rich, hold on, I will remind you again, oh my God, I will not show man. Yesterday you said this is...
debate.
I lost the debate?
Daniel, just talk over it.
Because
you're keeping this...
I'm gonna stop, Daniel. We'll go on for 7 hours like HM.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so we can continue while he's still talking.
Actually, you know what we need? Brad's here. Brad, move into the fucking audience, Daniel.
Yeah, the
No, like I'm trying to understand it down, but an honest one.
up again.
Brad, come on. He's disrespecting Vaughn, Brad.
You're emotionally trapped by this.
Are you done with your speaking? Who's listening? No one is listening to
Rocky
me.
here, this anti-Semite now they're talking about fucking the Jews. Move down, Rocky. Move down and let Daniel talk. Let the good Jew Daniel talk.
And I am going to continue.
To you from the beginning. What are you talking about? What folding?
No, everybody was listening.
Folding what, dude?
Wait, Alex, so you're anti-Semitic and anti-black?
Yeah. I told everybody, I tell people all the time that Alan hates the fucking Jews and hates fucking Israel.
Okay.
He does.
So this is what I'm asking Ellen. What happened? I'm trying to understand why. I'm trying to understand why.
What's this shit, apartheid thing?
Alan, I'm a Muslim and I can even see that you are a Nazi.
I'm trying to understand why. What happened? Ellen, that you became like this.
No less. Move out.
But in order for me to understand it, when I'm engaging with you, you will just keep on talking. You don't stop talking for like a second. I'm asking you again. Do you hold anti-Semitic views? Yes or no? Why is it so hard? Just answer yes or no.
I'm waiting for my fourth degree.
Yes or no? Do you hold anti-Semitic, Nazi-like ideologies? Yes or no?
Actual conversation. You just want to.
I wish. I would like to have an intellectual and honest conversation. And honest and international, intellectual. Ellen, can you hold an honest conversation?
No, we can't. Attached.
Of course I'm emotionally attached to my country. Why are you obsessed with us? That is the question that I'm interested in. I'm a Jew. Okay?
Alright, so, hold on, somebody bring Anna.
How many Jews do you know?
Somebody bring Anna. She'll attest that Alan is an anti-Semite.
Yeah.
Why is that relevant?
Because you told me yesterday, you asked me a question. Oh my God, do you have like friends? Oh my God, okay, I'm gonna mute you for a second. Okay, you asked me a question, I'm trying to answer. Okay, you asked me a question, why do I...
Something for me to get emotionally triggered.
No, I'm not emotionally... Listen, I'm a Jew, I'm Israeli, okay? This is about me and my life. Now you, I don't know like where you are from. I doubt it that you ever visited Israel. I don't know how many Jews you know in your life that you have such a big hatred toward Jews. So it's not me that is emotionally unstable and triggered. It is you. Now what I suggest to you, if you have something concrete, share it with me. Why do you hate Jews? If you don't, what I suggest, really find a hobby. Like, go volunteer. There's so much you can do in the world. But spreading Jew hatred is really not one of them, Ellen. Be a better person. And if this sounds emotional to you,
whatever. It's not emotional. I'm trying to actually help you. I'm really sad to see people like you.
And Daniel, you know what? You know what? I don't demonize you for wanting to protect your country and your people. However, me disagreeing with some of the ways in which you do that does not mean I hate you.
You did not disagree. Ellen, you did not disagree with me. You said, okay. No. You did not disagree with me, and you did criticize me. What you said, Ellen, listen to me. Oh my God, okay, sorry. Okay, so I have to mute you. I literally never mute people, okay? But listen to me. You're just, I'm literally muting you because I'm trying to speak to you. And you're muting to keep on like making noises.
You're trying to pummel me with your useless words.
Okay, so stay focused with me. Can we do it in shorter? Can you answer shorter and not like 5 minutes and then I can listen to you? Okay, so let me ask you a question and then you will answer me. I will ask you a question and I will ask you a question. I will ask you a question and then you will have like 30 seconds uninterrupted to answer. Okay? Is this acceptable?
I'm gonna leave the room so other people can speak.
Much better. But we don't need you haters. Bye. You could also just apologize, dude, and be a better man. But I guess you're not.
Mean.
Who was mean?
Oh, Joe B loves Alan, so she's coming up saying you're being mean to him.
No, I said that.
She has a severe speech impediment, like RFK. So she's like, that's mean.
You're an asshole.
I agree with it is mean, but we need to understand that there are a lot of people that are like holding Nazi ideology and it became like popular. And yes, it's a very mean ideology and we need to call it out. Listen, if you are merciful to the wicked, you will end up being wicked to the merciful.
Yep.
Okay?
Yes. Oh, Alan hates the fucking Jews, and he hates fucking Israel.
It's kind of just interesting to know like what happened.
Genocidal things. Yeah,
I'm interested to know why. Like he's on a TikTok 16. Yeah, but he's not 16. Like
because you have to understand, Daniel, they killed 80,000 innocent people. You know? How can you go and just kill all these innocent Palestinians or just try to live in their country?
What he said, really?
You know, realize how what you just mocked is like the same thing, but changed.
Oh, shut your gay fucking Canadian ass up, bro.
It's the same thing as what? It's the same thing as what? What did you compare it to?
I don't even listen.
John, what did you compare it to?
Homosexuals, and I don't agree with it. But in the same breath, I call you as a faggot, not as a homosexual, but as just being a fucking retard. It applies to you, bro.
I have an idea. That's just not
What did you compare it to?
What? Being a retard.
What did you compare it to, Jarrell?
He's saying that it's accurate. He's saying everything he's saying.
No, hold on. Hold on one second.
He's saying it's true.
One second.
The voice, I thought the way he was doing the voice to kind of mock the people who are like, oh, there are 80,000 who died in Palestine. If you could do that about Iran, you could say, oh, well, what about the 40,000 protesters who died in Iran? I just thought it was like silly.
Okay, so I will explain to you.
And the other 40,000 casualties while engaging in war.
Hold on. First of all, there were not 80,000 innocent civilians that died in Gaza, okay? So only that is ridiculous by itself, okay? And worth laughing for anyone that believes it, okay? So I think like I think if you wanna I'm talking to John. I think that if you wanna honor victims of war, you do not exploit victims of war for propaganda. And saying 80,000 innocent civilians doesn't help anyone. In fact, it causes more bloodshed. You know why? When Hamas sees that their tactics of using civilians pays off, because useful idiots will go on different stages and will blame Israel, they incentivize Hamas to have more of those dead. The only party that benefits from any civilian casualty is the Palestinian side, not the Israeli side. Zero Israel. Not only that Israel does not gain from this, we lose from this. They gain from it. They are the only one that have any incentive to jeopardize their own people.
And do you know what they teach the children from when they're like small little kids? They teach us that you need to grow up and be a martyr. And they're on state TV. You can just look.
Free Palestine. Free Palestine.
What do you want to be when you grow up? And he says a martyr.
Wait, did you see Free Val? Oh, I would like to think, are you giving away free flowers? Giving away flowers for Valentine's Day?
What do you think about that? Why is no one
Free
responding?
Palestine.
You see?
Yes.
You can't even speak English, you fucking retard.
Israeli are terrorists.
Wait, isn't it free anyway? Wait,
They
hold
should be on the side of the terrorists.
Mark Netanyahu, motherfuckers.
Isn't it about to be free soon anyway? Like, just a few more hours. Yeah, that's it. It's almost free of Palestinians. Yeah, like that. There you go.
Their children to be martyrs. It's okay. So I come into your school and I teach your kids that your kids should die for the sake of whatever politics.
Do you know in Israeli
Where the
culture
fuck
that
were you well, hold on, shut the fuck up, Hannibal. Where the fuck were you, Brad? When we needed Alan moved down. Oh, I'm sorry.
Hey, the fuck up, slave.
This Daniel, yeah, shut up, Abib. No one cares. Abib, no one cares.
You shouldn't
Abib, shut up.
You are a slave, motherfucker.
There's literally a village in Gaza.
Wait.
No, it's in the,
I just want you to show you. I want to just show you. You clearly don't know the difference of power. So there you go. Now Hannibal or whatever your name is. Now you
Daniel.
see.
Daniel, what is the village? Is it in Gaza or is it in West Bank? That's called the village of the slaves.
Abed, it's in Gaza.
Yeah. How do you say it? Abib, right?
Abid with a D.
Abid, yeah.
Response, please, because you're never. These people are never responding.
Can I answer? Can I answer? Okay. So I read the Talmud and I read the Torah.
No, you did not.
No, you did not. Slavery being accepted as long as you got your own ethnicity.
Last, be honest. Did you read the Talmud once?
No, he didn't.
Yes, I read part of it. Yes, I did.
No, he's heard it clips.
Okay, hold on. Are you willing to put $1,000 now?
No, hold on, Daniel.
I did not. I couldn't lie because I'm asking questions. Okay.
No, not you.
Okay, I'm talking to you. But I'm asking you a question. Hold on. No, I think that you lied.
No.
Because you said that you read the Talmud. You said you read the Talmud, right? I want you to know. Hold on. 1 second, guys. No, 1 second, guys. 1 second, please. I want you to now open. I want you to 1 second. Give me a second. Ellen, shut up for a second. I want you to now.
Let people
Shut up. Old school. Nazis will need to behave here. Last, listen. I want you to now find any.
I'm not a Nazi.
I want you, not you. I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to Ellen. I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to someone else. Last, I want you to find any verse of the Talmud and read one sentence. I want to listen to you. Read. You said you read the Talmud, the entire Talmud. I doubt it. Whatever. I want to be fair. You read one sentence. Yeah, but I want to see. I'm debating. My claim is, hold on. My claim is that you didn't read a single word. Okay. So I want you to open now the Talmud from the same time that you read it. Choose whatever chapter you want, and I want you to read it to me.
Are you gonna let me finish reading it?
It's not done.
Yes, of course.
Are you gonna let me finish reading it?
Can you read Hebrew, by the way?
How you doing, Brandon?
The Talmud. You cannot read the Talmud if you don't read Hebrew.
Oh, that was your whole point. Okay.
No, I'm like. It's in Hebrew, dude. It's not even in Hebrew, dude. Listen, sweetie. I'm a native Hebrew speaker.
Can you say it to the other guy that was talking about the Quran? Yes,
listen.
Don't speak up.
Listen. Listen. I'm a native Hebrew speaker, okay? If I will open now the Talmud, it will take me like a long time to understand one sentence, okay?
for me. Even though I know the language and I know the structure, exactly, I could figure it out. Zero chance to understand even a single word of the Talmud. Now you need to also understand, I did not read the Talmud. People that do read the Talmud or study the Talmud, it takes them more than 7 years to study this book or set of books, okay? So your ignorance coming on stage here and saying that you read, this is why it was very easy to call you out. And it's okay that your knowledge is from TikTok and social media, but that is not reality, okay? I'm just kind of sharing with you. Be more critical in the things that are going into your head as facts, especially that it kind of messes with your own memory that you actually read something that you never read. That is just my suggestion, I guess.
Daniel, can I give my experience as someone who became Muslim? And then
I'm gonna love this. Me too. Go ahead.
So I was a Christian and I reverted to Islam because I thought I wasn't devout.
Oh God, Daniel.
I know.
You're so fucking gay, Daniel.
I know.
Fucking Nero.
No, but
Such a fat atheist.
I like it when you say revert.
No, not you, Daniel. That's Daniel Nero.
No, I'm not talking about the prophet. Hey, no. Hey, like you went back to being a Muslim, but you were never a Muslim. So it's kind of weird that you revert.
Daniel Nero is very fucking racist.
Yeah, I converted. I'm just using that term.
No, you didn't, Daniel Nero.
Everybody's born with fitra. They believe in one creator. That makes them automatically a Muslim. Yeah. You hear?
Yes, because you have a desperate attempt to acquire people who are not Muslim. I'm saying.
Daniel, are you bored with Andrew's room?
So,
Nero. No, not you, Daniel. The Prophet Muhammad guy, Daniel.
I ended up.
Prophet Muhammad's real name is Daniel Nero. He's an atheist.
Reverting back to Christianity.
He hangs out with Barthology and Megatron.
I found that
he's bored with atheism.
a lot of the questions that I tried to ask, I couldn't ask. Because Daniel, you had a lot of trolls in your room. I don't know. Is that
what is my baby? It's your room. I'm just I'm a guest troll.
No, baby.
Not you, bro. We're talking about Prophet Muhammad.
Yeah, Prophet Muhammad is Daniel Nero. He's an atheist.
Such a fucking
Can you
weirdo.
change your name, please, guy? Can you call yourself something else?
Prophet Muhammad's real name, the count is Daniel Nero.
No, not Daniel.
Yes, you are.
I do know Daniel Nero.
Yeah, you are.
Guys, I have something
We all know you, Daniel.
concerning to share with you guys. I'm gonna share it with who right now? Ocean BB. So you can share the link down here.
Post it in the chat. Post it in the chat.
I don't know if.
Oh, this is
I don't know
BB.
if my ex account.
This is BB.
Shut the fuck up, prophet piece of shit. Okay,
Fuck you, faggot.
what is it about?
Yeah,
Can you just tell
I will
everybody?
share it to you because I don't want my.
Daniel Nero's gay.
Okay, can you just Bridge, shut the fuck, okay?
God will be.
Daniel Nero, that gang strike.
Oh my god, Rich, so why do you do that to every fucking room, bro? You center it around yourself. Okay, what's up?
They're recruiting. So the IRGC is recruiting in Germany. They made a sign-up system where they can sign up for basically suicide terrorists, where they can sign up now in Germany, in Europe.
Oh, let them do that. That's good.
They say baby is overstimulated.
No, let them sign up for it. Because you know what? That won't matter because Germany don't want to play with them. And plus, it's fucking Germany. So, like, they're not going to tolerate it. The German police aren't tolerating it. They're good shit.
I don't see anything on the news, by the way, about
For
this.
the past years, they're not. We've been telling them these embassies need to be closed. They're not.
Where is this news from?
Tolerating everything.
Sam, where is this news from? What is the source?
Social media. It's their ex account, Iran in Deutschland.
Y-O-N.
Iran in Deutschland.
It's the Y-O-N.
So Iran in Deutschland are saying, hey, we are recruiting suicide bombers. Come to the Times Square in Berlin.
They'll run out of recruits, though.
I just wanted to ask Daniel Nero how Jack Angstrike is. Jack Angstrike was the guy that got busted flirting with a 13-year-old little girl. It was Daniel Nero's best friend.
What?
Yeah, this scumbag like he harassed so many women on this app, and then come in their PTR like Serendipity, Beam, Monica. Like this guy, he's a fucking predator and a half. Like such a piece of shit. What's up,
Alright, Sam, you were asking a question. The guy who came up, Prophet Muhammad, let's say he's a black guy, converted Islam, his actual name is Daniel Nero, and he's best friends with a guy named Jack Angstrike, another atheist. And Jack Angstrike got busted for like 13-year-olds asking for nudes.
Who did?
Jack Angstrike. He was the guy who was part of the atheist clubhouse, which is that guy Prophet Muhammad that came up on stage and said, "I would like to tell you, I became a revert to Islam."
Atheist.
That was Daniel Nero, yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
And it's burning.
So what does that got to do with him?
She asked who we were talking about.
No, Last is trying to protect the pedophile. Again.
Well, that makes sense.
Yeah, well, that tracks, doesn't it?
Mohammedans.
No, I'm just trying to understand why you're trying to discredit
No,
him.
I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah, I don't know. I discredit. I wanted to know.
Listen, I'm Muslim. I don't know what happened to me. Pero yo no sé. Mi madre drinks tequila too much. And all of a sudden now I'm not playing Pinatino on a donkey. I'm putting my dick in a gold down. Holy fuck.
Racist baby. The racist baby.
How is that racist? You can say Islamophobia, but Islamophobia is an irrational fear. This is a rational hatred.
Oh, you're Mexican?
Who?
Last.
Last is Mexican, bro. It's like the only Mexican that converted.
Senor.
Wait, how does that work? You're a Mexican that converted?
Yeah. Well, they call it revert because they believe everybody's
So how do you fucking eat Taco Tuesday? Like, what is it? Whole fucking Wednesday or something?
I'm gonna tell you what happened. So what happened was, my family's in the carteles, and I was horny one day, and I was fucking a goat, and it chased me from the town, and I crossed the border, but I ended up in this big building that had a dome, like a little round ball on top, and they told me, do the shahada. So I did it, and I said, orale, and they said, no, you're doing it wrong. He said, it's Allah Akbar. And that's how I became a Muslim.
No, Charles, it's a rational hatred.
I mean, you're Tejano, you'll claim indigenous, you'll have some white people next to there, you'll have some Hispanic, some African, like that. Dude, you are anything but Muslim. Maybe, yeah, you're far from that.
Brad said, how you do Taco Tuesday?
Baby, I know why he converted. Because the Mexican women beat the fuck out of him, and he realized, oh, Muslim men can beat the fuck out of their subordinate women, and if they don't fucking do what I say, I'll fucking call Sharia and Popo and come fucking put a boot in their ass. That's what come on.
You want to hear something funny? So when Khomeini came in, he explained to them, you can fuck goats, but only if you kill them after. If you kill them after.
Well, there's actually a hadith that actually talks about this in Sunni Islam. That says you can have sex with the goat as long as before nightfall you kill the goat and then you give out the meat for free. You can also have sex with a donkey and still be clean to make hajj, to make pilgrimage.
Where did you see that?
It actually makes sense because you got the donkey shows in Tijuana, and then I guess I could.
Where did you read that, Dejan?
That doesn't
What do you
make
mean, the
sense.
hadith that I quoted?
Yeah.
trust your scholars who've been studying on the East for 34 years.
Snatch him on this. Hold on, I was waiting for a guy to do this. I was waiting all week for a guy to do this. So he just said, you can't read the hadith because do you speak Arabic? So the problem is...
I'm trying to
Hold on. I'm going to tell you why. This is the problem with you idiots. Because the original text of Quran is written... Oh, shut up. Cállate la boca, cabrón. The problem is, the original text that the Quran is written in and then translated doesn't translate to certain languages. And then you guys try to translate and say that's what it means. You're the first idiot that admitted it. So you don't even know what you're reading, homie.
Well, not even that, but maybe diacritical marks in Arabic didn't even exist until a month ago. So
Exactly.
that changed the meaning of all your words.
Whenever I bring up something from the Talmud, you say I don't speak Hebrew, but you didn't bring up stuff from the Hadith.
No, not modern Hebrew, ancient Hebrew.
Hypocrites.
As follows. Everywhere Muslims go, violence follows. In Africa, North Nigeria, they're causing chaos there. They're killing people, innocent people. On Easter, people were just celebrating.
The Africans, come on.
Don't interrupt him.
It's the truth. I'm not lying. I'm telling the truth.
You're from Nigeria.
This is the last warning. Do not interrupt him.
I'm telling you, it's happening in Africa, North Nigeria. They're killing people. They're killing them. They're hating people. They're hating on them because they're Christian, and they're targeting them. They come and do the massacre in the church. They kill people for no reason. They've killed a lot of people. It's more. I'm talking about thousands of people in a year. And the government is headed by this idiot. He's looking like a baboon. He's I don't know the name. I don't know the name, but he's the president of Nigeria. What he says, he's just siding with those criminals. And he says, people should just come and negotiate and talk about it. How do you reconcile with the killer? So, whatever Muslims go, and the ideology behind it, they lead chaos. They destroy society, they ruin everything. Muslim ideology is a virus. It needs to be terminated for good.
Okay, let me say something
terminated.
in defense of the Muslims here, okay?
I thought you said they loved them.
Listen, the thing
Whatever
is,
happened.
you have Muslims that are peaceful, right?
No,
Someone please turn their mic off.
those are Muslims who don't actually practice Islam.
They don't practice everything and they don't practice it radically.
No, if you don't practice it all, then you're not a Muslim.
Listen, my dear. Listen, my dear.
Please let me speak.
I'll let you speak. Okay,
The thing is that when these things happen in Nigeria, they don't speak about the Christians dying in Nigeria. They don't speak about Christians dying in elsewhere in the world. They don't speak about that. They only speak about when something goes wrong. And when you don't acknowledge that there is a problem with you as a Muslim would say radical Islam, when you don't acknowledge that people die, so why are you you're practicing selective activism here? There is a problem and you don't acknowledge it, so you're to everyone.
Wait. You're saying that there are Christians killing Muslims? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying there's Muslims killing Christians in Nigeria.
Well, I'm saying, were you listening?
Yeah, he's Sam, he's not a Muslim.
No, I am talking to the Muslims here. I'm saying, why don't you speak up about that?
I don't care.
My point exactly that these people, the Christian, the Muslim and the ideology, what they teach their followers is that they have to pay, they have to be in support of every crime that is done in the name of Islam. They have to support it. So in Nigeria, Muslims are very silent. In fact, they're defending those criminals. They're defending them. They're condoning the whatever atrocity and massacre they're doing. So what I was saying is that wherever Muslim ideology goes, it always ends up ruining the society. So forever fundamental. You gotta have the word fundamentalism or extremism, Chris, because if not, it's just racist.
Islam
And I'm
is not a
serious.
race.
Like you have to have
It's not a race.
And he can say whatever it is that he wants to say.
Wait.
He can say whatever it is that he wants to say.
Alright, Chris, it's a gay fucking Canadian.
His argument
It's a
would be
gay
more
Canadian
correct if he said
atheist.
fundamentalism or extremism.
Hold on, Chris. John, let me just.
Muslims in with this.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
So it's not. Wait.
Hold on. Hold on. So it's not racist because again, Islam is not a race. Okay, so let's stop that. Okay, and he doesn't need to attach any sort of qualifying prefix such as radical, such as extremist. This man can say what the hell he wants to say. He is not being racist. I will not allow any hate on my stage. And Rich, stop being homophobic. Go ahead. Go ahead, Brad.
Yeah, I disagree with you. It's not race. He didn't attribute it. He can say it. He's absolutely right. Like, look at every Muslim-controlled nation out there. What one's in peace right now, except for the ones that are under the blanket of the U.S. and then if you actually look at it, they have so many radical groups or Islamic individuals that want to like freaking punish Christians. But yet they're always silent because it's an optic. They always want to be the innocent. They always want to be the ones that no. We'll just bite the flag. Yeah, I'm not even Christian. I tell you what, I would literally wear a red cross and I would come in with an axe and actually help them. I would literally help them.
I don't think that they're coming for Christians.
They
No, that's not true.
The crusade starts, they come take over, they don't know what the fuck they're gonna do. And they said, oh, we have to do the same thing. We have to do crusade. And they started, and they gathered an army from everywhere. They're not even...
Palestine's not true.
It is the thing. The crusaders were taking slavery, okay? The Muslims and took the people with the money. They took slavery, the money they made.
Who's the target?
Because the Christians, because they came to them.
Okay, so why they don't get along with everyone, including the Hindus, the pagans, everyone who doesn't practice, they're calling them kafir, the people who don't
They
believe.
learn from this thing from the Christian. Bro, Christians comes first. The other ones, they
You're justifying that. You're justifying when was the whatever movement that was happening to terminate the Muslim back in the day, how long did it take place? How long?
It took almost 100 years, bro.
With it being what is now the
they ruled 100 years.
Chris, who enslaved you people? Chris, who enslaved you? Arabs.
The Arabs.
So Christians didn't enslave you people, white Christians?
No, the Polish.
Arabs.
What happened?
No, okay,
They learned from Christians.
The Arabs, the blacks,
we can do that. Okay, don't worry. Let's go. Okay, you wanna go down that path? We can go together. Okay, I'll take you down.
We don't need to down about that, bro. It's a fucking...
In Africa.
Doesn't matter in Africa or not, bro. The religion...
So you tell me...
Palestine, right?
What?
They, the fellowship started Christianity, right? And they put their rules, right? So what comes? How comes? They learn from the Christians. Before they learn from the Jews. That's the shit, bro. That's the humanity. It's not about Arabs, it's not about Indian, it's not about Africa. What the heck?
But you do.
Comes there, they could trade whatever, they bring everything. They this is from the trade, bro. What happened then? Why they convert to the Islam?
Okay.
Why the Roman Empire convert to the Islam, bro?
Okay, because they were forced to at the end of the
You're overtalking me. It's like you want to stop me from responding.
You guys don't read. You guys fucking don't read. Go check the Byzantine Emperor. Who is the last Byzantine fucking emperor?
Yes, I know what you're talking about, Sam. Okay, Chris, you have, this might be a stupid question, but you have access to ChatGPT, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So if you type, Chris, just one second, Chris, if you type, what religion has killed most, Christianity or Islam? What do you, the ChatGPT will say?
Christian. This is bro.
You were instructed. What have you seen? You tell us what you've seen.
Okay, it's Christianity. What do you have to say now?
What is that supposed to mean?
Is Christianity a killed more
So now you're running numbers. So now you're running numbers. Is that what you're doing?
Chris. Now, what do you have to say? If Christians have killed more than Muslims, will you use Christianity as the worst religion in this world?
No, because 2026, if you look at the list of terrorist organizations, you will find one single Christian terrorist organization. All of them that are religiously motivated are all Muslim. So what do you say about that now? That in 2026, in a world where we have a UN, we have Geneva Convention, and we have ICC and ICJ.
Islam.
Calm down. Yes, calm down. So answer. So Chris, answer. In 2026, in a world that we have UN and ICC and Geneva Convention and all that, if you look at the terrorist organizations that are ranked like all over the world,
ISIS?
For example, Al-Qaeda, Hezbollah, Hamas, ISIS, Boko Haram, PIJ, Al-Shabaab,
Fight with the M16, bro.
Dude, I don't care what I'm not talking. If you look at the list of terrorist organizations in the world,
Talking about your religion.
listen,
I respect your people, Chris.
listen, relax, dude. If you look at the list of terrorist organizations in the world, okay, and you divide them by religion, you will not find a single Jewish one, and you will not find a single Christian one, and everyone that are religious.
Those are fucking killing people.
Can you listen to me?
The Jewish. Muslims kill people, bro.
It's you understand what? Also, any army kills people. That is not the definition of terrorism.
Why they do
Daniel.
Yes.
Daniel. That's the problem. That's one thing that has been common.
Just make it look. Go ahead.
Just what?
They all not you. I'm saying these guys they're defending the Muslims. That's what I'm saying. They're out of
No, I'm saying on the topic of like Islam. And if we look at the terrorism that now is going around the world, anywhere in the world, it's all Muslim. Let's be honest about it.
It's Jew, bro.
Exactly. I agree with you. What I'm saying is look at how they're trying to defend that.
This is the biggest part because we're always talking about extreme Islam and moderate Islam. And I'm saying, okay, why a Jew needs to defend the Muslims? Why don't 10 Muslims go with a placard in the streets of New York or London or Paris where they have freedom of speech and freedom of assembly and freedom of protest and would say, no, I'm not Christian, and would say, I'm a Jew. And they will say, not in our name, or Hamas is a terrorist organization, or even something wild like release their hostages. 10 Muslims out of a 2 billion population. You cannot find 10?
Okay, Daniel, I don't have an issue with what you are saying, Daniel. I don't have an issue with what you are saying. But before you came and saved this person, he was looking real stupid. He said that Islam is the #1 worst religion in this world. It is a disgrace.
This is what I'm asking you, dude.
And I asked him, hold up, before you get
But I answered you specifically. But last, I know what last.
Who killed more?
I heard you.
Islam or Christianity?
Last, yes. Last, we heard your question, okay? And I answered to you.
You're not Christian.
I'm not telling you, I'm not telling him. I'm rebuttaling what you said, okay?
No, you're talking about modern day terrorism.
Can you listen to me? Unfortunately for you, all the people in this room, including all your guys, including all your friends and families, we are all living at the year 2026, okay? not 1700, not 70 BC. There were many things.
He said number one in the history.
Right now, in our part of time, it's the most brutal one. And it's not even, it doesn't even compare with anyone.
Okay, Daniel.
Something. 1 minute. I'm from India, and there's a recent issues happening in India. There's a company, TCS. It's a famous international IT company. So in this company, there is a Okay, so the Muslim just try to
Go, Steppy. I put that one into the audience. You can speak, Steppy.
Daniel, I want to ask you a question. Why Netanyahu sent his family to Canada?
Hey, you want to go down to the sixth way? You're in the audience too. Go.
Sure. I'm just gonna ask her if she's 7-11 or 9-11. Fuck. That's all I was trying to figure out.
Can I bring them back up?
Yeah, but just people cannot relax, like they're on the rant and they keep on talking even though they're being interrupted.
You gotta, Daniel, you gotta treat them how Muhammad would treat them, okay? Hold on. You gotta rule this place like Muhammad rules. They don't understand.
I'm not mean.
They don't understand niceness. You gotta rule them like a Muhammad is.
Like I said, they don't understand logic.
Yes, you gotta treat them like Muhammad would treat them.
No, bro, you guys are not connecting any logic. You guys are not logic, bro. Just give us the tell me then why.
Logic is the Sam.
Muslim has no issues, bro. They have no issues.
So why are they killing them? Why are they killing them?
How much is it being to be a lawyer? Like it seems like it's
Really, tell me, Bethlehem used to be the birthplace.
Daniel, 1 second.
Hold on, Rafi. 1 second, Rafi.
No, you made a statement. I just want to ask him a real quick question.
Just give me 1 second.
just 1 second.
You're making a mistake. You know what your mistake is? You think they are capable of acting rational and talk rational. They're actually not capable of doing it. You think they play dumb, but they don't play dumb. They are dumb.
You can yes.
That's the mistake you're making.
Guys.
Okay, can I talk?
I'll explain to you one thing, guys. Hold on. I'll explain to you. No, you can't. Shut the fuck up. I'm speaking. I'm a mod, so shut the fuck up. So I'm going to teach you one thing. So a lot of people, again, something was said very beautifully. A smart person can play dumb, but a dumb person cannot play smart. And this is a perfect example of them. They cannot play smart. And Sam, you made a very good comment. You said, but Muslims don't have a problem with Christians. So who do Muslims have a problem with?
They have a problem with Jews, bro.
Why are you guys so problematic? So you so hold on. Hold on. Shut up. Shut the fuck up, black. Suka, black.
Oh, they're right.
So Sam, listen to me. Listen to me. You just don't fucking.
Rocky, you're coming in low. Your mic. Fix your mic.
Mic the fuck up, everybody. Mic the fuck up.
Fix your microphone, faggot.
Family guy.
Yeah, your microphone's fucking quiet, Rocky.
Cool. Look,
Is it better? I can hear you perfect.
You're Rocky. Okay, everybody, mic up. Okay, when somebody's speaking,
You're driving the fuck home, I know.
Yo, Rich, shut the fuck up. 1 second. No, fire. Mic the fuck up. Close your mic. I'm speaking. Close your fucking mic. Good for you. Good boy. Chris, close your fucking mic.
That's much better, Rafi.
You're all starting to fucking piss me off.
Rafi,
Okay,
that's
stop.
much better, I said.
Yo, Rich, shut the fuck up. No, I'm Rich. Don't fucking piss me off right now. Like, I love you. Don't piss me off. Son, you said that you have a problem with the Jews. So you're the ones that have the problem, right? It's not that the Jews have a problem with you. You guys are the ones that are problem.
No, not only us.
That you found the
Christian has
problem
a
with.
problem with the Jew.
What's the problem with the Jew?
I'll tell you, you're Russian, right?
I'm Russian, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Tell me the reason why you guys want to take over Rome.
Bonjour. Why the fuck I go over Rome?
Yeah, why you guys have always attempted to go to Rome? You guys are not Christian?
Why we go to Rome? Because we're Christian now.
We're Orthodox Christians. What does it have to do with anything?
What do you mean is that about anything? That's the one
Why? Hold on. Why do Armenians go to Jerusalem? Why do Christians go to Jerusalem?
Because your pilgrim starts there, bro.
Okay, so why are Russians going to Rome? Because the Pope is
Because they want to take over, bro. They always give you that fight, right? What is the reason?
But he's a Russian Jew, you idiot. Yeah, who's fighting? Yeah, I'm a Russian Jew.
No, it doesn't matter if he's Jew, but the Russians, they always want to take over there. Aren't they come to the Austria side? They came. They came to.
You guys, there's a difference between.
So this is not the war of Muslim. This is not a war of anything, bro. This is the war of the Jews. The Jews want to do that. That's the thing. They always want to do the war.
Well, what's your problem with the Jews?
Yeah, bro.
What is the broken fucking English? It's the Jews that want to do the thing. They always want to do the war. What the fuck is this? Borat. Like Borat. This is wild, Borat. Like this is wild. Like you come up on this stage, you can't speak English, you're not making any sense. Like what the fuck are you talking about?
I'll do my best. Because you only speak English, damn it.
I want to make a comment on what Last said. You know, Last said Christians are the people who are killed.
Jihad. Jihad things from the Christian.
Excuse me, that's a lie. What Last said is a lie. I used same chat GPT, but he just searched and saw that Christianity came first and Islamic came second. But if you read it properly, they just describe that Christianity did certain things and Islam did certain things. Then at the bottom line, they said you cannot really give a definite figure of how many people Christians or Islam has killed. So these are some of these.
Okay, you want to check it? Just check the Roman Empire. Just check the Roman Empire, bro. That's it. Check the Roman Empire. Isn't that Christian? Just check it, bro.
That's a Muslim person who are connected company. Doha was grouping,
English, I'll drop you. The next person to speak English here, I will fucking drop you.
Steffi, follow me back, buddy.
Speak fucking English, fire. No, the moderator said speaking English or get kicked out, fire. Who's the fucking cunt that fucking spoke?
Go ahead, fine.
Okay, hello? It's my Indian accent. That's why you.
Please English. I don't understand.
I'm talking in
English. Fuck yourself, you bitch. You know.
I am talking in
Get
English.
fucked. Get from here. Get fucked.
Hey, I got a question for.
Hey.
Go ahead. I got a question for Muslims.
Wait, Grace doesn't.
That was a woman?
Who wants to answer this question? Okay, so you're gonna answer my questions, right? Okay. What did Arabs used to do before Islam in Kaaba?
Pagans.
Pagans, yeah. What did pagans used to do?
Worship. They used
to go around Kaaba, just like Muslims do, right? Tawaf.
I know what the pagans used to do.
Yeah, exactly. So what's your question? Pagans also used to do what? Kissing the black stone, right? Muslims do it the same right now.
Yeah, you're right.
Pagans used to also do the stoning.
What is your question?
They do too much things, bro.
Hold on. The question is coming. Hold on. So, what is the difference between pagans and Muslims?
Nothing.
Tawheed. We believe in only one God. We only believe in one creator. We don't believe in a statue being formed and a statue actually being
You're absolved. When you're absolved of all your sins. When you're absolved of all your sins.
question.
You're a song lawyer. You touch the fucking Kaaba, you retard.
You asked me a question.
I'm gonna be. You guys are.
Is right. You guys are more. Those are just the practice, guys. It is not helping. It's not
exactly the same thing. Is it exactly the same thing? You guys are doing exactly the same thing.
You same thing in the Denmark too, bro. They do the same thing. They put something on the tree.
I'm not any of that. I'm not any of that. But you're Muslim. I'm not any of that. But you're Muslim.
But you can connect
I'm not Muslim. I'm not Christian. I'm not any of that.
Bro, the Christian goes to church and they make music. They chanting music. It's a pagan.
I know music is haram in Islam. I know that. Music is haram.
Music is
fucking the thing.
it's a good to make music, and that's the problem to you.
You tell me one thing.
This is also pagan.
Go around.
Music is not pagan.
No, it's a pagan, bro.
I have a
Just
question.
basically.
Yo, have you spoken to your Nigerian pastor?
So I have a question. You guys said music is haram in Islam. So anything that brings joy and happiness is haram.
Yeah,
what is the happiness?
Exactly.
I want to know because if music brings people together, we have discovered scientists, Jewish scientists, let's say this too, because alhamdulillah, they discovered that music brings I forgot those words. It brings happiness. It brings joy. It brings people together.
As long as it's against
music, like people, music, communication with people. It brings joy. You know, when you're questioning, converting a conversation. Like I know in Islam, you can't convert. You can't question Islam, right?
No, you're right.
Is it wrong?
You're right.
Is it wrong? Hold on. Is it wrong to question Islam? If you
Not
feel
wrong.
something
You
is
have to
not
question,
right,
bro.
hold on.
Concepts you have to question. Everything you have to question.
what's the penalty? What's the penalty for someone who converts from Islam to Christianity?
It depends on your because Islam.
Are you Sunni or Shia?
I need to explain.
Sahih al-Bukhari, volume 4, book 52, reading 260.
It said,
Listen, it says Sahih Bukhari, Sahih Bukhari, volume 4, then a Sahih al-Bukhari, volume 4, book 52, hadith 260. Narrated Ali Krima. Ali has a messenger come to him, and the messenger says, he comes to Ibn Abbas. The messenger comes to Ibn Abbas, and he says, Ali is in a neighboring village, and he's burning Muslims alive who left their religion, who left Islam. He says, go, messenger, to Ali and tell, shut the fuck up. Go to Ali and Ali, do not give the punishment that Allah gives in Jahannam, which is the hellfire. But if I were there, I would do as Muhammad commanded, and I would surely kill them.
So here's the thing. When you bring these things up, they say no. Islamic Republic of Iran, they're Shia. Shia is not a God. They're prophet. They don't even consider them as Muslims. But when you say Bukhari, which is, in Sunnah, they always be like, no. That's all you hear. Bitches. And fucking dog-ding. That's all you hear. There's nothing else. Motherfuckers say Bukhari said, whoever churches is religion, then you say depends. Depends on what? Tell me. Depends on what?
Alright, here, I got it up exactly. Hold on, I just opened it up. Sahih Bukhari, volume 4, book 52, hadith 260. Narrated by Krima. Ali burnt some people, and his news reached Ibn Abbas, who said, had I been in the place, I would have not burnt them as the prophet said, don't punish anybody, in parentheses, with Allah's punishment. No doubt, I would have killed them, for the prophet said, if somebody, in parentheses, a Muslim, discards his religion, kill them. There's compulsion.
Can I ask?
Okay. I don't have a problem. No, hold on. Just 1 second.
Jason.
I don't have a problem with apostasy.
Jason.
Okay. Perfect. I don't have a problem with apostasy. I believe in the religion. But
No, if you leave the religion, you're fucking from the Muslims to kill you.
13:6-9. If your brother, the son of your mother, or if your son or daughter or wife, or your closest friend secretly entices you, saying, let's go and worship other gods. You must not yield.
Hold on, guys.
Excuse them.
We're gonna go
You
take this
analyze them.
All right, I want you to.
Deuteronomy 36.
Hold on, seconds. Hold on, we're gonna go tick for tack. Hold on, we're gonna go tick for tack. All right, Sunan Word 47:17.
You are not reading.
Shut the fuck up, you child is Chadamota.
You are reading garbage. You are reading
Saki
garbage.
Abukari 4717. Amir reported the message of Allah, the messenger of Allah, may peace be upon him, is saying, the woman who buries alive her newborn girl.
It is wrong.
The woman who buries alive her newborn girl is buried.
We don't believe in this shit.
Bury alive, both will go to hell. This tradition has also been transmitted by Ibn Masud from the Prophet. May peace be upon him, to the same effect through a different chain of narrators.
Hold on, Sam. Rich, they say we don't believe in hadith.
Oh my God. You're not gonna be savage. Wait. Tell Bobby. Ibn Masud, you fucking faggots. You can't fucking discredit the hadith.
Okay, Jashan, just answer this one. If your brother, the son of your mother, leaves and entices you to work,
Do not commit adultery except for those. Do not commit adultery except for those whom your right hand possesses.
What is your stance on that?
424 in the Quran. Do not commit adultery except for those whom your right hand possesses. When you go into battle, the ones you capture with your right hand, even if their husbands are alive, they're still married.
What stance on 13:9?
I tell you,
Bro, one of them speaking of.
Are you ashamed?
hold on. I tell you what the stance is. I tell you. Well, Muhammad.
No, I'm talking to Jashan.
When she was 6, he consummated when she was 9.
Muhammad
He was
got married
51,
when she was
54.
6.
I was talking to Jashan.
do you know?
What is your stance on 13:9?
And he fucked up.
Ocean, do you know that the average 9-year-old girl?
Jesus, do that?
Ocean, do you know that the average 9-year-old girl has on average, the depth of her vagina is 2.1 inches.
Jesus.
Jashan, what is your stance?
Ocean, hold on. The average 9-year-old's girl's depth of her vagina is 2.1 inches. They say that Prophet Muhammad's
What is
penis
your
is smaller than
stance
2
on the
inches.
Bible, Deuteronomy?
Muhammad's penis is less than 2 inches. Because the 9 is 2.1 inches deep. Muhammad was not like Korean.
Are you religion? Are you not?
Or that he's Indian.
Are you religion?
Wait, are you saying that Prophet Muhammad is like Chinese?
You should kill your brother, kill your wife. If she wants to leave to another religion.
Shut the fuck up. I'm speaking. Bro, hold on. If
The Shah was quiet.
Muhammad is a pedophile. Muhammad is a pedophile. Muhammad is burning in hell.
I'm gonna put you in the audience. Wait 1 second, please. Last, hold on. Don't get mad at Rich. Let's start with this. Hold on. Shut the fuck up. If you're a prophet and you're so holy, shouldn't Muhammad know that what Rich is telling you as an educated prophet, or he's a dumbass, that a girl would have 2 inch.
2.1 inches is the average depth of a